Hello? 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 We're going to get started with the Portland Planning Sustainability Commission meeting of November 4th, Election Day. Our agenda today is order of business, items of interest from the commissioners, consent agenda, meeting minutes from 10/21, and then at 4:15 or thereabouts, I have the wrong agenda. Are we doing TSP? Then the Transportation System Plan staff briefing, and that's a briefing, and then we will proceed to the comprehensive plan hearing continuation. Again, because it's a hearing, if you wish to testify, you will need to fill out a little card, which you can get back in the hallway. Fill it out. They'll bring it to Julie, and I will call your name. Again, it's 3 minutes, and at 3 minutes, we're going to hold to that because we have a number of people that want to testify tonight, so we can get out of here. So, again, when you testify, just some rules. You just need to give your name. We have your address and all that. And 3 minutes, and we will move on to the next person. If commissioners have a question, they'll ask you. Otherwise, we're gonna, at the end of the testimony, I'll ask commissioners for their observations for the night, and we'll hopefully conclude tonight around 8 o'clock. So to start, items of interest from the commissioners.
Get on it.
Testimony. Susan? Nothing. Okay, consent agenda. Meeting minutes.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
It's passed. We'll have a briefing on the TSP, Transportation Systems Plan. Yes.
That better? Yes. Okay. So thanks for having us. Pleased to be here to give you an update on the Transportation System Plan. My name is Art Pierce. You've met me before, but I'm the manager of policy, planning, and projects for the Bureau of Transportation. And here with me today is Peter Hurley and Mark Lear to give you an update on where we are with the TSP and specifically focusing in on some of the projects and programs element of that and the financial plan. So here's sort of the lineup of what we're hoping to walk you through. I'll give you sort of a little bit of broad overview. I know that you have a lot coming at you, so trying to ground you back into the TSP process where maybe you've wandered off into a lot of other topics in recent months. And then Peter's going to really talk about the projects, programs, and policies portion and sort of where progress is with that. And then Mark has more details looking at the financial forecasting plan, which of course grounds us in terms of the level of investment we can anticipate and the types of investment we can anticipate. So a growing mantra for us at the TSP, and I think with the comp plan, is growth is coming, right? And we need to figure out how to direct that growth. In particular, for us within the transportation system plan, is that growth in commute trips really means a large strain on the system unless we are able to really intentionally direct that growth towards alternative modes, towards walking, biking, and transit. And we have yet to find anybody that thinks we can accommodate 150,000 new cars on the system in the peak hour. So we pretty much know for certain that won't work. And we're actively working with the TSP Transportation Expert Group to look at what will work. So we can bring that back to you with our subsequent briefings so you can have confidence that we're heading in the right direction for a system that will support the comprehensive plan. So we really believe that the answer is we need a balanced transportation system that is reducing our reliance on the automobile, and in particular saving the longer trips, the trips that must be taken using motor vehicles, particularly freight, saving space for those trips on our roadway system through directing more safe options for travel more locally. one of the slides, and I was unable to find the attribution for this pie chart, but I think it's still even conceptually important for us to note that the built environment, the focus that we have within the comprehensive plan does change transportation outcomes. So the place to begin with a good transportation strategy is a land use strategy, and that's what you've been discussing very actively within your other conversations around where we will grow, how we will grow. So the main highlight here is that, you know, in the areas where we have good transit, good mixed use, transit certainly changes, but the really big element that changes is the number of people that feel comfortable and have a reason to walk in their local environments. And that is dramatic in the amount of strain relief that it can provide for us on the bigger system, on the highway system, on the arterial system. And that's something that's going to become increasingly important as the city grows, making sure that we produce a safe environment and a comfortable environment for those type of activities so people can meet their daily needs. In general, we are at a stopping point here within a longer schedule for the TSP. So this is the specific on November 4th. We'll be back on the 18th, and Courtney Duke will be our primary presenter on that hearing for you. But really now through February, we're looking to gain as much public comment as we can, and in particular, very targeted comment against the project and program lists so that we can incorporate that feedback into our ranking and prioritization of projects. So we really, although we won't be talking in detail about the tiered project list until February 24th, for those that are interested and those that are viewing this at home, now is the moment to go to the MAP app and give comments on the projects, because now is the best time for us to incorporate that feedback into our prioritization of projects. What will that result in? It will result in some tiering of possible investments. Those that fit within our financial constraints, you know, the anticipated revenues that Mark will be talking about soon, and then also those that are outside of the known revenue streams, but we still think are important projects if we're able to gain more revenue stream over time. And then also a list of projects that are really relevant primarily to dedicated funding streams, or that projects that really merit additional study but aren't as refined as they need to be, or need another round of study if the environment around them has changed so much since they first were a project. So if a project got on the list in 2000, it may be a very different environment now, and we may need to actually go back and reconvene stakeholders and bring a new recommendation to City Council in order to have the right answer go into the TSP. It also may be that there are projects that date from the beginning of the TSP, or even from the arterial streets classification plan, or you know, preceding plans that no longer are directly related to the goals that we are trying to address here, and we may recommend that those are no longer carried within the TSP. So I'm going to pass this on to Peter, and he's going to talk to you a little bit more about how we're going to get about recommending those strategies.
Thanks, Art. I'm Peter Hurley with the Bureau of Transportation. Okay. Peter Hurley with the Bureau of Transportation. I'm going to be talking about the projects, programs, and to a very small extent, the policies, since most of that will be covered on the 18th and then February 24th. So at this point in time, we have a candidate list of transportation projects that have been drawn from adopted plans that are currently on the Comprehensive Plan MAP app, and also on the Bureau of Transportation website. So you can get a list in a spreadsheet form from the Bureau website, or you can go to the MAP app and provide us comments on specific projects there. If you want to provide broader comments, and we're really encouraging those comments to be provided over the next several months so we can take those into consideration in the evaluation of the projects and programs. If you wish to do that, you can do so by sending comments to tsp@portlandoregon.gov or to PSC. And actually, we encourage people to do both, send them to both of those addresses. The projects are complemented by a more robust set of programs, and I'll talk a little bit about what I mean by a more robust set of programs. Okay. The program portion of the transportation system plan, there has always been a component, a program component. In the past, you'd see the reference lists in the 2007 transportation system plan, but many of the smaller projects have not been as competitive, particularly for grant funding. Say a $100,000 project like the one on Division Street, the high crash corridor project, where we worked with the community to identify crossings and other improvements. that type of project, the amount of money it would take for staff time to apply for a grant just wouldn't make it competitive for a grant. So what we're attempting to do to make projects more competitive, the smaller projects more competitive, and perhaps to find ongoing funding for crosswalks and sidewalk infill and bike network completion type projects, is to bundle them together in more robust programs and seek funding, both grant funding and perhaps some ongoing city funding for those types of projects. So when you go to the MAP app, you'll see a list of programs on there. And there are some projects that previously were listed separately, some $40,000, $70,000, $200,000 projects that may have been shown separately, but are now part of the programs. And one question which we've gotten is, will those individual projects still appear in the transportation system plan? And the answer is yes. We will be showing a list of example projects as part of the programs, and those include a lot of them from the bike plan and the pedestrian plan. It is also consistent with the Our Streets effort, where we have some pretty significant programs that would be funded by that endeavor. So how are we going to make the decision on which projects end up in the very constrained list, the ones that we think we can actually fund? Well, part of this comes from looking at a series of plans that have been adopted at the state, the regional, and the local level over the last 15 years, and particularly those that have been adopted over the last handful of years, and identifying what are the goals that the city, the region, and the state have promised the citizens that we're going to attempt to achieve. And we've identified 7 of those that are pretty consistently, that commonly show up in our various plans. And those include safety, reducing fatalities and injuries, or eliminating fatalities and injuries in the transportation system, improving access to jobs and access to neighborhood destinations, the 20-minute neighborhood, improving the cost effectiveness or the return on investment of our projects, giving people economic benefits by improving their access to opportunity, whether that's higher education or jobs, as well as improving freight access and improving access to industrial lands. Using an equity lens in the transportation system plan in a way that we haven't as robustly in the past, and ensuring that the projects and programs are evaluated to ensure that underserved communities benefit significantly and are not disproportionately negatively impacted. Also, improving health by increasing physical activity and reducing greenhouse gas emissions. The attempt is to evaluate projects for a wide range of goals and outcomes and prioritize those projects that help achieve those goals with our limited funding. And this is a little bit more detailed version. We did look at a wide range of plans, including the Climate Action Plan, the Portland Plan, the previous comprehensive plan. We did a fairly extensive search of various plans to come up with the 7 outcomes. So what we're going to be doing, the process that we will be engaging in over the next 6 to 8 weeks, is to review the 311 projects that are on the MAP app and on the website, plus the dozen or so programs, and look at those and determine to what extent they're likely to help us achieve the goals that we have using transparent criteria that have been vetted through the Transportation Expert Group and our modal committees, and using criteria that better incorporate health, equity, and climate that historically in the past just have not been significant lenses for in our previous transportation system plan, because those criteria, those goals, were not as widely adopted in regional and state plans. We're also focusing on improving access and mobility. So we'll be evaluating projects for travel time and reliability, all modes, and focusing on high priority, high value trips, transit trips where your vehicles are carrying a lot of people, freight where there's a significant economic benefit, in moving those types of vehicles, and what types of projects can improve vehicle flow either in a corridor or at key intersections. And finally, the policy section, which Courtney Duke will be talking to on the 18th of November. We are seeking comment now on the proposed draft of the comprehensive plan, and particularly for the Bureau of Transportation, the various transportation policies, many of which appear in Chapter 9 of the draft comprehensive plan. So with that, Mark, I believe you'll be talking about the financial plan.
Oops.
One of the other.
My name is Mark Lear, Portland Bureau of Transportation. I'm going to, as Art pulls it up, I'm going to be giving a short little summary of what the finance chapter is of the TSP and sort of where we are with it now. Thanks, Art. So I wanted to start with just a couple bullets that highlight what is the TSP finance chapter and why do we have it. The reason we have it is we want to have across the state is we want to have strong foundations, financial foundations of our planning efforts. We want to have a good sense of what revenues are available, what sources they can be used for, and really make sure that our planning efforts have a nice connection so that we're able to do what we say we're doing in our plans. Obviously, it fulfills some state planning rule requirements as well. We need to be consistent with the regional transportation plan. And the other thing that it does is it gives us a really good sense, as Art was talking about earlier, of where projects are as far as their ability to be implemented. So you'll see as we develop the finance chapter that there'll be a prioritized list of projects in tiers, first 5 years, 6 through 10, and out years. And having a good solid financial foundation to that really helps out. The other things that we identify as goals of the financial plan is making sure that we have good estimates of what the fiscal requirements are to meet to support the land uses that we have called out in the plan. It's obviously a really difficult position for us to be in where we have development and other things occurring and we don't have the resources. We want to get those aligned as much as possible. In addition to that, this is an opportunity for us to identify new funding sources, maybe even ones that may be a few years out, but that we're thinking about in the next 5, 10, 20-year horizon. In addition to that, it looks at what's happening with the expansion of the system. One of the things that we're also really trying to do with this year's financial plan, I think Metro did a good job at with the RTP as well, is to, even though we focus on the money available for modernization and new projects, make sure we understand what those needs are for operation and maintenance to make sure that we're really being thoughtful about the money that's available. So here's a slide that gives you some sense of how much revenue is available over a 20-year period and some initial numbers about what that TSP candidate project list. And again, this isn't including the operation and maintenance side. This is really on the modernization side. So what this slide shows is over that 20-year period that is the TSP 2015 through 2035, if you exclude the port revenue and expenditures, and right now we've done that. If you looked at the RTP, you'd see that when Metro breaks out the city, they also break out the port. We're just in conversations with the port right now about what those revenues and those specific projects are. So rather than show them here, we'll be updating that when we come back in front of you. But if you take that out, right now in our financially constrained revenue scenario, which I'll be talking about in just a second, we have $1.4 billion of revenue. And right now, what Peter tells me is that there's $2.6 billion of candidate projects and program costs. So you can see there's a big gap. That'll be part of that hard work over the next few months is figuring out what are those projects that make it onto the TSP and where they show up in those tiers. This slide, and sorry it's hard to read, but is highlighting 3 different revenue scenarios that we're currently looking at in doing this planning effort. So the first one is one that you see a lot. It's the current allocation level, and that's a pretty gloomy assumption. But and I have another slide in just a second. We'll give some more details of what's included in that. But it's basically existing revenues with almost no increase anywhere. It's really conservative. The second one is the fiscally constrained or financially constrained, and that's the $1.4 billion I was talking about a minute ago. And then there's an unconstrained where we use the unconstrained revenue assumptions that were in the RTP, and that comes up to $1.9 billion. So if you look at that first, the current allocation level, what we're assuming there is there's no increase in the gas tax or vehicle registration fee over the next 20 years, again, pretty conservative. And we're basically assuming a minimal amount of GTR revenue. Basically, only enough to cover the matching of grants that would be available for additional capital projects. Under the financially constrained, and these are the assumptions that were included in the RTP, there's an assumption that there'll be a $15 vehicle registration fee increase every 8 years. There's also an assumption that our Streets funding proposal that's currently are going to be considered by council on November 20th, that program is enacted and that it lasts for 20 years. If that happens, there's about $20 million per year available for safety projects. Right now, we've prioritized about 2/3 of that for busy street projects and about 1/3 of it for more local street projects. We've intentionally not dedicated or tied the revenue in the last 3 years of a 6-year program so that we can use the guidance that's coming out of this TSP process to really inform those projects. And Peter's done a nice job internally with the projects in the first few years of applying the draft TSP criteria to that to help us inform that decision-making as well. In addition to that revenue, there's also in the financially constrained a 1-cent gas tax per year increase that's focused on operations and maintenance. So that's not showing up in these monies that are these resources available for the TSP modernization projects. Under unconstrained, we again use the assumptions that are in the regional plan that there's additional funding for small starts for streetcar projects. Again, there's some funding for streetcar projects in the constrained RTP. This is additional money in that unconstrained list. And then there's also some pretty ambitious goals. Let's see, a $2 a year increase in the vehicle registration fee and a $1 per year new local vehicle registration fee that's also included in that unconstrained number. So the big task that's going to be in front of us over the next few months is going to be refining those revenue targets. Again, the big goal there is making sure that we have the right number, but that we also really understand what claims there already may be against some of those revenues and how much discretion there is in how we use those dollars, which is that second bullet. Again, the discretionary revenue is something that's a little bit of a hard issue to work on because there's a lot of gray area. There's some revenues that we get that are like gas tax or parking revenue that have a lot of discretion, and then there's things like the R Streets revenue that's has some limits, but there's a lot of flexibility. So we're going to be providing more information that hopefully helps the Planning Commission and Transportation really see what those options are. And again, that will lead to a task of identifying what projects make it in the first 5 years, 6 through 10, and in those out years. So this is the last slide. I just wanted to leave a few questions out there for the commission. The first one is, are there any revenue streams that we missed or things that they're kind of looking into the future? Not that yeah. That's right. Get out your wallets. Yeah.
I do have a question.
Oh, sure.
Oh, okay. You want to do a question?
Well, just quickly, does this include the mayor and Commissioner Novak's scenario for a street fee? Or how does that play with all this?
Yeah, in the financially constrained analysis, we are including the street fee proposal that is currently being considered by council, and there's still some gray area about exactly what that's going to look like. But right now, we're assuming that it's a $40 million annual program, and that about 53% of it goes to maintenance, 47% of it to safety. And so that's when we look at these numbers over that 20-year time horizon, I think it's about $380 million that's available for what we're calling safety projects. Just a little bit more detail on that, of that $380 million that would be available over that 20 years. About 2/3 of it is focused right now on busy streets. Again, those are the targets. We could use the TSP projects and programs that come out of this will really, I didn't turn on my mic, will really guide a lot of that. But the big categories are sidewalks on busy streets, crossing improvements of busy streets, again, really focusing on getting seniors to transit, kids to school, people to businesses, that sort of thing.
But it proposes that it's going to pass.
Yes.
Thank you. That's all I really wanted to know. Thank you.
That was the same question I had.
Okay.
Mike?
Well, yeah, having walked here and feeling much healthier and virtuous, I was blown away by that, by the pie chart. I hadn't seen that before, and it's exciting to see how much potential there is. So that's fabulous in terms of ROI.
Do you have more, or?
No.
Just the last.
Yeah, I just
bullet
didn't
point.
mention this last bullet that I think we've gotten some feedback over the last little bit that there's some interest in looking at, some of the areas that we're thinking may have the most job growth and the most housing growth and that sort of thing. Is there some way that we can look at some other ways of value capture, whether it's parking revenue or some kind of tax increment revenue or something like that, that would really support that kind of development and create that funding stream that would allow some of those areas that are going to really need heavy investment to be able to move forward. So that's one that we're really digging into and appreciate any input on that as well. Thank you.
We have
Aside
questions,
from,
so
oh, sorry.
you want to? Go ahead.
Aside from parking revenue, can you give me some other examples of value capture?
Sure, I can. So one of the recent examples that we've done is we've done a couple of transportation system plan, SDC overlays, system development charge overlays, specifically in some certain districts where, like around the light rail development, there's going to be more development adjacent to that we want to feed into the infrastructure investment itself. So those are examples. Actually, urban renewal is a form of value capture as well. Different deployment, but a similar kind of mechanism.
Chris?
So I have a question and a challenge. I wanted to get
Right.
three of you in one place at one time so I could ask this.
It's a
particular
rare
question.
moment.
So, the TSP obviously has, a ton of planning in it for how to prioritize projects. The street fee has our streets, sorry, let me use the right name, has what I would call a more political set of projects that we've listened to the community and heard that this is what we want and maybe will help pay for. So my question is, how are you going to marry the politically popular projects with the good planning projects and come out with something rational for us?
Right. Who wants to take this?
start.
You wanna start?
Yeah,
I'm looking back and forth.
Sure. I can
I'll
start. I
take
mean,
it
I think
too.
the first thing I think is that we've already started to do that. When we were going through this existing process of saying what in the first 3 years where we've identified projects that we want to build with our streets, we set up some internal groups where we took projects like the sidewalk projects, the neighborhood greenways, and some of the more projects that have sort of more of network significance. And we used the TSP criteria to look at those projects, and it was really useful. I think it was really informative and helped us, kind of make some adjustments to some of those project lists before we then went back out to our modal and safety committees and talked about it. So one, it's already happening. I think the other thing about it is the restrictions in our streets, especially as you get into some more of the out years, more than half the program that's not committed, I think gives you the flexibility. I mean, it's basically saying we've set some goals around busy streets. 90% of our crashes occur on busy streets. So we're allocating, the majority of the revenue to busy streets within some other within some categories. And on the residential side, we've basically said we're going to allocate about a third of the money that's going to safety to residential. Right now, in the first 3 years, we're basically picking down lists that have already been created around safe routes to school projects. And a lot of work went in that over the last few years, nice, robust planning efforts. In addition to that, the neighborhood greenways is the second big thing on the residential street side. So my gut feeling is that the TSP effort is already helping us inform that, and we've strategically set it up so that in those out years, you'll have a fair amount of flexibility to make sure that those projects and programs are really driving what's included on those lists.
So in addition to the 7 criteria that I talked about, there is a very important 8th criteria, and it's the reason that we are here today, which is to ask for public comment. And of course, ultimately, you will be making a recommendation to the City Council. But over the next couple of months, we will take, at the end of the next couple of months in January, we will take the public comments that we've received and incorporate those into the evaluation. So when we make a recommendation to you on our prioritized or tiered list, it will include what we've heard from the public, from our advisory committees as to their priorities, the projects and programs that they want to see on the constrained list and the ones that they have concerns about. And so part of this process is to use transparent criteria that are based on achieving outcomes, and part of it is to incorporate public and community priorities into the process so that your recommendation, the recommendation we make to you reflects both of those.
Okay, that answer gives me hope, thank you.
Yeah.
So now the challenge. Director Treat is the most articulate spokesperson within city government for Vision Zero. And for those of you who haven't heard of Vision Zero, it's the idea that, really the only way to plan for traffic safety is to strive for the goal of 0 deaths, right? I would suggest to you that the safety policy in the TSP draft is a long way from an articulation of Vision Zero. And I would challenge you, when you come back to us with the next version, to have a much stronger safety policy that really does align with Vision Zero. And I've heard support for that in testimony here and at other community events. So,
Thank you.
It's a good challenge. Thank you.
Other comments? I have a couple. In terms of the goals and in terms of going through looking at, I understand there's equal weighting is how you're looking at it today. I'm concerned that equal weighting does not give equity and does not give some of the regions an equal opportunity to really meet that equity challenge. And just a case in point, because you bundle some of the projects that are concentrated in Southeast, the economic benefit of some of the sidewalks are going to be small relative to competition against a project that has 4 government agencies and a lot of things, and sits on a major transit route. It's going to have high economic benefit, and it's just not going to be able to ever beat out that project, even though they're bundled together and they have a higher value. So I challenge you to figure out a way so that there is, for some of the Southeast projects that are all now bundled together, they don't stay at the bottom of the list. And I don't know whether that's given another rating or some other weighting, but some way to do that. In terms of the descriptions, you have disadvantage for equity, and disadvantage in a federal sense is very specific to what it means in terms of definition. I don't know if you are classifying disadvantaged in a federal sense, and would say you ought to redefine equity more closely to what's in the Portland plan. Would be a better definition and more closely aligned to probably what's going to be in the comp plan too. And then in terms of the investment strategy, how will areas that are disadvantaged today be able to be on a catch-up schedule relative to an investment plan? And I don't need an answer today, but it's not clear to me in the TSP how that occurs, because some of the projects look like, if they're long-range projects, they'll never catch up. It just, the neighborhoods just don't catch up because the other ones are assuming they grow too. So, and lastly, just the location of the TSP and really the list. Can you put it in a better place on the website? It's like you got to be a miner to find that thing.
Meaning
You're the second person in 2 hours to tell us that.
Can you put it?
So the answer to that one is yes.
Just it's like you're trying to hide it, and I know you're not, but if you can put it in a place where we can actually find it easily, I'd appreciate it.
So if you remember last time I was here, I talked about the soup.
Yeah.
I think it's too soon to be able to say what the recipe is yet.
Yeah.
So until we have applied the criteria to the projects and programs, I don't think that we know enough yet about whether the way the rating is, if they were all to be equal or need to be modified. If we know enough yet, we don't have a feedback loop yet enough to know for certain how this will play out. And so that's part of the process in the coming months, is once we have the projects starting to get more and more rated, we can see then how is the sorting happening, and are there unintended consequences of the way we set up the system? Yeah.
And I've talked about this before, but it seems when you start bundling projects, the loss of locality from a neighborhood standpoint is concerning. And I'm speaking a little bit for Karen here, but they're trying to find their projects in the Southeast, and then now they're bundled, and if they end up at the bottom of the list again, it's not, it's going to kind of look like, oh yeah, we bundled them to give you a better rating, but that didn't go anywhere. And so I would ask that you keep that in mind, because the smaller projects I get need to have a better criteria, and this is your choice of methodology to get a better visibility and get them into that. So I guess the proof's in the pudding. If they are not early on and they're not toward the top of the list, what's the difference between the old system and the new system?
I think there are some nice things in the Our Streets effort that can kind of help show how we've been able to succeed on that in the short term. We just got a letter of endorsement from EPAP for the Our Streets projects, which, it's hard to do. It's consensus-based organization. And, what really drove it was, I think, in the neighborhood level, was all the projects that the neighborhoods have done such a good job of tracking and that they're seeing moving forward in that effort. And that EPIM effort, where we were able to kind of do some of that bundling, that was an example, I think, of where it worked pretty well and has shown an ability then to see that, meaning those projects are getting funded. But it's a great, thing to be looking at as we're looking at the longer list.
I'm looking at the most constrained list, because everything else is kind of if and when, and if they say yes, and it's kind of like, what can we guarantee? And then the rest comes later.
So as I'm sure, one of the things that I think you can give us guidance on as well is if you're really looking at where is land use growth going to happen, those localities, and if the centers and corridors strategy is really the direction from the Planning and Sustainability Commission for how we should approach growth, that does have a strong influence on how we should approach our investments. And so I think we are definitely looking to you to get consistent guidance from you in terms of if that is the strategy we should embody and add into our criteria to make sure that we're matching that. Right now, I'm hearing sort of two messages from you, I think, because I'm hearing that you want us to concentrate on centers and corridors where growth will happen, but also make sure to not leave anybody behind, and that's going to be a challenge. So that's something where I think we want to make sure we're getting really clear guidance from this commission to be able to implement.
If you go to the baseline reports that we put out, I think East County is going to grow at about 4 times the level. And so it's outside of downtown, I think, the fastest growing area. So we are looking.
So that should be very heartening news to you, because we have taken that direction of where growth is happening as a really strong influence on the investment strategy. So if your direction is to pay attention to those places that are growing, and those are places that are growing, they are going to perform really well within this rating process.
Well, the criteria will tell us that, I think. Your soup, when you actually get the recipe.
We crafted the recipe to respond to your direction. Whether or not the soup comes out that way on the first run, that's one of the tests we'll have to give it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I just wanted to quickly invite Ms. Treat to join you gentlemen when you appear again.
Okay, I was going to say, I didn't know she was behind us. Yeah. Okay, sure.
No, it'd be good to hear her vision and her thoughts, truly.
Great, got it. We've been looking ahead to February, but it may be that we try to bring her sooner if she's available. So, okay.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And now we'll move to the comprehensive plan hearing. Reminder to the public, if you wish to testify, please fill out a comment card out in the hallway, and they'll give it to Julie. I will call up 3 at a time. And there will be, you'll have 3 minutes. And we're planning to end testimony around 8 o'clock. And so you will have 3 minutes. We'll have a brief staff presentation, and then we'll start with the testimony. Eric?
Actually, we chose not to give a presentation tonight.
Okay, perfect. James Deerling, Sean Longren, and Bing Shelton. Bing Shelton? Right there.
Bing.
Okay. Great. James, go ahead.
Yeah, you've got a current comprehensive plan here designation to
I think the mic's
change
on.
my property. You want to rezone my property open space, and it's classified RF residential and farming. And I'm against rezoning it open space. It's on Smith and Bybee Lake. I've lived there 40 years.
What is your property address? Just so we-
11197 North Portland Road,
Okay.
and sometimes they call it North Portland Road. I've had a lot of things.
Okay.
That's all I got to say.
Oh, okay. Just real quickly, if anybody has a piece of property specifically that they have questions about or wish to, make sure that you tell staff out in the hallway also, so we record the address and we have that information. And then when you come up here, if you're testifying, please give us the address so we can record it. And we are tracking those with staff to see what the issue is.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good. I'm out of here.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hello, I'm Sean Loughran. I'm the Long Range Planning Manager with the Port of Portland, and I'm here to talk about the recently adopted Airport Futures Project and the need for consistency between it and the comprehensive plan. Airport Futures was a collaborative effort between the city, the port, and the community to create an integrated long-range plan for Portland International Airport. City port planning for Airport Futures began in 2000. The Airport Futures Project itself, which included a diverse 30-member planning advisory group, including 2 members from this commission, began in fall of 2007 and lasted for 3 years, culminating in a unanimous recommendation from the Planning Advisory Group for the entire integrated plan. More recently, you may recall that the Community Advisory Committee presented their annual report to you last May. Currently, Commissioner Karen Gray is the Planning Sustainability Commission representative, and Deborah Stein, Principal Planner, is the city's planning liaison. The main components of the Airport Futures Plan include a long-range facilities plan for the airport, comprehensive plan amendments and a new PDX plan district, and 3 intergovernmental agreements that created the Community Advisory Committee as well as the Natural Resource Program for the airport. The Planning Commission held public hearings on Airport Futures, the integrated plan, in June, July, and August of 2010, culminating in a unanimous recommendation to forward the plan to City Council for approval. Later, Airport Futures was adopted unanimously by the Port Commission and City Council in April of 2011. Many of the major issues that the community addressed in that 3-year Airport Futures project were also included in the comprehensive plan amendments. Those included prohibition of a future 3rd parallel runway, conservation, restoration, and enhancement of natural resources, airport noise, sustainable airport growth, wildlife hazard management, and airport growth flexibility. It was just a few years ago that inclusion of these issues into the existing comprehensive plan was of key importance. Unfortunately, the current draft plan contains almost none of that language. In the spirit of ongoing cooperation and coordination between the city and the port, and to honor the past work of the Airport Futures Planning Advisory Group and the ongoing work of the Community Advisory Committee, I request that the Commission direct staff to work with Port and a representative of the Community Advisory Committee to develop recommended comprehensive plan language that will ensure that the outcomes from Airport Futures continue. I request that the draft language be shared at the Community Advisory Committee meeting in January for a recommendation, and that recommendation be brought back to you for your consideration in future comprehensive plan meetings in the spring. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions? So do you have draft language today? Or
I
do
do
you have
not.
Okay, so you're just asking for staff to work with the port to develop
For
that
city
language.
staff to work with Port, and I think a member of the of the Citizen Advisory Committee.
Okay,
They'll meet again in January, so it'd be nice in the city's role to bring that back. I think maybe Karen or maybe Deborah from the city might want to bring that back, and then they could get a recommendation from
Okay.
that group.
great, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Bing Shi. Ooh, wow. Very sensitive. I'm here representing the Northwest Cultural Center. I'm a board member. The draft comprehensive plan rezoned the building, but the property consists of another quarter block, which is currently a parking lot located on the corner of 19th and Northwest Flanders. I think what we're here to ask you to do is change the parking lot to the same designation you've proposed in the comprehensive plan, because as a community asset, we never see the two being separated. So, and furthermore, because the building is a national landmark, if we ever wanted to expand programs within the community center, we'd want to use the parking lot, and it's currently zoned RH. Not that we couldn't apply for a modification, but it just doesn't seem appropriate that we wouldn't change the designation for the entire property.
And your current property is owned,
Well,
is it RH today?
the parking lot is owned RH
Okay.
today. You're proposing a comprehensive change for the building, which is on Everett.
Okay.
It doesn't include the parking
Parking
lot.
lot. Okay.
Yes, apparently your draft plan does not include the parking lot. And, you know, I can see why that would have happened, because unless you knew that they were under the same ownership, you would assume that, you know, just keep it where it is. But it's not only under the current ownership, but it's never going to get separated.
Okay.
And we will hopefully eventually expand or want to expand, and it just would be a lot easier to do so under similar zoning. So I just think this is just inadvertent and not a conspiracy.
Right.
So
Thank you.
it just seems like just a very modest map change to fix the problem.
Okay. Thank you. Other questions?
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your consideration.
Gustavo Cruz, John Bradley, Sharon Ginstevic, huh? Janassia is the. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Gustavo Cruz. I'm the president of the Northwest District Association, or the NWDA. I live at 2224 Northwest Johnson Street, and I'm a lifelong resident of Northwest Portland. I appreciate the opportunity to testify on behalf of our neighborhood association regarding the draft comprehensive plan. We feel this is an invaluable opportunity to improve our city by setting goals and policies that reflect our values and aspirations. Our committees have reviewed the draft plan carefully, and representatives from our planning, air quality, and transportation committees will also testify today with more specific comments. Overall, we're excited and optimistic about this project, but we have several global concerns to share with you. First, although the draft plan states that one size does not fit all, our members are concerned that the unique qualities of Northwest Portland may not be fully appreciated in this process. Our neighborhood combines an extremely dense residential area with robust commercial activity, a historic district, and a major institutional campus. We also adjoin an industrial area, the Pearl District in downtown Portland. Very few neighborhoods outside of major cities like New York and San Francisco have a similar cross-section of influences and challenges. Our members are concerned that the infrastructure and amenities that we value may not be able to keep pace with rapid development in what is already an extremely dense area. Second, we encourage you to include neighborhood associations as part of community involvement in the draft plan. Neighborhood associations are grassroots democracy at its finest, and they play a key role in addressing the day-to-day concerns of neighbors and businesses. We encourage you to respect and build on existing neighborhood plans. Third, our members are concerned that the goals and policies expressed in the draft plan may not be specific enough to be implemented effectively. We encourage you to adopt goals and policies that are clear, direct, and capable of evaluation in the future. Finally, given the scope and importance of this project, We request that you leave the written record open and hold additional public hearings. This project is extremely complicated and challenging, especially for those who lack a formal land use planning background, and we feel that additional time for consideration and more than 4 public hearings are both warranted. Thank you for your consideration and for your efforts to improve our city.
Thank you.
My name is John Bradley. I reside at 2350 Northwest Johnson. I'm chair of the NWDA Planning Committee, and I'm here today speaking on their behalf. The current draft of the comprehensive plan envisions a series of urban nodes of various intensities linked by transportation infrastructures, again, of various intensities. I should mention here that the NWDA urban node currently has no defined geographic boundaries. Within these new nodes, a new redesigned set of mixed-use zones will be placed. As currently envisioned, these new mixed-use zones will re-examine setbacks, ground floor active uses, massings and articulations, as well as design standards, how heights relate to street scale, and whether or not mass and bulk standards should replace current FAR standards. Lastly, some area plans might be set aside. This is particularly onerous to us because it represents a shift away from local self-determination toward centralization and a one-size-fits-all systems. While policy transformation and implementing codes need not go hand in hand, the magnitude of these changes prevents us from supporting them until the actual code language is more fleshed out. For the last 30 years, the NWDA has served as a living laboratory for mixed-use policy and livability. We have seen the doctrine of unintended consequences and poor implementation schemes in action. On behalf of the residents of the Northwest District Association, please allow for additional time for the code language and the maps to catch up with good policy intentions.
Thank you.
My name is Sharon Janassi, and I'm testifying on behalf of NWDA. I am chair of the Northwest District Association Air Quality Committee. The Air Quality Committee in Northwest Portland recognizes the need for adjustments to the comprehensive plan to protect the quality of Portland's airshed. Portland's air is a natural resource like water or trees that must be preserved for the health of city residents. It is a resource that has been historically abused through industrial and other emissions. The comprehensive plan offers an opportunity for the city and neighborhoods to work together to clean up Portland's air. We suggest 3 strategies to meet this goal. Construction projects in Portland should utilize the clean diesel agreement between NWDA and John Residential using Tier 4 retrofits and oversight as a standard for all new construction. Adopting this standard will greatly reduce diesel particulate, a known carcinogen, from the airshed. Small and minority contractors should be given special consideration and assistance to meet the standard. Second, fill the gap between DEQ and the city by additions to the existing permit system, which would allow businesses citywide currently unregulated by DEQ. These are businesses that use stacks on their roofs or other means to emit pollution into the air. 3, regarding demolitions, city regulations that limit the release of asbestos and lead should be enforced on demolition sites. Currently, demolitions are occurring with no protection for neighboring residents. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Just for everybody's information to be sure, the hearing in terms of the written record is open to March 13th, 2015. So you can still submit written testimony through March 13th, 2015.
Emphasize that.
Juliet Hymes, Hymes, Wendy Chung, Wendy Chung.
I wonder why you weren't asking questions.
Karen Carlson.
Oh, wait,
Wendy?
this is yours.
Juliet, you want to go ahead?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Juliet Hyams. I live at 2324 Northwest Marshall. I am Vice President of the Northwest District Association, testifying on their behalf today, and I instigated the Conway Clean Construction Agreement that Sharon alluded to a moment ago. Today, however, I want to comment about the words sustainability and resiliency as used in the comp plan draft. Sustainability is mostly used to refer to economic issues, while resiliency refers to responding to the effects of global warming. These terms are significant enough to be added to your glossary. And while I appreciate the thoughtfulness of these terms, I believe the plan needs greater emphasis on a complementary term, conservation. Conservation addresses the intention of both terms because the least costly unit of energy is obtained through conservation rather than generating new power. Conservation can also abate global warming. True resource conservation requires robust regulation beyond that provided by the state of Oregon. The plan must drive ambitious regulation at the city level to protect our air, water, land use, and quality of life. I want the plan to think big, further strengthening resiliency with policies like an increased gas tax, a carbon tax, and congestion pricing. These concepts will help us leap ahead of other states in terms of both economic sustainability and environmental resiliency. Currently, we lag embarrassingly far behind neighboring states in our environmental regulations. Providing scarce resources like energy and parking for free or at little cost ensures their overconsumption and disguises their true cost. Let this plan perpetuate Portland's reputation as a national leader in treasuring both its economy and ecology. Thank you.
My name is Wendy Chung. I am an NWDA board member and a member of the NWDA Planning Committee. I'm here to testify about demolition and historic preservation as it relates to the comp plan. We are really lucky to have a historic district that enhances livability and attracts tourism to Northwest. But a recent spate of demolition and development of out-of-scale, architecturally incompatible apartment buildings is dwarfing historic buildings and homes, jeopardizing the character of the district. We support development and understand the need to accommodate growth. In fact, 1,500 new apartment units have been built in our neighborhood since 2012. But we need thoughtful development in the right places, like, for example, in the Conway Master Plan area where thousands of additional apartments, as well as a new Seasons, lots of retail, jobs, and services are being added to a previously underutilized area. Articles in the paper and current OPB coverage about demolition make clear this is not a Northwest NIMBY issue. There is a citywide concern about the destruction of neighborhood character. The comp plan discusses distinctive neighborhoods and not using a one-size-fits-all approach, but the specific goals and policies lack teeth. Chapter 3's goals speak to the virtues of new development and redevelopment and compact urban development without balancing these against preserving historic neighborhoods in the inner city. Chapter 4 is worse. Goal 4B says that historic resources are part of an urban environment that continues to evolve and are preserved when possible. This sounds like an argument for demolition, not preservation. Several policies speak to protecting historic buildings on adopted inventories. 30 years ago, 5,000 properties were listed on the city's Historic Resources Inventory, or HRI. Although the code provides for a 120-day demolition delay for anything on the HRI, it also allows a property owner to simply fill out a one-page form requesting removal to clear the way for demolition. Often, the removal form and the demo app are submitted simultaneously. Generally, properties at least 50 years old are eligible for listing on the National Register of Historic Places. In addition to being incomplete and outdated, therefore, the HRI has no teeth. The Landmarks Commission recently urged Council to update the HRI and to allow for a mandated waiting period for removal. We support this recommendation. In the meantime, we recommend a 120-day waiting period before demolition of any building or residence that is at least 50 years old, consistent with the National Trust's standards. We do not, however, support the draft recommendation that guts the existing code provision by removing the 120-day extension option in exchange for eliminating the K1 exception for replacement of a residence. Neighbors need more than 35 days to pull together enough resources to buy a property or to develop an alternative plan for the building. At the end of the day, however, delay is not enough. We need to provide incentives for preservation so that building owners and developers are motivated to restore historic treasures. We also need to reconcile the current zoning in areas with historic overlays so that homes on the National Register, like mine, aren't zoned RH, which allows for a 6-story apartment building. I'd like to close by saying, please don't demolish history in Portland. Fix the code, put some teeth in the comp plan goals and policies, and preserve history for future.
Karen? Go ahead.
That's for me. They're all excited I'm going to speak. My name is Karen Carlson. I live at 1905 Northwest Northrop, and my business is at 906 Northwest 23rd Avenue. I am a member of the board of North NWDA. I don't want to say it all out. And I'm also on the planning committee. The comp plans identified medical centers and higher education campuses as a place for job growth. Several policies point that to support this growth and to protect the surrounding neighborhoods from off-site impacts. In the comp plan, the proposal to do this is to create institutional zoning on these campuses. There's a process running parallel to the comp plan that's taking this land use designation of institutional zoning to the next step, developing code. I serve on the advisory group for that effort, and some of my testimony may go beyond just the establishment of the new land use designation and a bit into its implementation. The Northwest District has one of the institutions that is proposed to be designated institutional, Good Samaritan Hospital and Medical Center. Currently, institutions exist in primarily residential zones and have grown up with the neighborhoods that they're in. Most of these institutions now have conditional use master plans. Through the master plan process, the institution, the neighborhood, and the city work together to find the best ways to support the institution's growth and to mitigate the effects of that growth on the neighborhood. But not all institutions are alike, and not all neighborhoods are alike. These master plans are tailored to each situation. Creating institutional zoning, a one-time-fits-only solution, you've heard that one before, does not recognize the unique differences. And this zoning designation process progressing to code writing, it's clear that writing the code is not going to be able to recognize these differences either. Northwest Portland's a highly dense urban area with a mixture of uses. Good Sam needs to integrate into the neighborhood. The neighborhood doesn't need to be buffered from or protected from the campus. In fact, the word campus evokes to me territory, a place with a fence around it or maybe nice landscaping, with the only occupants being those who work in or use the services of the institution. In Northwest, we walk and drive through the Good Sam area going to work, home, play, and shopping. We may eat in the cafeteria, we may buy our prescriptions from the pharmacy. Good Sam is part of our neighborhood, and we've been working together for years to make a great neighborhood. Please think carefully about this new institutional zoning designation. It's not the answer for Northwest Portland, and we understand that Legacy Good Samaritan Hospital also agrees this approach is not appropriate. And we, NWDA, oppose the designation of institutional land use zoning.
Thank you. Quick question.
Karen, I want to follow up a little bit on the institutional question. So, putting a growth boundary around Legacy was one of the animating forces that caused NWDA to get formed, right?
I know.
So how do we balance the need to keep an institution from consuming a neighborhood, which was the risk back in the 70s, versus your desire to integrate the institution into the neighborhood, which I think I wholeheartedly agree with. But where's the sweet point in that balance?
I think the current process that's been working with master plans kind of helps do that. I don't know if other neighborhoods have the same activism that Northwest has that sort of created this in the first place. But, problems with institutional zoning is there may be areas in some institutions that just outside what is currently their area, their boundary, there may be appropriate areas that maybe could be expansions for the institution. And the way it is proposed at this point is unless that land were zoned, or identified in the comp plan as that, they'd have to go back to another comp plan amendment to make that make sense. I'm just not seeing how this is going to work. That's.
Well, I think the neighborhood versus the Good Samaritan issue is interesting. I want to make sure that all of your testimony represents the thinking and the support of the Northwest District Association, that you're in support of that. I think the success of it over the years, Chris, has been a good neighborhood agreement, however that's worked with Good Sam in the neighborhood. And that means a very strong district association. So as long as that's in place, I think you have a very good scenario for success.
The good neighbor agreement has been backed up by additional use. I understand.
Don?
My question, and Karen, I'm glad you raised this. My question is, if you have the mixed-use zone on the existing campus, and you want to expand the campus beyond that underlying zone, can you do a conditional use permit? Do you have the option of doing that for newly added property? Or do you have to do the comp plan zone change to mixed use? That's or institutional. And we don't have to answer it now, but I think Karen's issue kind of raises that point. Because hospitals do have a way of growing.
They do. They do.
Thank
And
you.
some in different ways than others.
Yeah.
They don't always have to grow out.
Yeah. Thanks, Karen.
Thank you very much. Jeannie Harrison, Philip Sellinger, and Jim Liebenthal. Jeannie, you want to get started?
Do I dare touch this? It seems a little high. Okay. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Jean Harrison. I live at 837 Northwest 25th. I'm the current chair of the NWDA Transportation Committee. Our committee believes it's premature to provide input on the transportation-related policies in the proposed comprehensive plan because the update of the transportation system plan is still in its infancy. Without more detail relating to street classifications and more specific policies and actions that presumably will be part of the TSP update, it's hard to know whether the policies before you are appropriate or adequate. Therefore, our comments are predicated on the assumption that the comp plan policies will be revised as necessary to be consistent with the TSP and vice versa. We will be submitting more detailed comments based on tonight's testimony, but will also provide additional written comments once the draft TSP has been prepared. The issues we want to talk about tonight are the lack of vision for the next 30 years. The policies in transportation are reflective of primarily current practices and don't address the huge changes that will occur in Portland as it continues to grow, become more congested, and as climate changes accelerate. What should the transportation system look like in 30 years, and how do we get there? Generally, the policy language is pretty weak. The policies use words such as encourage, promote, coordinate, improve, and support. These words are somewhat ambiguous and leave little hope that anything will be accomplished. An example is Policy 9.59, which says encourage the development of a range of stable funding sources. Really? Why not just develop a range, especially given the current efforts by Council and PBOT to adopt a new transportation fee? Comprehensive plan designations versus TSP classifications. I'm really confused about this, and I shouldn't be. It's not clear what designations, such as a civic corridor, which is applied to Burnside, means in relation to its TSP classifications. How will aspirational designations, such as a civic corridor, be reconciled with Burnside's existing constrained elements, such as an inadequate sidewalk? Regional coordination has been given extremely short shrift in the proposed policies. Increasingly in Northwest Portland, we are suffering from large numbers of commuters accessing our streets from Washington County. We've been in contact with Metro, both representatives and their staff, and planning staff, and have basically been told there's nothing they can do. The local jurisdictions just need to take care of it themselves. This is not a satisfactory response. The comp plan policies should make a strong statement on how to resolve issues, including classification conflicts across jurisdictions, not just talk about coordination. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Phil Sellinger, NWDA Transportation Committee and board member, and I'm bringing up the rear for NWDA here, and I'm going to continue the list that Jean started of some transportation concerns or topics that we have. First of those is transportation demand management. Needs more emphasis as the ability to build new roadway traffic capacity is very limited. Currently, TDM is only required of developers by way of quasi-judicial land use approvals, affecting a relatively small percentage of development. Both BPS and PBOT need to develop citywide requirements to reduce auto usage across the range of development types and locations. Next topic is proposed institutional zones will not be able to address the unique transportation impacts of large institutions on neighborhoods. Required institutional TDM measures are frequently complex and must respond to changing circumstances. How will the proposed zones deal with these critical issues and still preserve neighborhood livability? Transit needs are increasing beyond TriMet's ability to provide it. Rather than punt the transit service discussion to TriMet, the city needs to take a more aggressive role in defining the future transit network. Just as developers pay system development charges for street, bike, and pedestrian facilities, they should contribute to transit service as well. Transit-dependent communities suffer when transit service is reduced to unacceptable levels during recessions. The city should be supporting development of a sustainable operating budget for transit service during good times and bad. Policy 8.37 allows expanded use of the right-of-way for commercial uses such as street seats and private utilities that take up valuable space needed for pedestrians, bicycles, and even parking. This is an expansion of existing policy and ignores the primary role of the right-of-way for bicycle lanes, wider sidewalks, and on-street parking, all supporting economic activity. The Northwest neighborhood has been subjected to the increasing use of the right-of-way for non-transportation purposes, leading to congested sidewalks, 23rd Avenue being a good example. Finally, and speaking of parking, while the proposed parking policies are extensive, policy 9.50 on-street parking conflicts with policy 8.37 parking management. Parking management needs to be proactive and anticipate parking problems outside the central city. It took 10 years for the city to adopt and implement a parking management plan for Northwest Portland. Other neighborhoods shouldn't have to wait that long. So thank you. That concludes the NWDA comments, and we will have a more detailed written submittal in the near future.
So if I could just make a point before we leave the NWDA section of this evening's entertainment. Yeah, Phil and Jean, I realize you guys are flying the NWDA flag tonight, but it's not lost on me that we have the former TriMet planning director and the former PBOT policy manager. So, if either of you want to suggest specific language to us, I think we'd be delighted to get that input.
Include that in our written testimony.
That goes for everybody testifying. The more specific language we can get, the more effective we can get, I think, in representing your concerns.
It's good. Good point. Thank you.
Thank you. Don?
Oh, quick question. Now, I'm assuming that you're not against sidewalk cafes, but kind of keep it within reason and have the right regulations in place. Is that accurate?
Let Jean take that.
I actually worked on the Sidewalk Cafe Task Force as a representative of the neighborhood. And we tried to come up with a set of regulations that were fair to everyone, that allowed what some people consider a lively addition to the pedestrian environment to continue, but in a way that does not block passage for pedestrians.
Great, so a more moderate approach.
But enforcement is everything, and all enforcement is complaint-driven. And the enforcement team, while terrific and really, I think, do a good job, don't work 24/7, and a lot of the problems occur evenings and weekends, as you know.
Good, good. Thanks, Jean.
Other questions? Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jim Lobenthal, and I represent the Riverside Golf Club at 8105 Northeast 33rd. I submitted a letter that I think you may have copies of, and I just wanted to briefly amplify a couple of points in that letter regarding the comp plan and how it affects Riverside. As an overall perspective, Riverside is operating quite successfully right now, and we plan to continue that way for quite a long time. Our current membership, we have over 500 members. In our peak summer months, we have 84 employees, and almost 40% of those are youth working after school or during the summers. Our board spent a lot of time discussing this industrial sanctuary designation on a portion of the course. And after a lot of discussion, decided that we need to oppose that designation on this property. We recognize the city's need to do a long-term look at land and its use. And we also realize that having that designation from an investment standpoint has some advantages down in the future if Riverside ever converted. But our concern is that this is detrimental to our ongoing operations, and that the perception can be that Riverside will be converting to industrial eventually. And we really spent a lot of time talking about this, that we needed to focus in on what we're trying to do today, and that is operate a golf and social club. Part of that is a marketing to new members. There's always turnover in this business. This time of year, people start going, saying, why am I spending this money to be part of a club when it's raining? So that's a continual thing. We're competing with other courses, whether it's Columbia Edgewater or other courses around. So our business model is to continue that strong marketing and not degrade that in any way. We're also concerned that, you know, if we get the designation, there's some ongoing follow-on regulatory processes that may occur that may not necessarily be beneficial also. Again, I guess we want to stick to our knitting and focus in on running a good golf club. And I think there's probably other properties that the staff might be more, should be looking at that might have more feasibility of being converted at some point in the future than Riverside. So we'd be glad to answer any questions if you guys have.
Chris?
So I think this is really timely testimony for us. You know, economic opportunity analysis says we're 600 acres short of industrial land, right? So one of the strategies to try and fill that gap is to look at a number of golf courses and see could they be industrial land in the future. So I guess my question to you is what's the trend in the golf industry now? You know, I know there was the Tiger Woods peak, and then there's been kind of a trough since then. But if you could give us, you know, your perspective of the outlook, and particularly for golf courses within urban environments.
Well, I think we've seen some changes in, you know, there's some demographic issues where fewer young people have been playing, but there's a lot of activities underway to invite young people in to play golf and participate. I think the conversion of Colwood is one of the areas where they're going to focus in on a shorter course similar to the children's course. Demographics, I mean, one of the things that we look at is, while maybe there's some decline in the golf industry nationwide, the Portland area is growing by quite a bit. And so there's a lot of opportunities out there for folks, and there's a few, you know, there's fewer courses. I mean, Broadmoor may eventually convert. Colwood obviously has. I don't know of any others right now, but so it's a mixed. I think in the urban market, it's a stronger play than, let's say, in some of the resort areas, like Central Oregon.
Thank you.
Other questions? Thank you. Next, we're going to have a video and a series of persons. So I'm going to call up 4 people I understand that are associated with this: James Peterson, Carol McCarthy, Ellen Gentry, and Bill Kilhorn.
What do we do to make it go? This one right here. All right, so maybe let me start. All right, so hello, my name is Carol McCarthy, and I live at 4311 Southwest Freeman Street. Today I want to call your attention to loopholes that exist between the current comp plan and its implementation. I believe that aspirational language in the draft comp plan is even more open to interpretation, and that it needs to be supplemented with performance measures so that the public will know whether the plan is being implemented as intended. We are going to be showing you a video that documents the removal 2 weeks ago of a 75-year-old tree on a corner lot on Northeast 35th Avenue between Holman and Rosa Parks. We are challenging a proposed development on a single-family residential lot in our neighborhood at 7208 Southwest 28th Avenue with the potential destruction of a 48-inch diameter tree. The comp plan designation on this lot is R7, but the zoning code
is implementing it as R2.5. The current tree policy and the 2015 draft tree policy exempt these corner lot trees from protection. The comp plan might lead the public to believe that these trees will be protected. I challenge you to make sure that they are. This is an 8-minute video of a 2.5-hour process that removed a 75-year-old tree called Doug 35.
So just to be clear, you've got 3 minutes, and I understood you're splitting with 3 people to do the 3 minutes. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so, I'm sorry.
So we are having sound problems, but the video itself is running.
Okay.
The mute button's on at the bottom right? Yeah, it's not. Okay.
That gives you the opportunity to narrate.
Narrate, yes.
Well, the soundtrack is actually a beautiful, I think, Philip Glass, Quanascazi, and you can see it on YouTube. It really makes the video. Well. What? Okay. So I think the message of this video is strengthened by the audio, so it may be a waste of your time to be watching it now. But if I could just say that I think that the comp plan might be a labor-intensively written document, and you might be sitting here and removed from what is actually happening on the ground. I don't think anyone in the current design of a comp plan would appreciate a 48-inch diameter tree being cut down just because it happens to be located on a corner lot. So we have a comp plan that zones property R7, and after we're done, we have corner lots being developed as R2.5 and 48-inch diameter trees being cut down and exempted in the 2015 tree policy because they're on a corner lot. So I just think that we need to have performance measures written into the comp plan so we know is the aspirational language actually being met? Are trees actually being protected? And are the lot sizes being preserved? So that's
okay. Okay. And did the rest of you want to testify at all?
Well, I'm supposed to testify next. I handed out this spreadsheet of a timeline on the comp plan.
And you are who?
I'm James Peterson. I'm the land use chair of Multnomah Neighborhood. James Peterson, address 2502 Southwest Multnomah Boulevard, 97219. This is the third time I've testified. The first time I testified, I requested a time extension for 90 days after the mixed-use zones are defined and the institutional zones are defined. During that hearing, for some reason, that part just got tapered down to just 90 days, and it had to be corrected. There was a number of people who testified the same way, and Ms. Anderson here had to correct the panel here in that we were asking until those zones be defined. Now, if you look at this outline, which you've had more than one copy of, you see that you've extended in the second hearing to keep the record open until March 13th. But unfortunately, you look at all the work that's going on. There's the institutional zones and the mixed-use zones have not yet been defined. How in the world can the neighborhood and the residents understand what's happening? This is a task 4 and task 5 need to be combined, and so that the public can have a chance to testify. The mixed-use zones in our neighborhood have 250 different properties, and they're putting these into mixed-use categories, and the zones will not be defined until long after your hearing is closed. That's a major violation of Goal 1. Now, if you want to continue down this process, we'll file a LUBA appeal, and you guys can start over at the end of the hearing. We're not asking for a lot. We just want to see the total plan and hearings, more hearings, so that the public has a chance to comment on the whole plan before this record is closed. We're not asking for a lot. I asked the city staff where you came up with March 13th, and I have yet to find an answer. Where did that come from? Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
So if I can ask a clarifying question, so your request is 90 days after those zones are defined.
Right.
I'd like to understand what you mean by defined. Does that mean proposed code is available for discussion, or?
Well, everything it takes to understand how it's going to impact a piece of property and affect our neighborhood. It's all definitions. It's basically the code needs to be written.
Okay,
and we have no idea right now, under one mixed use designation, it could have 3 or 4 different yet to be defined zones.
I take your point. I'm trying to understand what would satisfy you. So is the first draft of the proposed code out for public review sufficient to meet the start of your 90-day clock?
Well, look, if you look right here, you're not going to have hearings until sometime in July on the mixed-use zones. So the code language won't be written so we can even review it till then. And you basically came at the last hearing. We're very surprised that we were not satisfied with the March 13th day. So if you're not going to have hearings until sometime in late May, if this timeline is right, then how in the world would we even know what the language is?
Okay, but our mandate from the state is we adopt a comp plan, then we adopt implementing zoning. You want us to do the zoning before we do the comp plan, that's what I'm hearing.
Well, I want you to combine task 4 and task 5. I'm telling you right now that the way this is written is a violation of Goal 1. And I'm sure that through the legal process we'll prevail if this wants to continue this way.
Okay, well,
Thank you.
I think we've heard you.
Thank you.
We're going to ask staff for advice on how the process fits.
All right.
So what you're asking for, just to be clear, is if you look at the yellow line on your chart, is that 90 days after what's called the mixed-use zones proposed code is put on the table, correct?
Well,
Not the hearings.
until a point in time when they can't be changed.
Well, they can be changed at council, so
Yeah.
they can be changed at any time.
Well, until you can change
So
them.
the code is proposed at that would be the proposed time. We're trying to understand a date or in your.
Well, we've been going to the mixed-use hearings, and they're not very clear on when they're going to be finished.
Okay, okay, thank you. Are you complete?
Just a quick question to Susan. And I think part of setting this was the March 13th date was to come after the mixed use zones concept report so that everybody had a better idea that report was out and there was still time to comment on that. And that report could give the neighborhoods hopefully enough information to understand what's being proposed and time to testify against what's being proposed. Is that correct?
So at the March 13th, you're going to hold hearings so we can testify to you on the mixed-use zones?
That's coming out in January, and written testimony is still accepted up until March 13th. So
But you're going to be accepting written comment on March 13th on the mixed-use zones that won't be defined then?
Don't go there.
Okay, so for clarity,
Yeah.
in January, we're proposing the mixed-use zones concept report, which will provide a definition of the different mixed-use zones. And the idea was, and this was what the proposal was that at that point you would have enough information to then comment on those and to have those comments in by March. We will not have adopted the mixed-use zones either here or at council before March. And so if you wanted to wait until after we had adopted those here, you know, that would be into July or August. And so if that's what you're asking for, then we just need to know that in terms of clarity.
Okay, well, then just to get this clarified, then when they go through the hearing process, there will not be any changes to those mixed-use designations?
No, there could definitely be, and there could be changes at city council, and after city council adopts it, they can come back the next week and change them again. And so that's why we do the policy first and then the code, to get the policy rules straight. And so I think what we were trying to do here was to have the policy set, have the definitions, and I understand it's hard because you aren't getting 100% assurance that we're not going to change the zones afterwards. But that can change anytime afterwards. You have to understand that city council and the planning commission have that authority to always change the code after.
Well, it can be changed at any time, but somehow what we want to know is what we're actually getting.
Right. And so, anyway, we can talk more about this offline a little bit more too, but wanted to make sure that you understood that the proposal now is in January to have a definition of what those are. Thank you.
Thank you. Tim Helzer, David Red Thunder, Christopher Brown.
Good evening.
Go
My
ahead,
name
David.
is Tim Helzer. I'm a Hayden Island resident. I've been saying to you for months, you got West Hayden Island right. I'm sure you've heard me, but I want to explain how I came to this conclusion about your previous work. I've been an independent business management consultant for more than 35 years, helping organizations plan and become more profitable across the United States and Central Europe and Southeast Asia. And for 40 years, I've been teaching doctoral students how to do publishable research for their PhD dissertations, bringing valid and reliable new knowledge to the world. I know good research when I see it. And as a business consultant, I've read the public testimony and expert studies about marine development on West Hayden Island. As a longtime business consultant, I know marine development is not financially feasible or economically sustainable on West Hayden Island. As a doctoral research professor, I know you've studied the West Hayden Island facts, weighed the social, transportation, human health, and environmental consequences, then required highly responsible mitigations for all of Hayden Island. Many of you have research experience through advanced degrees, and all of you value fact-based decision-making. So I'm not surprised you got West Hayden Island right in the best interest of the city of Portland regarding that important island. But the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability is much more easily persuaded by the politicized but unsupported promises of unbridled greed of the Portland Marine Industrial Special Interest Groups. Although a major contributor to this commission's final decision in August of 2013, our own BPS in this draft comprehensive plan has completely rejected all of your well-researched facts, disregarded your measured conclusions, and denied your carefully weighed recommendations. Your previous West Hayden Island work stands on its own. The draft comprehensive plan does not. You got West Hayden Island right the first time. Follow through on that. Yours is the more responsible document. Theirs is not. Yours calls for any marine industrial development on West Hayden Island to be fully mitigated. Theirs contains no mitigations there whatsoever. Better yet, simply take West Hayden Island out of the industrial lands inventory.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please, no clapping. Just, David?
I am David Douglas Red Thunder.
Excuse me.
An American Indian, member of the Sisseton-Wapton Sioux tribe. I am named after the great Scottish botanist David Douglas, who's honored by the conifer species Douglas fir that bears his name. After years of expert testimony before this commission, the facts are well established that West Hayden Island will not succeed economically as a marine industrial development, and the port agrees. It said it was just too expensive to build there, and it withdrew its proposal to the city for annexation and rezoning. That commission testimony also established that West Hayden Island is a highly valued urban natural wildlife habitat, along with its 81 bird species, 9 different mammals, 4 kinds of amphibians, and most important forest areas. It is also a critically important river shallows for juvenile salmon and other migrating fish. For me as American Indian, I practice animism as my spiritual tradition. We believe that non-human entities, animals, birds, plants, rocks, trees, sands, waters, as well as humans, all possess spiritual essence. I embrace the Judeo-Christian tenets of faith as well. For me, West Hayden Island is my sanctuary, my place of worship, a place where the spirits teach me righteous ways. My tribal brothers and sisters of Yakima and Ground Round Federations share these traditions with me. And for us, the Columbia River conditions surrounding West Hayden Island supports us spiritually and physically through our ancient fishing practices protected by the treaty with the United States. Many argue West Hayden Island must be developed for more jobs and greater world trade, while others argue development will degrade livability for all islanders and the environment. For me in mind, it's a spiritual place, one of very few left, for us to practice our faith in communion with the full range of our spiritual teachers. Over the next several months, as you consider how the draft comprehensive plan categorically excludes your careful research and your written requirements, have the courage of your wisdom and reaffirm that any development of West Hayden Island must also include all mitigations you recommended last year, or it must be completely removed from the DCP's industrial lands inventory. Come next spring when you are writing your decisions, again, please remember me, David Douglas Red Thunder, and know that West Hayden Island is my sanctuary, and it can and should be sanctuary for us all. I direct my report to pages G6, Habitat Corridor, and G7, Habitat Friendly Development. Thank you.
Thank you. Please. Go ahead.
My name is Chris Brown. I live in the Westmoreland neighborhood. I've been a full-time resident there since 1997. I'm here today to talk about proposed zoning change for a lot that is in the Westmoreland neighborhood. It's currently occupied by a QF grocery store parking lot at 6411 Southeast Milwaukee Avenue. I live at 1523 Southeast Henry Street, adjacent to the store in the parking lot. The lot is currently zoned R5 non-conforming use, which imposes restrictions on the lot in terms of noise, use of off hours, and to the strict use of the parking lot, not to include unloading of trucks, storage display, storage, etc. The R5 non-conforming use zoning has served the neighborhood well during the decades previous to QFC's occupancy, which began in 1998. The neighbors were able to live in harmony with the store essentially without incident. Since the opening of the store around 1998, the neighbors in the neighborhood have experienced a negative impact from that store. This includes excessive noise and vibrations from trucks idling in the parking lot and on surrounding streets. The back store wall only magnifies this effect, pushing noise back into the neighborhood. Alcohol being stolen from the store, those involved fleeing through the neighborhood, garbage and debris blowing into the neighborhood from outside storage, sidewalks, handicap parking areas, and other public areas being blocked when used for unloading and unloading trucks, and vandalism perpetrated by those using the store in the late evening and overnight hours. The neighbors approached the store to try to discuss these impacts, and were able to come to a good neighbor agreement, a draft of a good neighbor agreement about 15 years ago. To this date, that agreement remains unsigned and not enforced or communicated to QFC staff despite our repeated efforts to get it into place and in use. Many store managers have come and gone over the years, and none have made any sustained progress in terms of honoring even one aspect of the agreement until zoning enforcement began in 2014. We need a grocery store in our neighborhood. It supports the kind of environment we want to live in, where we want to raise our children. We love that it helps us live in a car-free environment where we can get our goods and services by walking, supporting local businesses. But we are neighbors who stick together and respect each other. This is evidenced by our nearly 15-year-long effort to get the QFC to be that kind of neighbor, which they just have not been. There have been vast improvements in our quality of life with the recent enforcement of the current R5 non-conforming use zoning, the enforcement of the R5 non-conforming use zoning. We ask that you consider, as you consider changes to the zoning of this lot, that you take this all into consideration and help us maintain the current R5 non-conforming use zoning to ensure that the buffer that we so desperately need to maintain livability is honored at 6411 Southeast Milwaukee Avenue.
Thank you. Mike?
Question for Mr. Helzer. We will be discussing the options that you raised, and something that I would find helpful, and I've been struggling with this myself, is how, short of taking it off the table entirely, which we will be discussing, do you have any, can you give us in writing some recommendations on what language you think should be added to the comp plan language that would accomplish the objective of carrying forward the recommendations that we came up with? Because we're struggling with that ourselves.
First of all, we'd be delighted to do that. Second, much of the work that you did up to August of 2013 was very good. You have your own language already in place, but we would be glad to supplement that with more specific language that is desperately needed in the draft comprehensive plan.
Thank you. Other questions? Thank you. Susan Ignore, Jean Deeringer, Angie Even. Susan, you want to get started?
Good evening. My name is Susan Egnor. I live in the Homestead neighborhood in Southwest Portland at 3855 Southwest Condor Avenue. I'm here to testify about a contradiction in the urban design framework part of the comprehensive plan, a contradiction I think should be rectified. As I try to understand the plan and its implications for my own neighborhood, I turn to the maps and figures illustrating how the plan's language would translate on the ground. I was very surprised to find that my neighborhood, indeed all of the east side of Markham Hill, from Fairmount to Barber, as portrayed in figure 3-1 on page 25 of the urban form section, was covered in cross-hatching. The cross-hatching indicates an inner ring pattern area, which is defined in policy 3.78 as part of the inner neighborhoods. The inner neighborhood pattern area, described on page 26, is characterized by business districts located along former streetcar streets, a small block pattern, and an interconnected transit grid, among other characteristics. This description does not apply to Homestead, a neighborhood which is almost 50% undeveloped parkland. Our boards, our we have two co-chairs. One of them lives at 700 feet above sea level. The other lives at 400 feet above sea level. I live at about 300 feet above sea level. And I go either up or down a steep winding hill to reach public transportation. Getting around in Homestead is not by means of a grid. And the plan would seem, in one sense, to acknowledge that Homestead is located within the terrain of Portland's West Hills with hilly topography, streams, ravines, and forested slopes. That it really does belong in the western neighborhood's pattern area. The color underlying the inner ring cross-hatching appears to be that designated for western neighborhoods, yet there is that cross-hatching, which appears to target us for change into a much more densely developed inner neighborhood. I would like to see the cross-hatching removed and clarification that our forested slopes and deep ravines will not be open to inner city development. Or, if we are to be a hybrid, an inner ring western neighborhood, if you will, explain what that is in the plan and allow an opportunity for input on that hybrid designation. Thank you for your consideration.
Gene?
Hello, my name is Gene Derringer. I'm a commercial and residential property owner on Woodstock Boulevard, and I'm an active member of the community and live within the neighborhood as well. I'm here to testify on behalf of Woodstock. If one scans the comprehensive plan, the city has given minimal attention to Woodstock. It does show that we exist as a neighborhood corridor intersecting a neighborhood center, but that's about it. Recent history shows new interest and energy in the Woodstock community, both residential and commercial. In the recent past, we have seen Country Bills close to make way for a Zoom Care and a General Dental. A developer has leveled over a half a block to make way for a new Seasons Market. Grand Central Bakery and Portland Fish Market are successful new attractions. Dick's Kitchen will be coming to the boulevard near the library in a long vacant building. And the southeast corner of 52nd and Woodstock is being redeveloped by the property owner. Because of these changes and rumored others, neighbors, businesses, property owners, Reed College, and with city support, indeed the whole Woodstock community, partnered together to retain the services of the National Shred Institute to complete a vision plan for Woodstock. Because we got a late start, we are still in the process of finalizing our vision, which we feel that we have important elements and guidelines for the city to consider for our neighborhood and possibly citywide Main Street planning. Our community supports positive change and growth, provided it is in a direction conducive to maintaining the feel and character of the Woodstock Main Street we all love. While some are excited about the development on Division, it was pretty darn obvious during the charrette that the community, our community, doesn't want Woodstock to become another Division Street, but something quaint and attractive on a bit smaller scale, while accommodating higher density and maintaining a character, size, and scope more befitting the Woodstock of today. To wrap up the charrette process, the Woodstock community will be having a final charrette session on December 3rd to address, discuss, and adopt more concrete recommendations as they relate to the proposed zoning map, density, as well as size and scope of desired design elements. For example, building setbacks, building heights, number of floors, building floor setbacks, and transitions where commercial abuts residential. The Woodstock district is changing rapidly. In a 2012 study done by Tyler Bump at the city for us, there are millions of dollars in business leakage as residents leave the Woodstock Business District to shop elsewhere. Don't leave us out to dry in the wind while we finalize our vision plan. We ask that the city stay engaged with Woodstock, keep Woodstock on the map and on the table for discussion during these final months of the comprehensive plan, so Woodstock can have a better compass to help it develop into a complete neighborhood that both the city and the community will be proud of.
Thank you.
A destination neighborhood with a truly functioning, viable, and vibrant Main Street.
Thank you.
I guess I'll scoot over.
Hello, my name is Angie Even, and I've been a community leader in the Woodstock neighborhood for over 25 years. I also own commercial property on Woodstock. Today I'd like to talk about the sense of urgency and pressure Woodstock is feeling as we try to balance our need for growth with the reality of the lack of infrastructure to support it. As we watched the commercial buildings crumble for new seasons to be built, we took action and gathered the community to discuss the future of Woodstock. The street was a huge focus of businesses and residents. The community was unanimous in that they do not feel safe on Woodstock. It is not safe for pedestrians or bikes, as I-205 pass-through traffic dominates with a culture of speed. During our charrette, the community overwhelmingly expressed the need for traffic calming, a reduced speed limit, street-level lighting, additional mid-block crossings, buffers for pedestrians, reduction in curb cuts, and block-by-block upgrades to unimproved streets are seen as priorities. In addition, traffic flow and congestion challenges when new seasons opens in 2015 across from the Safeway Center include traffic crossing Woodstock and left turns across both lanes of traffic at Southeast 45th with no signal, pedestrian crossings, sanctuaries, or street level lighting. This is of grave concern. In the comprehensive plan, Woodstock is not a candidate in the transportation system plan. I'm here to ask why not. We are also at the lowest priority for reducing disparities. With no east-west bikeway connection from 52nd to Chavez, we lack the infrastructure to provide safety and literally have bike lanes to nowhere. Funding, Woodstock is a perfect example where a little can go a long way. I'm asking you to find a way to take notice and add us to your short list. Woodstock has been woken by developers knocking at every door. Buildings have been bulldozed and more are expected. With zero commercial vacancy and market pressure, we are vulnerable for development in every direction. I'm here today to wake you up, Portland. Our business district is at the edge of Southeast, and we border Lents and Eastmoreland. We are a neighbor to Reed College. Woodstock has taken steps to be proactive and not reactive to rapid change. I ask each of you one thing: be proactive with us. Learn from other neighborhoods that had to catch up once developers moved on. There's a window of opportunity to assist Woodstock with its growth. This will take the attention, support, and partnership of all of you, and we hope we can count on you.
Thank you. Don?
Quick question on Woodstock. I'm real familiar with that area. Did your charrette process extend to 82nd, or was it mainly from 52nd down to Chavez?
57th to
57th,
Chavez. Which is considered our commercial zone.
Right.
We also have a north-south commercial zone on 52nd.
Right.
And that would be a secondary focus of ours. But right now, we're trying to work on the core.
The core area. Great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Terry Griffith, Blythe Olson, Jim Howell.
While we were waiting, I had a request that we speak into our microphones. They're not able to hear us in the back.
Okay. Will do. Will do. Go ahead and sit down. Choose a chair. Terry, you want to get started?
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yep. Go ahead.
Okay. Closer? Okay, my name is Terry Griffiths. I came here with fellow Woodstock neighbors, and I want to talk about Woodstock's unimproved streets because we have them. Woodstock's unimproved streets have been a neighborhood issue for decades. 8% of Woodstock streets are unimproved, as compared to 2% of all streets citywide. Woodstock's 1995 neighborhood plan contained a good description of the problems of unimproved streets, but is not terribly specific on solutions. In the spring term of 2010, a group of 5 PSU Masters in Urban Planning students did a thorough study of Woodstock's unimproved streets, titled Roadway Not Improved. 2 conclusions of this report were that streets were not being improved because of the cost of local improvement districts, LIDs, being too prohibitive for adjacent residents, and because residents adjacent to the streets that needed improvement feared an undesired increase in traffic on those streets. And I guess I would say that roadway not improved, some of us like to believe, helped bring about the street by street initiative, which is allowing for more flexibility in street improvements. The majority of Woodstock's unimproved streets cluster within a quarter mile of the commercial core of the Woodstock Neighborhood Center, which is essentially Woodstock Boulevard between Southeast Chavez and Southeast 52nd. Language in the proposed 2035 draft of the comp plan calls for increased density and, quote, a wider variety of housing options close to neighborhood centers. Most blocks adjacent to Woodstock's commercial core are designated for R2.5 zoning, meaning that the city's vision is for these blocks to be developed as row houses or similar development at double the density of their current R5 zoning. This intended higher density development is effectively blocked by the presence of the unimproved streets, since upzoning from lower to higher density is contingent on having adequate infrastructure to support the higher density. The point here is that while the comp plan envisions higher density in and around the Woodstock Neighborhood Center, the continued existence of extremely substandard streets undermines that objective. From the neighborhood perspective, the goal of improving key neighborhood streets is not as straightforward as it might initially seem. Many residents see positive qualities in the unimproved streets. Often they serve as a de facto buffer between the commercial and residential areas. And the degraded aspect of these streets prevents them from being... Okay. Thank you.
Go ahead.
And I'm sorry.
Why?
Mine is not on the Woodstock neighborhood. If there's
Whatever your subject is, go ahead.
Okay, good. Thank you. My name is Blythe Olson. I live at 2719 Southwest Old Orchard Road in the Portland Heights neighborhood of Southwest Portland. I'm here with several of my neighbors and longtime residents of the area on behalf of other neighbors who couldn't be here because of health or other conflicts. We're all concerned about the proposed zoning change for the Strohickers Market property, which is close to where all of us live. It's at 2855 Southwest Patton Road in the West Hills, Portland Heights. We understand that the comprehensive plan includes a zoning change for this property to mixed-use commercial, and we're extremely concerned about the potential implications of this for the quality of our neighborhood, our streets, safety of our families. This area has changed a great deal that in the past, I've only been there 20 plus years. Other neighbors here have been here more decades than that. In the early 1980s, I want to give you some background. When the Strohicker family still owned the market, it was a very small neighborhood market. Everybody had their little accounts they signed for. My brother lived there at the time. Application was made to the city for a variance in order to expand and increase the size of the market into a much more commercial size. After a very long and often very contentious process involving neighborhood residents, many neighborhood residents, the owners of Strohickers, and the Portland City Council, ordinance number 155609, amending the comprehensive plan map, was finalized. And I have 12 copies of it here for anyone who hasn't seen it. When I brought it, we brought it into the zoning people a couple of weeks ago. They had not seen it. This ordinance is 4 pages long and includes 2 sections and 44 subsections. This is what allowed Strohekers to expand and have an amendment made to the comprehensive plan map from high-density single-family to local commercial, and a zone change from R5 to C3 for the store property. This change was finally granted only with 28 very, very specific conditions that were hard-fought in every detail. The City Council and Mayor Ivan C. signed this ordinance in February of 1984. Since that time, there have been numerous violations of conditions tied to the zoning change, and there's been change of ownership in the store. And
So can you wrap it up?
the neighbor has continued.
Can you wrap it up?
Yeah. Am I over my time?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll give you all copies of the ordinance, and we hope that nothing is changed with any change in the comprehensive plan, and that all of these conditions are still set for this property. Thank you.
Thank you. Jim?
Hello, my name is, is Jim Howell. I'm here representing myself. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on the Portland 2035 Comprehensive Plan. I wish to speak in opposition to the proposed downzoning of the Elliott residential neighborhood from its current low-density multi-dwelling R2 zone to still lower density single-dwelling R25. The residential area bounded on the west by Williams Avenue, the east Mountain Luther King Boulevard, north Fremont, and south by Hancock Street has traditionally been a medium-density multi-dwelling neighborhood of affordable housing types that include modest detached homes, duplexes, fourplexes, townhouses, row houses, and apartments. It is an ideal compact transit and bike-oriented neighborhood. There is no property within its boundaries that's more than 600 feet from a frequent service bus line. Over 600 buses and streetcars serve its residents every day by 6 different routes. It also served by an extensive bike network. The new Rodney Bikeway goes north and south directly through the middle of the neighborhood. There are east-west bike routes on Tillamook, Russell, and Morris Streets, and of course the Williams-Vancouver Bikeway, probably the heaviest used bike route in the city, borders it on the west. For those who live light by choice or economic condition, Elliott is an ideal neighborhood, and it has 2 great parks, Albina and Dawson Parks, a brand new season supermarket, and a modern but mothballed elementary school, the former Elliott Elementary School, ready for an influx of new students from a compact and diverse friendly neighborhood. The Elliott neighborhood has always accommodated the working class and never had high-end enclave of stately homes for more affluent class like the neighboring Irvington and Alameda neighborhoods. Now is not the time to try to change this historic tradition. The Albina Community Plan in 1993 reduced the density of this area by 1/2 by rezoning it from A1, now R1, to R2 to help stabilize Elliott from decline due to then frantic flight to the suburbs. Since that time, values have skyrocketed and affordability has plunged. Now is the time to increase inclusiveness with affordable multifamily housing, not impose more exclusive single-dwelling zoning, R25, as currently proposed. Objective 9 and 12, page 54, the 1993 Albina Community Plan states, and the first one is revisit the housing affordability issue in the Albina community neighborhoods in 10 to 15 years after the Albina community neighborhood is stabilized. Seek to increase opportunities for affordable housing and reduction to displacement that might otherwise result from the neighborhood stabilization, raising property values.
Thank you. Thank you. Questions? Thank you.
I have one other sentence, but that's
Anton Vetterlin, Bob Salinger, Joe Lieberwith, unanimous. Anton, you want to get started?
What's that?
Anton, you want to get started?
Yep. My name is Anton Vetterlein. I'm the land use chair for the Homestead Neighborhood Association, and I'm presenting a few comments from the board of the Homestead Neighborhood Association. OHSU and the VA Medical Center campuses should not be changed to mixed-use zoning as proposed in the draft comprehensive plan. Mixed-use zoning allows too many uses not related to institutional uses. The goals and policies of the Markham Hill Plan that currently govern the area should remain unchanged for the near future, but eventually there will be need to update it. Mixed use would open the door to uses that would attract more vehicle trips through the neighborhood and on Terwilliger Parkway that will be much more difficult to control if not associated with one or two large institutions. It's never been the intention, in my opinion, of the Markham Hill Plan to open up the medical campuses to non-institutional employment or commercial enterprises, nor should that be allowed without a rigorous planning process similar to what happened with the Markham Hill Plan. We're also concerned about policy 1.15, which states that, quote, the goals and policies of this comprehensive plan supersede any goals or policies of a community, area, or neighborhood plan that conflict with the goal or policy of this plan. While this policy may seem logical in the context of a comprehensive plan update, it actually creates uncertainty and confusion with regard to existing area plans that many stakeholders have come to know and rely on. We need to be assured that all components of the Markham Hill Plan, the Markham Hill Design Guidelines, the Terwilliger Parkway Corridor Plan, and the Terwilliger Parkway Design Guidelines, just to mention the ones that are in our neighborhood, that they'll remain in full force exactly as written and not be superseded by new comprehensive plan goals and policies. The existing plans and guidelines were developed through rigorous planning processes that involved all stakeholders and must not be superseded unless the Bureau of Planning engages the same stakeholders to discuss exactly how the new goals and policies will change the existing plans. I don't think it should be the job of neighborhood volunteers to parse every word of this proposed comp plan draft to try to divine or figure out what's going to change in the existing plans. I think the Planning Bureau has to be explicit about how those are being changed. And I think this is an issue for all the area plans, neighborhood plans, citywide, and I know there are dozens of them. Portland Parks and Recreation owns a property at the intersection of Southwest Terwilliger Boulevard and Sam Jackson Park Road, which is leased to the adjacent gas station for access and parking. This lot is currently split zone between R1 and CG and is proposed to be rezoned to mixed use. This parcel was originally part of Terwilliger Parkway, and it was a mistake to allow it to be used for commercial uses. The zoning there should be changed to open space, not mixed use.
Thank you.
So that can become parkland eventually. Thank you.
Bob?
Good evening. My name is Bob Salinger. Is this on? Good evening. My name is Bob Salinger. I'm the Conservation Director for the Audubon Society of Portland. I'm here tonight with Jim Labby and Joe Liebezeit, who will also be testifying on our behalf and go into a little bit greater detail on some of these issues. We'll be submitting much more detailed comments. We submitted some to you tonight. We have more coming. We're still working our way through the plan, and I would note this feels like a much more expedited process than other parts of the comprehensive plan. I know other groups are also still working on their comments. I hope you'll really take those seriously and also consider perhaps another hearing in North Portland. West Hayden Island has been the primary focus of a lot of the environmental comments, but I want to make it clear, West Hayden Island is only the tip of the iceberg. It's indicative of a much bigger problem, and that's goal 9. That's this quest for industrial land at the expense of all other values. And it manifests itself not only on Hayden Island, it also manifests itself in terms of transitioning golf courses from open space to industrial use and limiting regulations and environmental protections on industrial lands along our premier natural resources, our rivers. And this plan really, really will restrict our ability to do that. There's nothing balanced about it. It puts industrial lands on the back of our already degraded environment. It pretends that our landscape is infinite when it's not. I sat on 2 pegs that looked at this industrial lands issue. I feel like they were totally disregarded. We asked the city to look at what would happen if we didn't meet goal 9, didn't add new industrial lands. They didn't do that. We asked them what would happen if annexation fell through on Hayden Island. They didn't really do that either. Apparently, they just pretended it didn't happen and went forward as though it was annexed. We're very, very deeply concerned, and my compatriots will go into more detail about the way this plan has shifted in terms of strengthening industrial land goals and weakening environmental land goals. And I want to just give you a couple of examples on the industrial land side. The plan has removed, since the 2013 version, goals that would prioritize going to developed lands before going to new lands, undeveloped lands. The plan has reduced the brownfield target from 80% reclamation to 60%. There are policies that require the city to maintain a supply of industrial land without any consideration of how this might impact other goals. So as we go forward, we'll continue to have to find more and more industrial lands. Since we're already going to greenfields, we'll continue to have to go to those. Policies which appear to restrict the city's ability to require natural resource protection on industrial lands. Policies in the regulatory climate section that we believe would make it almost impossible to put new regulations on industrial lands. And it's important to note that the city has already been able to undo that, not able to do that. Airport futures, river plan, the tree code, all of those plans were not enforced on industrial landscapes because of Goal 9. So we very strongly urge the city to move beyond Goal 9, ask for an exemption from the state, and find a more balanced approach that allows us to protect the industry and the environment. Thank you.
Please, go ahead.
My name is Joe Liebeside. I'm the Avian Conservation Program Manager at Audubon, and I'll be continuing on with the testimony, focusing in on Chapter 7. In general, the language in the Environment and Watershed Health Chapter, Chapter 7, has become significantly less detailed and weaker than the January 2013 draft. Many reasonable and important policies have simply been eliminated without any explanation. This stands in stark contrast to the Industrial Development Chapter, which has been expanded and strengthened. So on the remainder of my testimony, I'll just highlight 3 or 4 of the many issues as a sample of some of our concerns about this specific chapter. First of all, the goals. The goals of this chapter have been entirely rewritten since the 2013 draft. While we agree with the new goals, we would note that 2 very significant goals have been removed. Number 1, sustain the quality of Portland's environment by preserving natural resources and focusing development in already built areas. And number 2, consider cumulative effects of decisions on the environment. Both these goals should be restored. In addition, Goal 7.b should be strengthened from watershed conditions have improved over time to healthy watershed conditions are achieved. And the goals should explicitly reference protecting and restoring biodiversity. Second point of concern, the action verbs throughout the section have been substantially weakened from the 2013 draft, and in many instances now indicate the goal is simply to maintain the status quo rather than enhance and restore ecosystem health. The 2013 draft clearly states that the goal was to protect, enhance, restore watershed quality and function, groundwater systems, vegetation, fish and wildlife habitat, at-risk habitats, biodiversity, and invasion of invasive species. These policies have been replaced with a new section titled Improving Environmental Quality and Preventing Degradation, which is far weaker, placing an emphasis on preventing degradation and using ambiguous verbiage. We encourage or urge the city to restore the protect, enhance, and restore verbiage and make it explicitly clear that the goal is not just improvement, but achieving ecological health. Third point, mitigation. The requirement to fully mitigate impacts on natural resources, policy 4.12 in the 2013 draft, has been weakened to simply require mitigation. The city should restore the requirement to fully mitigate for unavoidable impacts to natural resources, and that it should also add language requiring that mitigation result in net increase in ecological function. Finally, the current draft appears to have completely abandoned the commitments of the 2013 draft to focus on already developed land before destroying natural resources land. In fact, the 2014 draft appears to go entirely the opposite direction by including several policies on the economic development chapter which promote encroachment into non-industrial lands. The priority on already developed lands should be restored. Thank you.
Questions? Thank you. Jim Lawton. Dan Rolfe, David Hampstein, go ahead and get started.
Hi, I'm Jim Labby with Audubon Society Portland. I also staff our office in East Portland at Leach Botanical Garden. I'm going to hit on, continue the Audubon testimony, really addressing some of the environmental equity, green infrastructure, and access to nature. And I think these pieces are really where ecological and equity goals really converge in a meaningful way. We know ecologically we need to be dealing with the whole landscape in terms of green infrastructure improvements, and we know we have areas that are deficient in their access to nature, and we can do both and address both goals. Speaking of goals, the main goal in Chapter 7 around environmental equity, I want to recommend some specific language to improve it. It says all Portlanders have access to clean air and water, can benefit from development designed to lessen the impacts of natural hazards and environmental contamination. We would add, and designed to protect, enhance, restore nature in all neighborhoods. Environmental equity isn't just about avoiding negatives, it's about equity to the goods too, and I think that's very important and the important piece to the Portland plan. Going down to the policy that's related to access to nature, we had some additions there too. This is access to nature is very focused on macro scale and balancing access and conservation and protecting natural areas. That's important, but it's also important to be talking about environmental equity and access to nature on the neighborhood level. And this is where nature really, people have access to nature in their daily lives, as the goal emphasizes. So we would add a few bullets there around really prioritizing green infrastructure investments, or providing some priority for green infrastructure investments in neighborhoods with poor access to parks, nature, and limited green canopy. This is particularly important for East Portland, which is outside the combined sewer area, but there are public health benefits for making green infrastructure investments there. Second, giving priority to park investments toward the goal of ensuring that 100% of Portlanders live within a quarter mile of a public park or natural area. And lastly, thinking about considering increasing the types and quantity of housing near some active recreational parks so we can increase the percentage of Portlanders living within a quarter mile of a park. Another big opportunity area for improving access to nature is in the public right-of-way. Policy 732, we would propose rewriting that to really talks about coordinating stormwater and mentions transportation in the body. We really encourage you to, this should be about integrating stormwater management with transportation planning and infrastructure in order to improve water quality, safety, access to nature, and overall neighborhood livability.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Dan Rolfe. I'm on the environmental law faculty at a local law school, so I pay particular attention to the environmental components of the comprehensive plan. I'm here tonight testifying on my own behalf. I also mentioned, since this hearing also focuses on transportation, that I took my life in my hands this evening by riding my bicycle down Southwest Barber Boulevard to get here, so I encourage additional cycling improvements there. In my view, Chapter 617A exemplifies the wrong-headed approach in this draft of the comprehensive plan. There it suggests that Portland's environmental regulations should be, quote-unquote, competitive with other cities. This essentially sets up a race to the bottom in sacrificing the environment at the altar of industrial development. Goal 9 does not trump all other state land use requirements, including those to protect the environment, and this plan should look for other ways to hit job and industrial land targets, such as calling for more extensive redevelopment of brownfields. Section 617E yet again suggests that the city abdicate jurisdiction over managing and protecting natural resources within its boundaries, where the federal government also may have regulatory authority. This bad idea continues to rear its ugly head, and the city should continue to resist implementing it. In my experience, the oftentimes minimal protections for the environment by federal agencies such as the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers should not be the regulatory handcuffs we place on present and future generations of those of us in Portland. The comprehensive plan should also not abdicate the city's ability to impose new protections on industrial lands, particularly in riparian areas, which are some of the most valuable natural resources in the city. Finally, I'm concerned about the city's ability, given the thrust of this comprehensive plan, to meet its obligations under federal statutes, such as the Endangered Species Act and the Clean Water Act. And I would encourage the Commission to pay particular attention to the city's own obligations under federal law. And finally, preventing violations should not be the thrust of a comprehensive plan. Portland should live up to its own press to be a leader in balancing protecting industry and jobs with protecting our natural environment, and this plan doesn't do it. I encourage us to go the other way.
Thank you.
My name is David Hampston. I'm Transportation Chair for the Hazelwood Neighborhood Association. I'm referring to policy 9.6 and 9.8 on page 9-7. East Portland's, I'm speaking on behalf of East Portland's on this. A lot of the people who live in East Portland and who work in East Portland generally work in the Columbia Corridor industrial belts or south in Clackamas County. Very few people in East Portland actually work downtown. And so the transportation focus for PBOT and for many other agencies has been getting people from all over the city to downtown. And for people in East Portland, that's really not serving people there. They need to get to the jobs, the family wage jobs in the Columbia Corridor and Clackamas County. Basically, they need more north-south infrastructure. The policy in 9.6 talks about the long-term policy of ranking transportation modes, walking, cycling, transits, and then private vehicles being at the very bottom. However, on policy 9.8, you talk about affordability. The reality is, for a lot of people who live in East Portland in the poorer neighborhoods are actually far from biking, transits, and walking facilities. As you know, East Portland lacks a lot of infrastructure. So what you end up with is for people to get to those family wage jobs in the industrial districts, they have to drive to get there. They don't have the option of biking, walking, or getting to frequent transit that will get them to those jobs. Part of the problem is TriMet doesn't generally serve north-south, but the other problem is over the years, PBOT has underinvested in East Portland, but also specifically underinvested on north-south transportation. So for instance, bus 71, which goes down 122nd, then turns onto Prescott, thus avoiding the entire Columbia Corridor area. And so a lot of people are having to walk that last mile to their job through, you know, on a day like today or yesterday, pretty awful weather. So I would encourage you, when you're going through the TSP portion of the comp plan, to think about the long-term goals that you have. And I think this is a good ranking of the transportation modes in the long term, but also to think about the medium term, the short term, trying to get people who are currently living in East Portland to family wage jobs and trying to promote medium and short-term projects that unfortunately actually support private vehicles getting to their jobs on a reliable basis. Thank you very much.
Mike?
Yeah, I have a question for Professor Rolfe. We got a lot of very specific recommendations from the Audubon Society of Portland. I didn't see a copy of your testimony. Did you submit written comments? I'd like to.
I've not yet submitted written testimony, no.
I would encourage you to do that.
Okay.
Other questions? I would just point out there's a presentation put together by PPS that makes David's point about where East Portlanders transit to the Columbia Corridor and their and how they do that, and it's pretty interesting. And I can have Julie send that out to people so they can take a look at it.
Yeah, Tyler Bump did a very good study on that.
Yes, he did. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, Cookie Collier, Katie Larsell, Richard Johnson,
Evening.
You
You
wanna
guys
get-
having fun yet? My name is Corky. Not until 8 o'clock, anyway. My name is Corky Collier. I'm Executive Director of the Columbia Corridor Association. There's a number of issues I wish the comp plan could improve or at least address. Even though education is not dictated by the city, I wish the comp plan could improve our career and technical education programs. While transit's a responsibility of TriMet, there are a number of businesses in the Columbia Corridor that have long wished for better transit service for employees. Perhaps mostly, I'd like my neighborhood in St. John's to have increasing diversity, not the current direction of increasing gentrification. When I ask people at Verde, Rosewood Initiative, East Portland Action Plan, even the halfway house across the street from my office, I keep hearing that the best way to improve neighborhoods and maintain diversity is to improve the availability of living wage jobs. Making neighborhoods better only works if you're able to stay in the neighborhood. Data from the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability shows what most of us already know. White household income in Portland is around $51,000 a year, while household income in communities of color is about $34,000. While it makes sense for Portland to encourage development of high-wage jobs, we have to understand the reality that minorities will be half as likely to get one of those high-wage jobs, while they will be twice as likely to get a $20,000 job flipping burgers. Any of you tried to raise a family on $20,000? The path to prosperity for Portlanders that truly understand inequity might lie with a college degree and a job that defies the odds, but it more often comes in the form of a good living wage job that doesn't necessarily require a college degree. Outer East Portland residents know this, Coley residents know this. What they ask for are more of those jobs, transit options to get them to those jobs, and an education that prepares them for those jobs. Please look at who's employed in which jobs and where they live. Ask staff to draw links between diversity and comp plan objectives. If we don't link our neighborhood improvements with middle-income job improvements, our shiny neighborhoods will be filled with people that look like me, and that's not very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So my name is Katie Larsell, and I'm representing the East Portland Action Plan, and it's on purpose that I'm sitting here next to Corky Collier because East Portland Action Plan has been talking with Corky about the Columbia Corridor, and he showed us these wonderful maps that I think you put together, and it shows that a lot of his workforce comes from East Portland, and one of the interests that East Portland Action Plan has started to move more into as we've been more successful in bringing dollars into East Portland, and that is that we do not want to displace the people that are presently living there now. And so anything that we can do to promote those middle income jobs that Corky was just talking about is something that if you can do it through the plan or through some other way, we're very interested in that. We're also interested in making sure that people who live in East Portland can get to those jobs without having to drive. And we're so close, and you guys are interested in keeping the cars off the road. I just saw that presentation 2 hours ago. And so that's really why I'm here, just to say that. And if there's any other actions you can take around displacement, I'm worried that East Portland will start to displace, and I'm afraid that when that happens, when that starts to happen, it will be hard to stop it. And so it needs to, people need to get, the city needs to get behind that ahead of time. And, you know, I don't know if that has anything to do with the plan, but I want to put that out there.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
My name is Rick Johnson, and I'm from the Buckman neighborhood. And my first concern is the change of zoning from R1 to CS between Southeast 15th and 19th along Morrison and Belmont. With this change, 1 to 2 blocks of single-family residences will be demolished and turned into 4-story apartments. With the loss of these single-family homes, we lose family housing. Less single-family housing leads to a more transient apartment dweller population and less of a neighborhood community. So I'd just like to retain that zoning. The other thing I would like to address, and I've handed you out a sheet there, is on the method for calculating height of buildings. Portland uses the structural code to calculate the height of buildings, and I think that's a bad idea. It is designed for engineers to calculate wind and earthquake loads, building drift, and other concerns. It is not for architectural concerns. My main concern is when there is a grade difference of more than 10 feet, it allows height to start 10 feet above the lowest point. What this does is give the developer a free story. So a 35-foot building becomes 45 feet, and so on. Another problem is building length. CS has no length limits, and R1 has a 100-foot length limit, which is half a block. As a standard block's 200 feet. What this leads to is huge monolithic tall buildings. A good example of this is at Southeast 26th and then Southeast Hawthorne. The back of the building towers over the south side of the adjacent 1- and 2-story houses. It's 5 stories high back there if you walk behind it. I have passed out a paper on how San Francisco handles height issues. It limits gains in height to 5 feet and has had max building lengths before the building needs to be stepped down. I don't propose to adopt this code, but present it as how another city handles this problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
Quick question. So, first of all, Katie gets the Iron Woman Award today with 4 hours in budget work sessions this morning, and then
the Iron Man
back here
Award.
tonight. So, Katie and Corky, to literally connect the dots, I assume you guys would support a frequent transit line on 122nd and then connect it to Columbia Corridor.
Yes.
Right. So hopefully we can get that high on TriMet's agenda.
Yes, and it's a good question because last spring when we first started looking at the maps, or maybe it was last winter, the first question our board, which really surprised me, came up with was, where are the transit issues? Yeah, and yeah, it's a TriMet issue, but it really does, on second thought, perhaps, belong in the comp plan as an aspiration, if nothing else. Yeah.
Thank you. Oh, one more question.
One more quickly is, I think we've heard a fair amount of testimony regarding displacement and recognize that and are concerned about that. And I heard you supporting our concerns, but I guess I would love to hear, besides transportation, which we just talked about, other ideas that you may have that you feel will help mitigate that. And so if you could submit that kind of to us in writing, whatever your idea, so that we can kind of keep working on that. And I know Cully did it in our last.
And the East Portland Action Plan is actually methodically going through all the tools right now and coming up with, a portfolio. Of course, we're
Fabulous.
not planners, but we're looking at these things seriously.
Fabulous. So please pass that on. We appreciate that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Robert McCullough, Tamara DeRitter, Susan Lindsley, Robert McCullough, not here. Steve Stricken. Clary Evans. Coleman Evans, is that right? Coleman? Yes, come up. I'm trying to read all the writing, so. Go ahead, have a seat.
Well, I'll stand.
Oh.
My name is Susan Lindsay, and I'm co-chair of the Buckman Community Association. I'm here to ask the commission to, regarding the upzoning of, the proposed upzoning on several blocks of existing residential zoning in the heart of the residential area of the Buckman neighborhood, that it be removed and that the existing zoning currently in place be retained. The area I refer to is the 4.5 block contiguous city blocks bounded by Southeast Morrison 15th and East to 19th Avenue. Most of these blocks are currently zoned R2.5 or R1 and contain a good amount of existing turn-of-the-century, well-maintained single-family homes. The blocks where some existing commercial exists are either currently zoned CM or, in the case of a large telecommunications switching center, zoned R1. We want the zoning to stay as it is to support the existing houses and not set the stage for blocks of demolitions in a neighborhood that has already borne more than its fair share of wholesale single-family housing demolitions to only be replaced by tract apartment buildings. In addition, we find the R2.5 and R1 zoning in this area very compatible with our Buckman neighborhood plan accepted in the city code, which calls not only for the preservation of the historic and single-family homes from Portland's Golden Pass, but also for the building of housing units which can accommodate children and families, not just singles in studios as we find in the dozen or so more new 5-story apartment buildings that have been thrown up within our neighborhood, adding only density and nothing in the way of amenities since they have residential down to the ground. A few recent examples of housing built in R1 are both at 19th and Alder and 27th and Belmont, and we are pleased with these options, which are successfully and economically built when the developer is not allowed to upzone. This area is already within 3 blocks of allowable EXD zoning, shopping, and commercial areas. It is in no way starved for stimulus or density. It is also in the heart of our residential area between our park elementary school, which we want to support with more options for families and not demolitions of homes. I'm sure that whatever process went into designating this proposed changes was most likely very well-meaning. However, we were never consulted nor asked about any of it, despite our recent and very public efforts to create a historic district with all of these homes included. That effort failed not only due to lack of desire to save existing homes, but was related to fees concerned around simple remodels in a working-class neighborhood. Had we been brought into the discussion directly at its inception, we would have been able to clarify that this change in effect will hurt the existing fabric of our neighborhood rather than add anything to it, will remove options rather than create, and it is not something that we support nor believes is in the best interest of our neighborhood. Please remove this proposed change. Thank you.
Thank you.
Andre, quick item. Just a clarification, one good example, Susan, was 19th and Alder. The other one was Belmont and what?
27th.
And 27th?
Some R1 housing that's been
Great,
built.
thanks.
And in addition, I guess I should also add, I think I said when I was here last week, or I wasn't here, but where we were last week, that we also opposed the effort to upzone the current R5 neighborhood from 17th to 20th Stark to Morrison from R5 to R2.5. It was very hard fought for us to have any R5 in the Buckman neighborhood after all of the demolitions that took place in the 60s and the 70s, and we've been trying to preserve the single-family housing stock. Thank you.
Thank you. Tamara?
Good afternoon. My name is Tamara DeRitter, and I represent Rose City Park Neighborhood Association as their chairman. I also serve on a couple committees, the Campus Institution Committee and the Parking Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. There's a lot of elements that directly impact our neighborhood. As you know, Rose City Park neighborhood is located just east of the Hollywood Town Center and contains close to 5,000 people. In general, the proposed draft creates a number of new issues and reflects only a handful of our recommendations that were submitted in January of this year. As you may know, we have a detailed recommendation list of 12 pages for you to peruse, but I'm just going to cover it real quickly as far as the overall goals. We look forward to reviewing the Mixed Use and Campus Institution Committee proposals by March 13th, hopefully. before we submit our final comments and recommendations. We have serious concerns regarding the lack of planning for off-street parking to meet the growing population needs. The severe limitations being placed on parking will generate negative impacts on air quality as people search for non-existent parking places. Livability is compromised since there's no viable alternative to vehicular use for a timely commute. And it chokes access to stores and services, and therefore reduces viability of these services. We recommend changes throughout the document that will allow the Parking Study Committee to implement a managed program where strategically located off-street parking could be developed for centers and major corridors. We see this transition of use of private vehicle to public transportation as a future possibility that needs to occur over a 20-year time frame. This transition is incumbent on the increased provision of timely transportation service alternatives and high gas prices, neither of which we have now. We appreciate the proposed draft as it honors adopted plans such as the Hollywood and Sandy Boulevard plan. We recommend the continuation of the 45-foot high limit along Sandy Boulevard that was established with this plan back in 1999. It starts at 50th Avenue on Sandy and then extends to 54th. But instead of stopping there, we recommend a continuation of this maximum height on Sandy Boulevard as it continues eastward. We propose the scale of the development along civic corridors such as Sandy to allow mid-rise development between the city center and regional centers and the town centers. But from the Hollywood Center or other town centers outward, such as from Hollywood out to 122nd, allow only low-rise development with a maximum of 4 stories. Finally, we are surprised and saddened by the dramatic changes in Chapter 2. Okay.
Claire?
Hi, my name is Claire Coleman Evans, and I live at 6260 Southwest Hamilton Way. I'm also the Bridal Mile Neighborhood Association land chair. The reason I came to talk tonight is because I got involved in the Bridal Mile Neighborhood Association because the transportation person kept coming to my house and begging me to come and be involved in the neighborhood association because they were currently doing an LID and they were trying to figure out how to get sidewalks on the street. Over and over again, at every single event that we've held, from National Night Out to Movie Night, one of the biggest concerns is for the residents is walkability. The city average walkability score is 66. Southwest Portland is 56. Bridal Mile is 46. A key direction in the comp plan is to create a complete neighborhood. These are places where people of all ages and disabilities have safe and convenient access to more of the goods and services needed in the daily life, grocery stores, schools, libraries, and gathering places on foot or on bike. My question is, how will this comp plan improve the walkability of Bridal Mile neighborhood? Last night, or on Halloween, there was literally so many of the parents that were scared to death to walk on Hamilton, Shattuck, Patton, because there is no accessible way to walk on that street. And with the recent deaths that have been happening with trick-or-treaters, I mean, it was literally very, very unsafe for the parents to take their kids. They literally ran off of Hamilton, ran off of Shattuck, because with Olson, there's new traffic that's going through there on Shattuck. And they got into their cars because they said, you know, I mean, and I live on a dead-end street. And they drove down, and I listened to the parents, and they said, you know, I would not walk my children on Shattuck, Dosh, Hamilton, or Patton. So my question is, how is the comp plan going to be able to make this livable, sustainable, and walkable?
Thank you. Steve Stricken. Going last, Steve Stricken. William Moss, Lori Campus, Don Bach. Laura Campus. William, you want to get started?
Sure. Can I ask a question before I get started?
What is the standard length of a block here? Is it 10 per mile? It's 200 feet? Okay.
200 feet, yeah.
I'd like to observe then that if you have, and I am starting, that if you have
Your name?
I'm sorry. My name is William Moss. I live in the Westmoreland neighborhood. I've seen cities all over the world and just would like to point out that if you have a 3-by-3 block area where the blocks are quartered with pedestrian walkways, you have 54 blocks of frontage for people to walk around and go to shops. And the strip mall and strip zoning is really counterproductive because no one is going to walk 54 blocks down one street in order to shop that entire street. So I think strip zoning is not a good way to keep Portland weird. It sets up vectors for whatever with no thought to ramifications. What about parking? What about noise? Its fundamental haphazardness has created anomalies that this body might spend considerable time trying to resolve by treating or burying past errors and accidents on a case-by-case basis. One specific set of cases involves where commercial abuts residential and the business seeks to rezone. Not one of those businesses invested in their commercial site with any realistic expectation of annexing its R-zone neighbor. And if it did, that expectation was and is unreasonable. I suggest that the city designate the many anomalies laissez-faire strip zoning has created as legacy zones. It should freeze them and get on with a more rational plan of development. Along those lines, the city needs to protect its neighborhoods, their habitats, and the personality of Portland. Prevent encroachment of adjacent commercial zones upon residential ones, limitations on sound, hours of operation, and any other deleterious effects upon adjoining neighborhoods should be governed by those of the residential zone, not the other way around. The city needs to take control of its own development. It should invest in and profit from intelligent, deliberate development rather than using its time and our money with patchwork reactions to strip zoning's inevitable accidents, and handing the reins and profits to developers whose primary plan is to make money. The city is growing, and the only responses to that seem to be retro, how to alter or degrade what is, rather than to develop what could be in areas where the real benefits outweigh the real detriments. So just thank you. I've seen cities all over the world, and I've never seen an example of strip zoning that didn't result in clashes and collapses. And I think you need to get away from a policy of strip zoning and consider developing village centers or commercial centers where you can actually have your entertainment, your service industries, your residents will grow up around that. And I think it's a more intelligent approach than just letting something creep down a street like an infection. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Good evening. My name's Laura Campos, and I'm just representing myself. I'm glad to see there was 2 other presenters on displacement, and I hope there's been more of a discussion about equity, because I'm here again to add to my testimony on equity. I've been taking a class over at PSU on critical race theory, and we were introduced to Derek Bell, and he had an interesting theory called interest convergence principle. It holds that minority rights are only recognized by the dominant society when that society perceives that it is in its own interest to do so. Currently, as far as I know, there has been little conversation regarding the concept of the equity lens in Southwest Portland, where I have resided since 1977. The residents have received little guidance from this body. I urge you to reach out to these communities to enlist their help in promoting equity. Specifically, work needs to be done to show how affordable housing can be in keeping with neighborhood livability and contribute to the character of the neighborhood. Diversity will bring change, and it needs to be framed to these neighbors in a positive light. If there are negative impacts to affordable housing,
then discuss how do we mitigate it. There needs to be an effort to win the hearts and minds of the residents and not just rely on government edict. I know there's been a lot of work in East Portland, and I've been monitoring that. I sit on the Cully Advisories Committee, and I've done a lot of work with Tony DeFalco, but I haven't seen those kind of discussions in Southwest, and I'd really like to. I want to be clear, I'm not saying that my Southwest neighbors are opposed to equity, but no effort, as far as I've seen, has been made by your staff to sell the idea and show the benefits of change, as the interest conversion principle advises. One idea about where you talked about how can we deal with displacement, and well, if you locate people near these high-paying jobs, I think that's one way to start, and maybe look at reversing the ban on inclusionary zoning. So, there you go.
Thank you. Don?
Greetings, Commissioner. Greetings, Commissioners. Can you hear that?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'm Don Bach. I live in Hillsdale. Last time I didn't get a chance to get through some of the issues that I was trying to go through, so I'm here again. A little bit about Southwest Trails, and I've written up a pretty extensive history in the document I'll send you. But basically, we started in '95. The whole idea was a bootstrap effort to improve our transportation system in Southwest Portland. We have done so. We've got 40 miles of trails we've identified. We've actually built connections, about 20, 30 connections have been built. The point I'm saying that is because there's a proposal in section 8.77, it implies that this is going to be under parks now. Parks is extremely difficult to work with. They're almost impossible for us to work with. They have been blocked us, they've not listened to the community, and we really do not want to see them involved in trails in Southwest or anywhere else in the city, as far as setting up a whole nother organization to address this. Because right now we've got an active transportation group in PDOT, and that's probably where this ought to reside. And to give you a couple of examples of why we say this, basically the Red Electric Trail, we have 3 alternatives going east of Hillsdale that's adopted by the City Council. One of those alternatives Parks wants to do would be very expensive, it'd be steep, no one would ride it in our opinion. The neighborhoods, Hillsdale and Homestead, the Southwest Trails and others, have urged them to, and instead of going a very expensive route with lots of switchbacks over steep grade, going across a gully on a bridge that will probably be built by PBOT or ODOT, and then on Barber, and then go down Slavin Road, connecting with the Hooley Bridge. Much less expensive, much easier to do, yet we've not had them be willing to even think about changing it. They've consistently, and have got in the current proposal in the TSP, to keep it in that way. That's the kind of stubbornness that we don't need, and it really is counterproductive. So really, it's important for us to move this proposal over. The Southwest Trails were put together from a safety perspective. We basically have identified streets that we can walk on safely without a lot of high traffic and they're reasonably slow speeds. There's a few we have to walk on because of connectivity. So that's what we've done. Now, we've got a lot of projects. They're all small projects, as we discussed early on in this discussion tonight. One of the things I'd encourage you to do is focus on completing the networks and a system of trails, so we don't have interrupted pieces here, pieces there, with another block in between that needs a little bit of investment. We need to put a system together in terms of priority setting so that we can get these connections built. Thank you very much for that part. And then as far as one other thing I want to talk about, wildfire, I've got some things I'd like you to read. Look at the history of the Oakland fire in 1991.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question for Laura. Laura, during the Barber Concept Plan, we did a displacement vulnerability analysis, and my recollection is there were relatively little vulnerability. So I'm just curious on that issue. Is there a particular area or community in Southwest Portland that you're worried about?
I'm not sure I understand your question. Sorry, Chris.
Well, so I took part of your testimony to be that we need to be concerned about gentrification in Southwest Portland. Did I misunderstand that?
No, I'm thinking about the equity lens where we're thinking of injecting diversity into communities that are pretty monoculture, sort of, but I think it has to be framed as a positive. As Derek Bell said, the dominant society has to perceive that it's in their own interest to do so. But the staff hasn't really discussed that. There's been a lot of discussion in East Portland. You know, as I say, I've worked on the Cully project, but.
Okay, thanks for clarifying.
Tinsley Hussendorfer, Marianne Swab, Jay Higgins. Tinsley, you want to get started?
Sure. My name is Tinsley Hunsdorfer, and I am a Portland resident. I have previously testified before this commission as part of the West Hayden Island public process. Tonight, I would like to express my disappointment that West Hayden Island has been placed on the industrial lands ledger in the draft comprehensive plan. The proposed designation of West Hayden Island as industrial land without a mitigation package completely circumvents the previous public process completed by this commission. After more than a year of work, you decided that if West Hayden Island were to be developed, the Port of Portland needed to adhere to a health and environmental mitigation package. The port balked at this idea and withdrew its request for annexation and development. West Hayden Island was momentarily safe, though it now appears the city has given your mitigation package the runaround and proposes to place West Hayden Island on the industrial lands map without any mitigation. At this point, I urge you to remove West Hayden Island from the comprehensive plan and to ensure the city acknowledges your previous work. Thank you.
Thank you. Jay?
Hi, I'm Jay Higgins. I'm with TriMet. I'm with the Transit-Oriented Development Program, and I'm going to be speaking about the comp plan map, not the TSP. I'll provide oral testimony today, and then we'll be submitting a letter with more details in the future. TriMet hereby requests that a comprehensive plan map change from mixed employment to mixed use for all properties on the west side of Southeast 17th Avenue, adjacent to the Portland-Milwaukee Light Rail project. The proposed comp plan map makes no change to these significant properties. In addition, the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability staff has indicated they propose to prohibit housing on all employment properties during Task 5 of the city's comprehensive plan project. This would be detrimental to the future environment at the Rhine Street and Holgate Boulevard Max stations, where TriMet owns 3 vacant properties. If these properties remain employment only, without the opportunity for housing, then they will remain undeveloped. They will likely remain undeveloped and will be used for parking, which would degrade the station areas. These properties must be leveraged as thoroughly as possible in order to create more lively and safe station areas. TriMet and BPS have studied the viability of employment uses on TriMet's properties. TriMet understands that BPS is concerned about a reduction of employment land, public health regarding poor air quality and noise near industrial land, and that employment uses are financially feasible on the properties. TriMet, on the other hand, believes that with over 1,000 acres of EG property in the city of Portland, a proposal to change 6.4 acres to mixed zoning is minimal, while the benefits of creating lively station areas far outweigh keeping this 0.5% of land as mixed employment. BPS published a DEQ air quality risk map that shows air quality risk on Southeast 17th Avenue is in the middle range, lower than downtown where housing is strongly supported. Good design and appropriate materials in multifamily units can provide comfortable environments and further mitigate noise. A BPS memo on employment feasibility found that a significant discount to the land cost would be necessary for light industrial projects to be feasible, and that office projects were not feasible on TriMet-owned properties. Also, TriMet's analysis of trip generation shows that light industrial uses produce significantly fewer transit trips than does housing. TriMet believes that the current multifamily market will make projects feasible and maximize benefits for station areas. TriMet must carefully redevelop our property to meet our goals for safety, increased ridership, and quality station environments. West of Southeast 17th Avenue, the comprehensive plan map should have a mixed-use designation that allows TriMet to do so. Thank you.
Thank you.
Clarifying question. Is the property along 17th part of the industrial sanctuary or not?
The east side of 17th is industrial sanctuary. The west side is currently all EG1 zoning. No, the Clinton Street Triangle is north of there, north of Powell.
So Don, are we going to hear about this area in the Southeast Quadrant Plan? Okay, great.
Okay. Marianne?
Thank you.
My name is Marianne Schwab. I live in the inner southeast Sunnyside neighborhood. And I'm really happy this part is coming to a close. I was surprised and saddened by the dramatic change in the policies in Chapter 2, community involvement. The public involvement PGE saw most of its recommendations removed from the proposed draft. Please reinstate the information regarding the neighborhood and business associations that have been part of the 1981 comprehensive plan, and take serious consideration of the public involvement material that has been removed from the preliminary draft and the proposed draft of the comp plan update. Back in 2007, when the Portland plan was first reviewed, I list my concerns about the public involvement process, as well as the need to protect our publicly owned school property. And at that time, I served on the Washington High School Community Advisory Committee with well over 30 people, 7 of whom were neighbors, the rest were park staff. And I am really concerned that Ed Lyle, the land use chair for the Buckman Community Association, asked Superintendent Jim Scheringer, why is it that we as a community must purchase land our great-great-grandparents purchased in 1904, again, a second time in today's economy, for park use? We've asked that question again and again. We've yet to get an answer. That I believe ties in with the comp plan. I've asked as recent as December, when the Freeman Water Tower was sold in the Multnomah neighborhood, why is it we can't get a task force review the city charter, and if we have surplus water property, change the deed for the recording fee from water use to park use? If we need to go to the voters, we go to the voters. We need to protect all our open space for future generations. I don't want to come back here in 2035 and say, oh, we didn't have the vision. We do have the power to change it. Also, the no net loss at Washington High School. We paid $5.4 million for 4.5 acres. Still remaining is 1.66 acres facing Morrison Street, a transit street, which means an 8-story condo can go in there with no on-site parking. St. Francis is losing their park. There's going to be more condos. No net loss is a term that I've been given by the staff that work in planning, that it's written in the deed and that's the way it has to be. Well, to kind of stopgap it, I'm very grateful that former Commissioner Randy Leonard and at the time Park Commissioner Fish did sign an intergovernmental agreement with Portland Public Schools that when funds became available to our community center serving 7 inner southeast neighborhoods, then we would buy it at market rate. That's commercial property. How is it downtown when Vera Katz or whomever was mayor, it got moved from downtown when they tore down a hotel for something else and just plopped it on our open space with no public involvement?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just one quick question.
Oh, and P.S., the latest news on Mount Tabor Reservoir, over my dead body, are they disconnecting those pipes?
Thank you. Commissioners, just a time check. We have gone through about 45. We have 45 left. That would take us to about 9 o'clock, 9:15 at that point. If we do continue with 3 minutes.
I feel we should. I think switching midstream is
Just,
I'm not going to be able to stay.
okay. As long as we get 6 here through, that'd take us till 9. I mean, it'll take us till 9, at least 9 at 3 minutes, yes.
Is there a way to ask those waiting to testify to put their testimony together in specific projects, specific cases or causes, such as Hayden Island, so we don't, so we hear people's concerns, but that we get to hear most of what people are thinking about by proscribed 8 o'clock period?
Well, we're going to get past 8 no matter what we do. The issue is how we'll be 9, probably 9:15 to finish up at 3 minutes. We may be, and then we'd have our comments after that. So looking at 9:30 or so.
I would suggest the following. Let's keep rolling.
Yeah.
Let's see what we get done by 8:30.
Okay.
And then let's not do comments from commissioners.
Okay.
I agree with that. I agree with
Everybody
that.
okay with that?
Okay.
I know you
Well, we're going to
guys-
be 9
Ready to
at
get
least
around.
right now with the remaining at 3 minutes. That's for sure. That's what I'm
Okay. Well,
saying.
we can't switch to 2 after we've done
Okay.
3.
Just ask people to expedite.
Yeah.
It's not gonna take
So as I call your name up, I'd appreciate if you come up as quickly as possible, but we are going to, if you can, make your point as quickly as possible, and we're really going to stick to the 3 minutes. The red light's going to come on, and we want to move to the next person. Thank you.
Andre, you might also, announcing the 3 people who are up, and then announcing the 3 people who are on deck so they can start working their way forward.
We will do that too. We will announce the next 3 up after the 3 that come up. So Craig Beebe, Scott Fernandez, and Jeannie Galick. The next 3 will be Michael Devmick, Ted Leby, and Dr. Andrew Fan.
Actually, if it's all right, I'm Craig Beebe. I've got 2 other people from the City Club with me, and we'd like to testify together. So I'll wait till the next round.
Well, we want to get this done, so sit down and testify, or we just,
Okay.
we're moving.
Okay.
Now or never.
Now or never.
We'll just continue
Just
after.
keep-
They'll
yeah.
continue after me. Why don't you go ahead and start? Go ahead.
My name is Jeannie Galick. I'm a longtime Greenway advocate, and I recently served on the SAC for the West Quadrant. A troubling style that flows through the comp plan is the vague and unenforceable language when it comes to environmental issues. Verbs such as encourage and consider are used repeatedly. But what do they really mean? These words are wide open to interpretation, and I can tell you from experience, it is nearly impossible to protect a resource when this is the kind of wishy-washy wording you have to work with. Clear and specific language is necessary to avoid ambiguity and actually land use fights. I urge you to make the following change. Change the word encourage to require in 4.58, 59, 4.62, 63, 64, and 7.11. There's a lot of them. Policy 7.47 is basically about the Willamette Greenway. Under riparian corridors, it now reads, increase the width and quality of vegetated riparian buffers along the Willamette River where practicable. I can barely say it. First, remove that phrase, where practicable. This is the type of language that shouts loophole. Secondly, I walk the Greenway daily, and it's obvious that better regulations and enforcement are desperately needed. I'm aware that the city is currently revising the Greenway guidelines. However, it is such an important natural resource and civic asset that the comp plan should also boldly address it. This will further strengthen whatever future guidelines there are, and it will reinforce the Greenway planning process. I suggest rewriting 7.47 to read, increase the existing 25-foot setback along the Willamette River to a minimum 100 feet, and encourage even larger setbacks and adjacent public open spaces. Increase and protect riparian habitat throughout the Portland Harbor from the South Reach to the confluence with the Columbia River, and ensure that mature native trees and shrubs are planted along both riverbanks. Enforcement is another issue that needs to be addressed somewhere. In particular, we need better tree protection along the Greenway, as both private landowners and homeless camps are removing trees and vegetation. We need removal of trash along the East Side Esplanade and a concrete solution for the number of boats that have morphed into a floating homeless camp.
Thank you. Scott? Scott?
Yes, my name is Scott Fernandez from the Rose City Park area. I'm here tonight to ask the board to retain the open reservoirs at Washington Park and Mount Tabor Park as functional drinking water facilities. The EPA says science will determine, as the regulation is being reviewed right now through next year, Science will determine the ultimate outcome of what they decide. In this document that I've sent you today, it goes into great detail that illustrates the science of the public health benefits of these open reservoirs as opposed to the covered reservoirs that will degrade our water quality. The quality of life in Portland begins with safe drinking water. Portland's open reservoirs have provided healthy drinking water without chemical or microbiological illness for over 100 years. In 2004, the citizen representatives of Portland voted by a majority to retain our open reservoirs at Mount Tabor and Washington Park. Our elected officials still have the opportunity to retain these valuable reservoirs, providing public health benefits that covered reservoirs and a closed system cannot. Covered reservoirs cannot provide the efficient public health scientific principles open reservoir ecosystems demonstrate daily. Number one being sunlight that will allow the natural breakdown of unwanted chemicals, disinfection byproducts, and providing a natural disinfection process through the sunlight itself. The oxygenation of the open reservoirs allows aerobic bacteria to break down unwanted chemicals, and that's all explained in the document that I have here for you. Open air exposure that allows vaporization of unwanted chemicals such as radon and chloroform, and we do periodically get radon coming up from the Columbia South Shore well field. 2 weeks ago, the Water Bureau was going to augment our drinking water with Columbia South Shore well field at 20%. Luckily, we didn't have to go through that because the rains came. But there are periodic episodes when radon will be coming through our system, and we have to have those open reservoirs to naturally let it vaporize. The EPA is reviewing the EPA LT2 drinking water regulation through 2015, so there is time to place a hold on the destruction and disconnection of our open reservoirs. New York City and other utilities in the state of New York, along with New Jersey that just joined last week, are in the discussion with EPA to keep their open reservoirs as they are today. Portland can do this also to stop the unnecessary removal of these open reservoirs. Please make these vital public health treasures a part of our 2035 comprehensive plan for us now and future generations to have safe and healthy drinking water covered reservoirs cannot provide. Thank you.
Thank you. Craig?
Hey, good evening. My name is Craig Beebe, and I'm here representing the City Club of Portland's Bicycle Advocacy Committee. As I mentioned, I had some colleagues that I was going to have come up with me, but I'm just going to blow through our testimony. You've got it in written form. We've submitted pretty detailed testimony. So I'm just going to blow through a few points. I'm going to skip all the positive stuff. We support a lot about the plan, but I'm just going to skip it. So I'm going to go with a few concerns that we want to highlight tonight. Despite the overall strength of Chapter 2 on community involvement, we feel that the description of community involvement is incomplete. The chapter's policies appear limited to land use decisions and processes, with no indication as to whether transportation infrastructure and other investment decision processes will be equally inclusive. Our research report concluded that the city needs to be more inclusive in its planning for transportation, especially for bicycle infrastructure, and we urge you to resolve that failing right now in the plan. In general, we feel the comprehensive plan should provide greater clarity on public investment choices and direction. We feel like there's a lot that's been done, but we feel like it could go further given the state of public finances, just to make clearer how city bureaus will coordinate and prioritize investment decisions. We generally support the modal hierarchy in Chapter 9, which places vulnerable users at the top of the city's concerns in planning infrastructure investments and improvements. However, we urge you to use this plan to endorse a clear Vision Zero policy for the city's transportation system. And we also urge you to work with PBOT to develop a policy limiting auto-through traffic on the city's network of neighborhood greenways, where bicycling and walking are intended to be priority modes, but currently a lot of those are seeing a lot of spillover traffic. We are also concerned that although we recognize why freight has been removed from the modal hierarchy due to its own special needs, we are concerned that the policies concerning freight in Chapters 6 and 9 could potentially put it in direct conflict with bicycling and other mode users, with no obvious resolution proposed in the plan, and we suggest you find ways to resolve that tension in the plan to head off conflicts later on. We urge you to pay special attention to choke points between different modes' priority networks and to look for solutions that emphasize safety and comfort for everyone. Finally, we are concerned the proposed draft lacks sufficient measures for success and a process for evaluating plan effectiveness in future years. We hope that you'll bring together You got some measures here and there throughout the report, but we hope that you would bring them all together into a single place, such as in the administration chapter. There's more details in our written testimony on that. We're going to refrain from specific comments for now on the significant project list. We haven't had time to review that, and we'll also be commenting on the transportation system plan at a later date in writing. And we really thank you for the opportunity to comment and look forward to working with you through adoption and possible implementation. Thanks.
Great. And thank you for your cooperation and the City Club and your quick testimony.
No problem. And we also, I want to say thanks to the Bureau staff for reaching out to us several times through the process.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us tonight. And our website is www.bullrunwaiver.org. Thank you.
Great. Thanks. Michelle Develimick, Ted Labby, Dr. Andrew Fan, Lily Nigan, Judy Blue Horse Skelton will be after that, and Sarah King. Those are the three up. Andrew, you want to get started?
Thank you to the City Council for allowing me to speak again. I was slightly a little bit better prepared this time. My name is Dr. Andrew Fan, and I practice at 6919, the area that would be directly affected by the rezoning efforts. I'm going to be very brief again. I practiced here for the last 3 years, and I've seen a lot, and I like to share some of the things. It is a heavy traffic area. It's a highway. It's a challenge even for me to cross the street from my place to lunch across the street. So I'm concerned here regarding kids, children, and then old folks try to cross the street and so forth. The 82nd Avenue. That's what I meant. I don't think this highway, and the kids trying to cross the street, they don't do well together. I had that feeling. And the second thing is that I got a few drunk driver, and the last one like clear out the sidewalk on my building here. So drunk driver and traffic, and then sometimes drug. I use IV needle would routinely pick up around my place, and I had a feeling that drugs, crimes, and vices, they don't do well with the residential area. And I'm sure glad that I don't have to raise my family or kid in this kind of environment. So I urge you, let's do a little bit more study here before we try to abruptly rezoning everything and then turn it into a residential area. We need more study here. Thank you.
Thank you. Ted?
Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Ted Labby, and I'm representing tonight the Portland nonprofit DPAVE. And we are preparing detailed written comments, which are not ready yet, and we'll be submitting those later. Tonight, I just want to touch on three themes, three things I want to from our more detailed comments. First of all, I'd like to say that we'd like to reinforce, reiterate, and sort of adopt by reference the earlier comments by Audubon regarding Chapter 7, and we encourage you to drop the West Hayden Island annexation policy, as well as the golf course reuse and redevelopment. Those are policies 6.41 and 6.48. There's no need for those to be in the comp plan at this stage. I want to talk tonight a little bit about green infrastructure more and kind of elaborate on some of the earlier comments that my brother made. I think we can do a lot more with this comprehensive plan, integrating green infrastructure across different land uses. The way the comp plan is written currently, all those policies are kind of isolated in Chapter 7, and they're not integrated throughout the different land uses and the different sections. I would like to see more emphasis and more detail on green infrastructure in the urban forum chapter and in the design and development chapters. And I think we can do a lot. You've heard a lot tonight from the neighborhoods. There is resistance to increasing density in the corridors and in the commercial corridors, and I think we can do a lot to incentivize green infrastructure as a way to increase access to nature close to where people live. And the only way we're going to get there is by being really explicit in our urban forum chapter and in our design and development chapters about those, and providing developers incentives to do more and above and beyond what the code requires. So we're going to be getting into that a little bit more detail in our comments. The last thing I wanted to emphasize, so I can be short tonight, is the section on transportation. I think we can do a lot more with transportation. I think specifically chapters, policies 9.15, repurposing street space. I think we've all seen what success we had recently with the Better Block PDX effort on 3rd Avenue. I think we need a more explicit language in the comp plan encouraging and facilitating temporary and permanent repurposing of street segments to not just avoid impacting transportation connectivity, but actually to foster mobility for walking, biking, and transit, and other community purposes, and lowering the financial and regulatory barriers that these community-based organizations encounter. Those are significant to reactivate public spaces. Related to that, I think we need to do a lot more with transportation demand management in the comp plan, and we need to flesh out policies 9.47, 9.56. Those things need to be strengthened. We need to have benchmarks and implementation timeframes. Thank you for the opportunity.
Michelle?
Hi, my name is Michelle, and I'm a student in Vancouver, Washington, and an ecocentrist. It seems to me that the idea to annex and develop West Hayden Island is an entirely humanitarian perspective. It seems like you're really only trying to benefit people and the economy. And I don't really think that it's even going to benefit the economy to be shipping in products from other areas instead of exporting any local goods here from Portland. The jobs that you say that you're going to make, I don't even think that they, the port has been declining in its business for the last several years, so I don't think that the port even needs more ports built. You're also completely ignoring the services that wetlands does for this area. While I was over in the Water Resource Center in Vancouver, I saw a map of what this region looked like about 100 years ago. And the Portland side was entirely wetlands, while the Vancouver side was a sandbar. And after the installation of the Bonneville Dam, it changed the way that the river flowed further down the river, and it's been carving out the wetlands that is the Water Resource Center in Vancouver right now. But so for a while, you know, it was a really nice spot for the salmon to stop and rest on their way down the river. But sediment is continually being deposited in that area. And they even tried to go in and remove a bunch of it, but within a few days, it all came back. So their wetlands is actually disappearing, and it won't be there, and it's unnatural. And they were trying to tell me that that was the only wetlands for miles on either side of the I-5 and 205 bridge. So I was like, well, wait a minute, there is that tiny bit of West Hayden Island there. But that makes West Hayden Island the only natural wetlands for miles on either side of the I-5 or 205 bridge, which makes it the only place for salmon to rest on their very long journey up and down a river. So it is really important for all of the animals that live in that island to continue residing there. Your plans to mitigate, you know, were definitely not going to conserve all of the wildlife that live there. And your recent plan to not even include mitigation as a requirement of the annexation and development of West Hayden Island is just ridiculous and needs to be included. Those animals that live there, the bats, can eat like 1 million mosquito-sized insects in every hour. So if you wipe them out, you're going to get a lot more insects in North Portland. There are just so many services that we really need to have from this ecosystem.
Thank you. Next, we have Lily Nigan, Judy Bluehorse Skelton, Sarah King. After that will be Marianne Fitzgerald, Carolyn Woodsong, and Bob Bernstein. Lily, you want to get started?
Good evening. My name is Lily Nugent. I would like to let you know that.
The mic.
My name is Lily Nugent. I would like to let you know that I'm scared to talk in front of people, but it is very important to me and my family. And I'm here again to register my strongest opposition against the zoning change for our property at 6919, 6933 Southeast 82nd Street, from commercial to the residential, because of the following basic things. First, the property are currently commercial zone. In 2011, my 9,000 square foot building was built in the way it's zoned and how it is used now. If the proposed plan go into the effect, our building would be an exception in the neighborhood, but still the property won't be able to be used as commercial for retail and service space, and would limit our ability to sell it in the future. Second, 82nd is a major arterial and designated as the main street in the region. I have handed out the crash summary on 82nd Avenue, and you can see that there are 11 people was killed in that 82nd, and 9 of them was pedestrian. You also have the 2013 total traffic accident around the Portland area versus 82nd. As an ODOT employee for over 25 years, I take the safety is my priority, and I can tell you that 82nd is not the safe environment to raise a family and having kids running around when car and truck are driving at 35 to 45 miles per hour. The last thing is, you already heard about this issue, but the property underwent an extensive process, a major zone change from residential to commercial, which is adopted by the City Council in October 2006. And now the city wants us to reverse it, go backward, and undo all the good that we have done. Does the city know how this change will affect our property value and how this will affect our ability to develop our property in the future? To the extent any of those zone change, either from commercial to residential or misuse, would cause my tenant use to be from conforming to non-conforming. And you don't want to wholesale the chain of commercial use throughout the city and then start converting these conforming use into the non-conforming use. This absolutely makes no sense to propose. With all that, I would like to request that the property to be opted out remain as a commercial destination and would not be a part of the new long-range comprehensive plan. I believe our street matter. I believe in what our transportation system can be, and I believe we all ought to be a part of the discussion. We count on you, and I hope that you take it seriously. Thank you.
Good evening, Tatsmewi, Nuzpers, welcome, hello, good to be here. I'm Judy Bluehorse Skelton, and I have served with the Vision PDX back in the day with Mayor Potter when he invited communities that have been historically underrepresented at these kinds of visioning and plans and conference rooms to get involved. It was students that put my name forward back then, which seems like a long time ago, but 7 or 8 years ago. And I've continued to serve on the Citizen Involvement Committee for the Portland Plan under Mayor Sam Adams, and currently serve on the CIC for the Comprehensive Plan under Mayor Hales. It's been an incredible journey, and I'm here tonight to focus primarily on the industrial land use part of the comprehensive plan. I served on 2 PEGs, policy expert groups, the Water, Health, and Environment PEG, which began to start meeting with the Industrial Land PEG, which was a new kind of sub-PEG. But those conversations, the breakthroughs, the field trips to West Hayden Island where we saw a bald eagle and took a look at the Willamette and pondered what this could be and what this might become. All of those conversations I don't see reflected in the industrial land use part of the comprehensive plan. And I go back to the equity that Mayor Potter was trying to bring into these conversations, and I have struggled personally with feeling that even sticking with this for 7, 8 years, that the voices have not been heard. We don't have to look far for examples of short-term thinking and what appeared to be an incredible economy, whether it's the former Blue Heron paper mill on the second largest waterfall by volume in the United States at Willamette Falls, just upriver, where the state and the region is looking at spending probably more than any of those family wage jobs paid in the short 100 years that the paper mill was operating. And so we have to be taking a longer look. And those of you that have been at the tables with me on these different meetings of CIC have heard these conversations. And so I just urge this commission to advise the BPS on that industrial land use section. There are other parts. I support Ted Labby. I support a lot of what I'm hearing tonight. Laura Campos is concerned. What is that equity lens? Is it just East Portland? No, we're everywhere. Ted Labby about integrating the green space values into the urban landscape. But I really appreciate and am moved by being the student's voice tonight. Wow. 8 years, 3 minutes.
Sarah King. Sarah King, gone. So Marianne Fitzgerald, Carolyn Woodsong, Bob Bernstein, Tom Lipton will be next, Janet Roxborough, and Christina Palis. Go ahead, Marianne.
Okay, thank you. My name is Marianne Fitzgerald, and I'm representing Southwest Neighborhoods, a coalition of 17 neighborhood associations and 3 business associations in Southwest Portland. We've submitted a testimony yesterday that talks about a dozen motions that were approved by our board last week, but I'm just going to focus on 3 key points today in the interest of time. The first is that the March 13th deadline for written comments is not sufficient to allow citizens to evaluate proposals in a meaningful way. The proposed draft is a moving target, and too many important pieces are still in the early draft stages. The mixed-use zone, the institutional campus zone, the transportation systems plan, and the citywide parking strategy. We're probably going to get 100 pages on each of those topics in January and have between 3 weeks and 6 weeks to evaluate and comment on them. And when you have organizations like ours with committees and boards and bylaws and owning guidelines, we can't rush this stuff through. So that's why we're asking you for 90 days from the public release of the details to evaluate these documents on neighborhood livability. And give us sufficient time to evaluate the proposals and consider further comments on the policies that the later documents are based on, because as we learn more, we might want to revisit some of the comments that we made earlier. So the second thing is that Chapter 2 dilutes the role of the neighborhood associations in decisions affecting livability in the neighborhoods, and we request or recommend that you maintain the current standing of neighborhood associations in planning, land use, and development processes. And the third is that centers and corridors must have adequate and safe pedestrian and bicycle facilities and safe crossings to enable people to access the shops, services, and transit in these areas. This will require infrastructure improvements today, as well as accommodating future growth, because we do have dirt streets and no sidewalks in our centers and busy corridors. Each center and corridor needs supporting projects in the transportation system plan to create a complete neighborhood. And when it gets released on January 30th, we'll be studying it carefully. I'll conclude by just encouraging you to give us at least 90 days, not 3 or 6 weeks, to really evaluate and give you thoughtful comments on these important evolving chapters in the plan. So thank you for your testimony tonight.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Garland Woodsong. I'm the Land Use and Transportation Chair for the Concordia neighborhood. And I'd like to speak to you about just 3 topics tonight within my 3 minutes. First is the city greenways hierarchy. We're seeing that our city bikeways are getting clogged or at least traversed by high-speed cut-through traffic that doesn't want to sit on our city arterials. As a part of the city greenways policy on chapter 3, page 16, we believe that city greenways should be declared local access only, and in areas with a good grid, there should be diverters every 2 blocks. And that number should go down, obviously, where the grid is not sufficient. Alleys in our neighborhood are being ignored by new development, and the Bureau of Development Services is making the problem worse because they don't have any policies requiring them to require developers to provide access for autos to new developments from the alleys. We believe that one way to fix this would be to modify policy 3.77 on page 22 of chapter 3 to require that new developments use the alleys to provide auto access where alleys exist. That could also apply to policy 4.11, chapter 4, page 6. The final topic, and the one on which I was quoted on OPB this morning, I'm told, relates to demolitions and affordable housing. We have a demolitions crisis in this city. We are losing our historic single-family homes, and it's pissing everyone off. So we've been talking about what we can do to fix this, and there will be more proposals coming to you about how to slow down or reform the demolitions process. What we're talking about, though, in affordable housing is how can we turn this into a net benefit to the neighborhoods. Right now, you demolish a $250,000 home, you replace it with a $700,000 home. That actually reduces the affordable housing stock in the neighborhood, and it does nothing to reduce the pressure on the urban growth boundary. What we'd like to do is propose that in R5 and R2.5 zones to remove the prohibition on more than 1 unit per structure, so that structures could allow multiple flats, 3, 4, maybe even 5 flats per structure, depending on the size of the lot. Structure would otherwise have to look like a single-family house, but we urge you to remove the restrictions on units per structure in those zones to allow for more affordable housing and more units to be constructed in our neighborhoods to reduce the pressure on the urban growth boundary. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Bob Bernstein. It's the same old me, and I'm actually going to talk about aging in place at first. I got my property tax bill, as many people did, and I live up on Mount Tabor on the east side of the park, and my property tax has gone from $3,200 8 years ago to over $5,000 now. And so I started extrapolating that, and it struck me that in my mid-80s, I will have not enough money to continue my lifestyle, okay? I spoke to a friend of mine in Cincinnati, and they actually have a program where you can forego your property tax, and they don't charge you a 6% usurious interest fee, which is ridiculous to pay 6%. It's enough, Christ would march in here and overturn the tables on something like that again. What I think we could do is let seniors, God, and I'm calling myself a senior, it's scary here, folks, but I'm going to be 69 soon. So it's what it is. It's what it is. So if seniors could continue volunteering in some way, or if they could show that they lived here for 50 years, or some other way of dealing with the property tax thing, because otherwise people will be displaced. I like to consider myself as somebody who helped make Portland weird. I came here in '69. I worked in a lot of the collectives that started back then, did daycare for feminist functions, played music at Mountain Moving Cafe, worked shifts at People's Food Store. Our house did the books for Friends of Food, which was another food co-op. Like I volunteered with ODFW and, for like 3 decades now. And so anyway, I'd like to think that I've been good to Portland, and I'd like to think that Portland would in some way reciprocate. Unlike the Port of Portland, which seems to have a handful of gimme and a mouthful of much obliged when it comes to Hayden Island. They've sought to exempt industrial lands from local oversight. They've gone to the legislature to try and get the costs for development and mitigation shifted to the taxpayers. They've in many ways bargained in bad faith. And if you think that you're going to maintain and sustain any sort of natural environmental presence in Portland, other than the pressures that it's going to come through in the next 20 years, if you don't stand firm on these things and strengthen the language and really make it enforceable, it is not going to happen. The very fact how this has come about again back to the table should show you that if you don't nail this sucker, Hayden Island will disappear, and it will look like the Gowanus Canal in Coney Island.
Thank
and
you.
Go take a look at it online.
Marianne?
Hold on.
Marianne, I have a quick question. So on the 90-day request, in your vision, what starts the clock for that?
When it's publicly released.
So the proposed language?
Yes, yes, yes.
Thank you.
Thanks. Christina Paleos?
I'm taking the place of Christina. She's a colleague.
Oh, okay. Tom Lipton, Janet Roxborough. Just have a seat. And your name?
Justin Burry, with the Community Alliance of Tenants.
Justin Burry?
Burry, B-U-R-I. I'm later on in the list, so you can remove my name when you come to it. You get to save 3 minutes.
Okay, let's get started.
My name is Justin Burry. I'm the Deputy Director with the Community Alliance of Tenants. We are a grassroots tenants' rights organization, and we organize and educate renters to demand and obtain safe, stable, and affordable housing in Oregon. We have been organizing in North and East Portland for quite some time, North Portland more recently, to hear about what types of concerns that tenants have when it comes to being able to obtain and secure safe and stable and healthy housing. And what we've heard, especially since August when we started organizing in North Portland, is that tenants are worried about the dwindling opportunity for housing in North Portland, especially among a lot of our low-income tenants. And it's particularly worried about displacement effects as that neighborhood starts to improve and more people are moving there. As well as there is a great deal of substandard housing in North Portland. Although we have a great inspections program, it can be sometimes difficult to access. And there's other elements related to if you don't maintain the housing, then it falls into disrepair and disinvestment, which is the antecedent to displacement and gentrification. We've heard many comments tonight about preserving housing, preserving beautiful housing, preserving trees. But we also want to make sure that we're preserving our communities and the people that want to stay there and live and work there so that they're not pushed out as that area starts to improve. And we want to look at opportunities to address involuntary displacement in the 2035 comp plan. We've been in talks with Living Coley. They've submitted written comments that are very articulate and really zero in on a lot of the different anti-displacement policies that can be adopted within the comp plan, and we support many of them. There's an impact analysis tool that they're recommending, beefing up voluntary inclusionary zoning, and also recognizing that this is a 20-year plan and we should be able to overturn the statewide ban within the next couple of sessions. So we want to anticipate that overturn, not just wait for it and then start planning for it. Land banking is a great policy, and also value capture of public investments can be used to maintain affordability of housing. And also consider that displacement is also happens when other areas don't capture an equitable amount of housing growth. So when we look at neighborhoods like Westmoreland that are actually asking to downzone, what kind of pressure does that put on other areas to carry the burden of the housing need and the housing burden in other areas of the city? And is that really an equitable policy, especially if you're putting in new transportation infrastructure that really could need density? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Janet Roxborough. I'm a resident of Hayden Island. Hayden Island has been coming up quite a bit during these hearings, and probably quite a few of you have never been there, or not to the West Hayden Island part. My husband and I spent many hours the last day or so, and we've put together a CD that has got some beautiful photos. There's about 150 of them. We tried to get as many of the different aspects as we could think of. Somebody here last time said about floodplains. They didn't know much about they didn't know much about floodplains. Well, we've got photos of what that looks like and some of the wildlife there. I just hope that since you probably can't all go there, that you just see this as being a journey to the place, the best that we could do. So thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Tom Lipton, and I'm here representing my family and myself. Is this working?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, I got it right by my mouth. Anyway, first I want to thank you all for your service. You have a very challenging job, and I know you're getting tired, and so is everybody else, and everybody that's been here. I thank everyone that's been offering their comments to you. So I would like to read some of my comments, or mine and my family's comments. One is to protect all of West Hayden Island. 300 acres of what we consider to be Rust Belt development is not worth the loss. There's no guarantee about the industries and what they will provide, although right now the existing landscape is working every day to the benefit of the residents in this area, as evidenced by the woman next to me here. It is a mistake to lose such a natural treasure in our midst. It's something that we don't have any more of in the city of Portland, and it's something that I feel that we really need to protect. The second item, it's time to create incentives and requirements for installation of eco-roofs on new multifamily, commercial, and especially industrial development. I know industry and many others will find this a challenge to, well, actually they'll just say no. But I think it's time. Eco-roofs are a proven technology. They're affordable. They work in Portland. We have quite an extensive array of them. There are existing incentives that have worked at South Waterfront, and these need to be improved. And I actually think the best thing to do, which most developers appreciate, is consistency, and nothing is better than a requirement that puts everybody on the same level playing field in terms of development. Number three, determine specific goals for green infrastructure. In addition to cities, to centers and corridors, we need better attention to green infrastructure associated with new development for all land use types, especially industrial lands, which you'll get the most resistance from industry to doing something like that. Special attention should be made to reduce impervious surfaces on private developments and in the public right-of-way. PDOT, in all its good work that it does, has a tendency to pave over the landscape because it's less expensive to take care of concrete than it is to take care of landscaping. And if they really they really need to be pushed on this issue. And I have many examples of where this could easily be done. Actually, removing streets is one option that has been done in Portland through the Bureau of Environmental Services, working on some projects. I used to work for the Bureau of Environmental Services for 25 years. Specify or create a Portland green factor, such as Seattle's or Berlin's or many other cities in the country. And the last thing is set up a green scan.
Thank you.
And I'll give these notes.
Quick question for the Committee Alliance of Tenants. Are you land banking now, or what organizations do you know that you?
Well, it came up in their housing strategy for when the city of Portland decided to invest $20 million in North and Northeast.
Right.
It came up among a lot of community advocates that would be a good strategy in order to use that investment. There currently isn't an organization doing land banking.
You're just advocating.
Yes, precisely.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think we should point out that Mr. Lipton started the Eco Roof program in the city and was better known in London and Chicago and elsewhere around the world than in Portland. He finally, I think, is getting his due in terms of what he's contributed to the city. I have a question, though. I recall, I don't know if it was you or someone else telling me that there are a lot of folks in the development community that actually would prefer that eco-roofs be a requirement so that they are, in fact, on equal footing across the city. Is that accurate or my hyperbole?
Some of the developers that I know have said that, yes. And some of the developers I know have said that an eco-roof, they have found that an eco-roof makes so much sense that it's the first thing that they decide they're going to do on a new development because it just makes dollars and cents. In other words, it extends the life of the roof. If they, whether it's an institution or somebody that's going to keep a building for a while, it just makes sense for them to do that. Saves them money. So that's a good thing. I do want to say, since Mike brought it up, last year I was invited by the Swiss government and paid a paid trip to Switzerland for a whole week to view eco-roofs in Zurich and Basel. And they have, and not only that, not only are they doing eco-roofs everywhere in their city, but they are planting trees. They are doing so much green infrastructure. I was just so amazed. And I hope that with this work, that we don't backslide as a city, that we remain a leader actually in the world in terms of what we've done with green infrastructure. Anyway, thanks again.
Thank you. The next three are Alistair Roxborough, Lisa Skibby, and Jeff Giesland. After that is Rihanna Ansary, Makai Moskal, and Edward Ortega, I believe. Ozariga? Okay.
Would not want you to call my name in the lottery. Ooh. Is this thing on? Now on.
Huh?
Geisler. That's okay. Geisler.
Jeff, you want to get started?
Yeah, I'm the chair for Hayden Island Neighborhood Network called High Noon. And, I can make your meeting go away real quick if we just take this page with West Hayden Island on it and take it out of the plan. Agreed? I'll give up my 3 minutes. Anyway, yeah, I know it is probably pretty tempting. The verbiage that you were asking about, basically what I've been authorized to say is that what we would like to have in there is just remove West Hayden Island from the industrial lands supply list. So that's the verbiage that we would want in there, especially after 5 years of working on different mitigation proposals, all of which was rejected by the Port of Portland. So the only thing that I try to shorten this up because everybody is tired here tonight, but we believe that there is a real need for air quality testing throughout the city. And there's only basically all of the air monitoring that has been done, I believe, from only 2 stationary sites and a few roving temporary sites. So when the CRC was put together, if you look at the environmental study programs, they come up with air quality and toxins based on models and not a lot of different air quality testing stations throughout the city. If we're going to be a green city, we should have clean air, and we should be able to prove that we have clean air, especially in the neighborhoods where we're now experiencing much greater transport of oil and coal by truck, rail, and by ships. So the eco roof idea, I think everything that is the city has become known for, and I think I testified before, sustainability is a far more important thing to me than some of the plans. I do see $350 million for bicycle improvements across the city in this plan. I think maybe some of that money should be spent on sidewalks first and for safety and things like that, and then we might be a lot better off it. And then the only other thing is I know there's a tremendous amount of interest in having one more of these meetings in North Portland. So I hope you consider that. I've had that reiterated at the ONI meeting just last night with the North Portland Neighborhood Association. So thank you.
Thank you. Lisa?
Sorry, you guys. Sorry. Hi, my name's Lisa Scooby. I'm here as a resident of the Hillsdale neighborhood, and I'm here to speak on behalf of a use case, and forgive me, I say Portland Citywide Tree Project. This is actually relative to the Portland Tree Code, the situation that we had in my neighborhood. I'm bringing this use case that we can learn from while here, specifically looking at this Portland Tree Code issue that we've dealt with in my neighborhood, but what it might really teach us on the ways the comprehensive plan we are all here to talk about tonight can and should do better. My bias is that livability, character of neighborhoods, neighborhood stability, conservation and preservation of our neighborhoods are our greatest assets, and that they really matter. If a building at 50 years is eligible for consideration in the National Registry, what about our city's trees? My experience in the current implementation on the Portland Tree Code reveals significant government gaps. The intention is there, the desire to do good is there, but in the implementation, it's not working. It's an opportunity for the departments to work differently and to work together, and if the comprehensive plan is going to work, considerations for how the actual implementation and execution are going to happen in reality are critically important. In my neighborhood, Vintage Homes Northwest came into our neighborhood, seized a lot. On the page of their website, they talk about paying cash for lots. They encourage people to turn over properties very quickly. They espouse quality, and I'm just using these guys as a case in point. I'm sure there are many other very enthusiastic developers out there, and how this relates in the comprehensive plan. If it leaves language open for interpretation with economic emphasis where development intentionally acts in ways inconsistent with the long-term well-being of neighborhoods, bullying our communities and killing our trees, Portland begins to lose that special sauce that makes Portland, Portland. In my neighborhood, there was a complete dismissal around care of trees while persecuting a beautiful corner lot within an inch of its life. And in our neighborhood, we're wondering, where was the oversight? Where was the monitoring? Where were the requirements? And when we talk about requirements, we need enforcement. We need to have a hotline. We need to encourage our neighborhoods to have a means to be able to reach out and have someone that they can talk to where there are issues and resolution, and that they can be a part of that process. If the neighbors knew that these development plans were going on, there could have been perhaps a much different outcome for these city trees. The actual development process itself, if you look at these slides, was unbelievably dismissive of the trees that they were planting on top of. There was litter everywhere. They actually put the Sani can, the porta potty, on the roots of the tree. The bulldozers were on the trees. The house next to this house, as you can see, is a smidgen of the size. The house, it towers over every house on the street. This is the character of our neighborhood, over 100 years old. And the house that we now have on our street on Southwest 3rd is completely out of character.
Thank you.
Hang on, I'm going to go real quickly. Please.
We're done. We're done. We have to move on. Thank you.
We look forward to the city doing better in the comprehensive plan. Thank you.
Good evening.
Alistair, go ahead.
Yeah, my name's Alistair Roxburgh. I'm a Hayden Island resident. Tonight I'd like to discuss some deficiencies in the published methodology used by the Bureau in evaluating land for the regional industrial land inventory. I'd also like to say a few words about Hayden Island. The industrial land inventory tries to categorize land according to some simple constraints and market readiness factors. Nowhere does the methodology acknowledge or attempt to quantify that the cost of bringing an acreage to shovel-ready effectively downweights the acreage. Unfortunately, the methodology strongly suggests that an acre is an acre wherever it may be. In particular, The methodology does not recognize that island acreage is different. An acre on an island, particularly a small one like Hayden Island, is relatively costly to develop, and I'll say more about that, compared to normal landlocked acres. Therefore, island acres should be reduced by some factor which would introduce a special new constraint. And I've handed out a copy of this, and you'll see I've got in red on the front, you'll see the extra constraint, island land. Development of island land, whether for industrial use or high-rise housing, is fraught with difficulties, all of which are cost drivers that may be orders of magnitude larger than for landlocked land. Island development uniquely passes down much higher costs to existing island residents, businesses, and users in terms of congestion, loss of property values, air pollution, health effects, safety, noise pollution, displacement, etc., and all due to the small size and proximity. In particular, Hayden Island suffers or is affected by a number of factors, limited transportation, interconnectivity, but it has an appearance that may look tempting to a developer, but it's not worth the cost of travel, delays, mitigation, litigation, etc., due to heavy impact on an already fragile community and infrastructure. Hayden Island is already in a precarious situation with regard to limited access, few internal roads, etc. The BPS seems to have forgotten what a boon it is for a city like Portland to have an island like Hayden Island. As recently as 2009, the Hayden Island Plan showed Portland was extremely proud of having an island community in its midst. Unfortunately, the large blue area, in fact, it's the largest on the BPS map app, also conveys the impression that most of the job acres...
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Questions?
I have a handout for one of our other
You give it
neighbors,
to
and I'll give it
Julie?
to her. So.
Thank you. Rihanna Anzuri, Makaya Moskal, and Edward Orzaruga. The next three after that are Ann Littlewood, Paul Van Orden, and Willie Levinson.
Good evening, Chair Baugh, Commissioners. Rehana Ansari, Government Relations Manager for the Portland Business Alliance. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on the Transportation System Plan and the Comprehensive Plan. The Alliance is committed to improving the region's multimodal transportation infrastructure, advocating for strong transportation policies and projects that encourage job growth and prosperity. The Alliance has a history of supporting all modes, including freight, auto, bicycle, and transit, because each plays an important role in a well-functioning transportation system. We understand that as our population grows, the capacity of our city's transportation system will be tested. There will be increased demand for all transportation options, including bike, ped, transit, freight, and auto. Therefore, projects and policies must be evaluated holistically and trade-offs considered when making investment decisions among a variety of modes. The proposed criteria to identify TSP projects do not appear to promote that type of evaluation, and instead are unduly biased toward bike, ped, and transit. For example, in 2 of the 9 criteria, auto and freight-oriented projects are not eligible for any points. The transportation system is just that, a system, but the proposed criteria failed to adequately and objectively consider all modes. Furthermore, criteria should be added related to improving the economy, managing congestion and traffic flows, evaluating the number of people benefited or impacted by a project, and minimizing projects that reduce capacity of the existing system. The current criteria do not address these issues. It's our understanding that TSP selection criteria for freight-related projects are to be considered separately under similar but different selection criteria that are yet to be developed. Without the ability to evaluate both sets of criteria simultaneously, it's unclear whether that approach impedes the ability to develop a balanced multimodal system. Decisions to invest in one mode may undermine another mode, so the criteria should be developed together. There's a significant amount of economic activity and goods movement that occur on all city streets. It's not sufficient to focus only on freight-designated streets and freight-specific projects when determining the impact of transportation projects on goods movement and the economy. The strong preference for active transportation is also evident in the goals and policies of the proposed comp plan, as evidenced by the green hierarchy. The Alliance supports a multimodal transportation system, but it's concerned about how such a hierarchy may be applied. This concern is exacerbated by policies that seek to expand the use of streets beyond their transportation function. As noted, the capacity of the existing system will be tested. Reducing the capacity of the system for non-transportation purposes is short-sighted given the growth the city is forecasting. Thank you, and I have a letter here with more detailed comments that I'd like to submit.
So those comments are part of your letter?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanking Chairman Baugh and the members of the Planning and Sustainability Commission. My name is Micah Meskel, and I'm a board member of the Northeast Coalition of Neighborhoods. NECN is a nonprofit organization comprised of 12 inner and northeast neighborhoods in the city of Portland, representing thousands of residents. Today, I'm personally going to speak to some general themes of the draft comp plan that NECN's full board and land use committee will consider addressing in detailed written comments in the coming weeks. In general, the city needs to take a more sustainable and balanced approach in its strategy for addressing industrial land demand in its comprehensive plan. Industrial zoned lands provide jobs and help drive portions of our local economy and community, but the quest to secure additional industrial land should not trump the health of our communities and environment. The livability of our neighborhoods should not be compromised. In the draft comprehensive plan, there are several industrial land sanctuaries, most notably proposed changes number 297 at Broadmoor Golf Course, number 298 at Riverside Golf Course, and number 321 West Hayden Island, which are proposed in North and Northeast Portland. These specific proposals would pave over significant swaths of existing open space and natural areas and develop portions of them as industrial sanctuaries. Upon rezoning and redevelopment that follows, the surrounding neighborhoods will likely see an increase in pollution and loss of significant environmental benefits that these open spaces provide, with no real promise of economic benefits to the affected community. Instead of looking to pave over our last few remaining large intact open spaces like golf courses and natural areas near our neighborhoods, the Bureau should look for other ways to secure industrial jobs for our city and communities. The city should take a more sustainable strategy forward, a strategy that includes greater emphasis on cleaning up existing brownfields, one that strives to develop greater than 60% of existing brownfields, a strategy that looks at promoting the intensification of jobs on current and future industrial lands, which will provide more jobs per acre, a strategy that restricts the ability of landowners to upzone industrial land for other uses. If these strategies don't bring the city to reaching its industrial lands goal, then it needs to consider taking a serious look at seeking Goal 9 exemption from the state. Goal 9 is the driving force behind many of these proposals that will adversely affect North and Northeast Portland. Tonight's testimony from Riverside Golf Course presents a glimpse of things to come. If Riverside isn't rezoned, are we going to look to Kelly Point Park or Smith and Bybee Lakes to provide these 60 extra acres? Goal 9 doesn't make sense in today's reality or in the future in Portland, and the city should request an exemption from the state. I would like to thank the city and the Planning and Sustainability Commission for hearing testimony this evening, and we will be submitting detailed written comments in the coming weeks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi there, my name is Karina Kremling. I'm here representing Edward Ozaruga, who's the owner of Springwater Stables Arena. I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify regarding the comprehensive plan designation for a specific property. The property is 6729 Southeast 162nd Avenue. This property is located at the southwest corner of the heavily traveled intersection of Southeast 162nd Avenue and Southeast Foster Road. It is currently improved with large commercial building and has been historically used for agriculture and commercial purposes. There is also currently an approved conditional use permits in place, allowing the property to be used for commercial purposes, such as storage and maintenance of RVs, boats, trailers, and motorhomes. I'm proposing that the Planning and Sustainability Commission consider placing a commercial or employment designation for this property. A commercial designation for the property would satisfy a public need for economic development in the East Portland area and would also promote clearly identified goals for creating economic and employment opportunities. These goals have been clearly outlined in the East Portland Action Plan as well as the Pleasant Valley Neighborhood Plan. A change to commercial designation for this property would also be in line with key strategies for the proposed comprehensive plan to increase access to living wage jobs in East Portland. And doing this will also address the goal of providing essential goods and services to surrounding neighborhoods. I respectfully ask for you to closely consider this request for change, as I feel it would be the best use for this property and the surrounding areas. If you have any questions, I've provided contact for the owner of Springwater Stables, Edward Ozaruga, in the letter that he's provided. So thank
Great.
you.
Thank you. Questions? Ann Littlewood, Paul Van Orden, Willie Levinson.
Should I start?
Yeah.
My name is Paul Van Orden. I'm here today in a capacity as a neighbor in Elliott neighborhood. I'm not here in an official capacity as the city's noise officer, as a member of the TAG for the Mixed Use Committee, or as an owning employee, just as a citizen. And if there's enough time, I'll make some comments from the Elliott land use. Our family has resided in Elliott neighborhood in historic Albina for almost 18 years now. I want to begin by thanking the Planning Bureau staff for recognizing the equity and compatibility concerns with the recently approved comprehensive plan and zoning map amendment for City Design Commissioner Ben Kaiser at the southeast corner of North Williams and Fremont. The ethical thing that the Planning Commission should do in the comp plan is to return the zoning classification at the southeast corner of Fremont and North Williams parcels back to R1. The RX approved zoning from City Council is out of character with one of the oldest collections of late 1800s and early 1900s homes in Oregon. 3 members of City Council approved rights to potentially develop an 8 or 9-story building with limited regard for the solar access for economically less affluent neighbors and for long-term neighbors who will be losing the majority of their solar power capacity into the future. This is an environmental justice, sustainability, and equity issue. Please recognize the available checks and balances in the system and fix this inequity. I'm here today to respectfully request as well that our family's half-acre of land at 52 Northeast Fremont not be downzoned from R2 to R2.5. Today, we find ourselves next to RX downtown Central City zoning on Fremont. Downsizing our neighboring lots makes no sense. I purchased this property 18 years ago knowing full well what the zoning was and the rights that it offered us as Quakers to build a stable plan for our retirement. We have plans to operate in compliance with the basic rights of the zoning code and to do a bed and breakfast type development that is allowed only in R2 and is not allowed in R2.5. The downzoning from R2 to R2.5 will translate into a loss of a 20-year retirement plan to build our dream bed and breakfast. Airbnb is in no way the same thing as the rights we are currently accorded under R2 zoning. I also intend to pass the R2 development rights on to my 2 children. The development rights for our half-acre in changing from R2 to R2.5 would mean a loss of over 6 to possibly as many as 10 individual units with the bonus amenity calculations. This equates conservatively to a $1.5 million takings of our development rights, moving away from the existing zoning with which we purchased our property. It is simply not an ethical or reasonable expectation or a basic planning perspective. It is simply not ethical or reasonable from a basic planning perspective to downzone our property after City Council just accorded RX downtown Central City zoning to a neighboring lot. I'm going to take a moment and put on a hat as a Elliott person because Mike Warwick can't be here tonight, so it's a little bit of a different offering that I'm hoping to squeeze in a little bit.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Willie Levinson. I'm the ringleader of Human Access Project. A lot of people know our organization from the Big Float event that we put on. It's a group inner tube float of the Willamette River where this past year we had 2,300 people swimming and floating in downtown Portland. Organization's vision is simply a city in love with its river. I'm here today to testify on West Hayden Island, and I'm glad to see Mike Halkes on the panel because my opinion will be well represented by Mike's voice, no question. And to be honest with you, in terms of, is that an understatement? To be honest with you, I am not, this is the first time I've testified on something like this, and I am a skeptical person, like many disenfranchised people that question whether or not these processes do any good. I've sat around for 4 hours like you guys, feel like I just got out of a really long car trip, but I have really enjoyed the testimony, and I've been really inspired by the extent that some people have really dug in. And I'm very thankful for organizations such as Audubon, Tad Laby, and his work just digging into the minutia of this stuff. But I feel like I should be preaching to the choir to some degree, because in terms of feeling disenfranchised, I mean, don't you guys feel disenfranchised because we're revisiting something that we've spent so much time doing? I mean, on a certain level, I'd think that you guys must question whether or not your work is worth anything either, when you spend so much time, involve the public, only to have this thrown back in your face again. I was particularly inspired by the gal's testimony from Vancouver, Washington, kind of contemplating what this area looked like before we had our urbanization happen. But I've considered myself too that there was a time as humans that, you know, maybe animals articulate this stuff to themselves too, but there was a time that there was no vernacular such as environmental crisis. I mean, that is something that's been born from probably, it seems like people started noticing it in maybe the early 1900s about the impact of all these incremental things that happen. But ultimately, I suppose, when you look at West Hayden Island, you consider what the future of civilization from a human perspective is, that it's valuable to be able to protect these open spaces. So I guess I'll just leave it at that. Just, you know, interestingly, this is a 2035 plan. Next 20 years, potentially that'll mean West Hayden Island is protected. From there, it's going to be the next generation of people who maybe take this up and hopefully value the, you know, I'm not going to apologize for the value that open spaces gives to quality of life. And hopefully the next generation will see that for their own sake. That's it.
Thank you. Ann Littlewood. Ann Littlewood. Going once, twice. Okay. Steve Morrish. Suzanne Schuster. Peter Wilcox. The next three are Doug Klotz, Michael O'Connell, and Terry Chung. Steve?
Thank you. Steve Morash, Schwalbe Williamson and Wyatt, 1211 Southwest 5th Avenue, Suite 1900, Portland. Thank you for staying after hours. I'll be very brief. I represent U.S. Realty 86 Associates. They own property at 12350 Northeast Sandy. This is basically the intersection of Sandy and 122nd Avenue. There's a Kmart on the site right now, and it's currently designated general commercial. The proposal is to redesignate it to mixed employment, and the property owner has some concerns about that because that would render the existing use non-conforming as to use. Also, the property owner's internal development reports indicate that the property would be more suitable to a retail use than a employment or light industrial use. The streets in both directions on 122nd and Northeast Sandy are proposed to be designated mixed-use civic corridor, which, looking at the proposed plan, that's more of a zone that would allow a retail type use. So our client would propose that their site be designated mixed-use civic corridor to be in line with the property up and down the street in both directions and to prevent their use from becoming non-conforming. And that's really all I have. We will be submitting written comments, but we wanted to take this opportunity to come and give public input. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Susan Schuster. I live at 1522 Southeast Clinton Street, and I'm here tonight to ask you to not rezone this area on Clinton Street, which is between 14th and 16th and into Tigert. I have given you, or you should have, some notes that more clearly describes it. In my little map that you would look at, I'm the little blob here in the upper left-hand quadrant. That's where my house is. The first point that I want to make is what we need in Portland is more affordable housing, period. Right now, the area that you're considering rezoning into commercial space is mostly rentals. Some of the rentals are private landlords, and some of the rentals are owned by Reach. Those people are either disabled, low income, or need special considerations. You get rid of those houses because somebody's going to sell, and I'm not saying that Reach would, but times are getting tough and push comes to shove, they could. They could turn those into commercial spaces, and there isn't another place that those people can go. And we're talking 45 to 50 people when you're looking at all of those houses. Some of the large houses that are along Clinton between 15th and 14th are, have students. When I talked with them, they're sometimes 4 to a house, and they pay about $450 a month for rent. Those people really don't have anywhere else to go. When you look at or ask the folks, one of the apartment buildings closer to maybe like Belmont 26th, around that area, the more recent apartments that have been built, the cost is between $1,200 to $1,500 for a studio or a one-bedroom. We can't do this. We really can't do this. The other part is that we really don't need to. At 15th and Clinton, I can walk to over 20 restaurants. There are 2 spas, 2 places where I can get my hair cut, martial arts, gas stations. A little bit further of walk is the Aladdin Theater. There's a community garden, a daycare center, New Seasons, is he still here? And People's Food Store. Those, we don't need anything. I don't need 2 spas in my neighborhood. I don't. So we've got everything. I can buy coffee, beans, and food.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Just a quick question around that
Sure.
Clinton Street area. I know about Reach and appreciate the fact that they're holding affordability in the neighborhood for sure. Do you know about the impact that Airbnb has had on the other houses in the neighborhood?
None that I know of.
Okay.
Go ahead, Peter.
Thanks for all the hard work you guys do. Thanks for all the hard work you do. I'm here to urge you to include in the comp plan a missing transportation system that will do the most for Portland's livability with the least amount of carbon per passenger mile of all modes except walking and biking, at the least cost per mile by far, while increasing safety and transportation redundancy and stimulating new cultural and commercial development, all with proven feasibility, including adoption by cities all around us and throughout the world, that I sincerely believe needs to be added to the comp plan. And that's rediscovering the river as a transportation corridor for a central city circulator downtown. Increased livability through an unsurpassed way to meet and talk, access for all to the heart of the city and to nature, strengthening the bond in the east and west side for the Portland plan, finishing the multimodal system with the most innovative part of that. Innovative sustainability with hybrid solar electric biodiesel power to start, and then hydrogen boats that actually clean the water. I'm just back from seeing and riding on a few of those over in Europe. Lower carbon emissions per passenger mile than light rail, trolleys, or buses. Protecting salmon using the existing docks plus a few new docks out of the river channel, which I also saw this innovation just now. Low speed, low wake central city circulator we're talking about here. The public already owns the right of way and the existing docks. US DOT has grants for the majority of the facility's costs. There's private funds for boat and operations. There's been entrepreneurs coming forward. Every time this has seen some sort of motion from the city in terms of allowing people to do it. And institutional and business support has already been forthcoming, and I think more will be forthcoming. Multiple economic benefits, increased tourism, likelihood of more conventions in the city, as told to me by Travel Portland, safety, eyes on the river, and bridges and redundancy of our bridges, some terrific living ways jobs, I've listed those there, new waterfront development, and stimulating new waterfront development, and ultimately TIF funds for other good uses. So is this feasible? Absolutely. We did a feasibility study a few years ago that said it was feasible right then for at least seasonal use. Guess what? All the ferries in the world are seasonal. There's a list of cities, there's over 500 I've already identified that are already doing this. I just urge you to add it to the comp plan. It's the BPS's central reach planning process has demonstrated there's lots of enthusiasm for this among Portlanders. Potential operators are waiting for city action. Start now, grant writing and system planning, and we'll have that. It's time to leave the dock. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike, hold on just a second.
Yeah,
Mike?
Peter, canal bus? Canal bus.
Canal bus.
Yeah, that's Dutch. Yeah, that's
Mike?
conflating
Yeah.
two causes.
Yeah, I don't know if you'd be pleased or not, but I channeled you during the West Quadrant conversations regarding slow, no-wake zones.
Right.
And two things. One is I see all these other cities you've listed.
Right.
Do they have slow, no-wake zones in their harbor? And secondly, is a slow, no-wake zone, say 5 miles an hour, antithetical to river transit?
It's absolutely not antithetical. It would support it and strengthen it. It would help to make that easier to do. The challenge is finding a city in whose central harbor there is not a harbor speed limit. We're one of the very few cities I've ever been able to find. I've tried to find other examples. They just don't exist. A harbor speed limit is so common sense, and it's a safety factor. You add a few minutes to the travel time of the fast, fishermen or speedboats going through. That's it, just in the central city, and we've got a harbor speed limit like we have in the North Portland Harbor where I live.
Which I think would be important for Mr. Levinson's interest as well, as far
Absolutely.
as sharing the river in a safe way.
Right, and lowering the impacts.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Doug Klotz, Michael O'Connell, Terry Chung. After that, we'll have Justin Callaway, Elliot Callaway, Timothy Boyd.
Is it possible that I have a cohort join me?
You have 3 minutes.
Okay.
Go ahead, Doug.
Hi, Doug Klotz, 1908 Southeast 35th Place. Once again, I find an article on climate change a day before I come to testify. I've heard in various forums a number of neighborhood associations asking for reductions in zoning capacity in centers and corridors in their neighborhoods. I would like to point out that while capacity and while the neighborhood association members' concerns certainly needed to be considered, the city has greater goals to consider. The comprehensive plan will shape our city to serve all current and future residents, not just the single-family homeowners that so often are the primary representatives in those neighborhood associations. In addition, climate action plans of the county and state will address how these actions will affect the city, the planet's climate and resources. I think it's important for the commission to consider what type of plan will reduce auto travel, reduce carbon emissions, encourage alternative transportation means, and serve not only homeowners but renters, those of limited means, and disadvantaged communities. Allowing more housing and a variety of sizes of housing to be built in all parts of the city will further that goal. Even better if they're in town centers and neighborhood centers where the transit is better. To achieve this, the first step would be to preserve the by right capacity of the existing zoning along these corridors and even increase the capacity of those zones near services and transit in order to put more Portlanders within the 20-minute neighborhoods that the plan seeks to support. While compatibility with existing adjacent houses should be considered, it should not be at the cost of housing capacity in these critical locations, keeping in mind that those adjacent houses may change and evolve in the future. Although the city may have enough theoretical capacity in existing zoning, much of it seems to be in areas where the market is not building housing. The capacity needs to be available in locations where developers see a need or a market and will build the units. And if enough units are built, the market price will drop. I mean, certainly the newest ones in the closest neighborhoods are more expensive, but if the more that are built, the more it spreads the pressure out and ultimately will lower housing prices. There is still, though, a need for subsidized and for incentivized low-income housing, and the city should certainly seek to get inclusionary zoning allowed. I have a couple of other things. I've sent you several things about extending the mixed-use urban center designation along Division from 44th to 50th, and on 50th from Hawthorne down to Powell. A lot of that, it seems to make sense with the development that's going on there, especially the new development proposed at 50th and Division, which is said to be 134 units on that corner. So it's an urban center. And in the civic corridors, I had just one quibble on the civic corridors, which will accommodate all modes of transportation within their right-of-way or on nearby parallel routes. I think they ought to be in the right-of-way.
Thank you. Terry?
My name is Terry Chung. I'm the president of the Portland Chinatown History and Museum Foundation and a member of the Old Town Chinatown Community Association. Thank you for your time and your service. You've spent a lot of time working on the comprehensive plan, and unfortunately, not all of the work that you've done has ended up being placed before us in the newest rendition of the comprehensive plan as it's been proposed. I'm here to direct my comments to the portion that relates to the historic and cultural resources. The current comp plan before the revision more adequately fit our needs. That is the preservation of a historic district. The Portland, the Chinatown, the new Chinatown, Japantown historic region. The revisions of the 2013 plan that focus on the historic and cultural resources are written in such a way that they significantly weaken the original intent to preserve, save, and utilize the designated historic landmarks in historic and conservation districts. In the Planning Bureau, is the Planning Bureau listening to the people and the community that work and live within the new Chinatown, Japantown Historic District, or just the individuals who seek to develop their properties while having the taxpayers assist them to make the maximum amount of money? That's my question. What is the city doing for the city itself? Or is it working for the developers and not listening to the people who have to live in an area? Where's the balanced recognition that those who work and live in an area have an even greater stake in what type of environment they will have to face and work in? Preservation of buildings was identified as one of the top 3 items that was identified as a need by the Old Town Chinatown Community Association. In this new revision, in key places, verbs have been changed from preserve, accentuate, support, maintain, and protect to encourage or protect until. Until what? Until, you know, it just, oh, well, we have a better plan. We're going to change it now. Forget all the work that was done before for the last 50 years. Forget it. It's unimportant because I have a new vision. This is like going from required to recommended in terms of paying your property taxes or deciding what to do when coming to a stop sign.
So I don't have to pay my taxes?
Exactly. It's because it's recommended. It's not required anymore. Encourage does little or nothing to help in preserving the city's historic sites if a developer has a plan in mind to maximize his investment returns. What you get is the same basic plan for development of every piece of property by each different developer. Removal and new development to the same magnitude of every new building built to the maximum heights. We've already seen this.
Thank you.
You have my other words here, and I would say you've heard the term little boxes or heard the song, and read that section in there because I think it gets to the heart of the matter. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Michael O'Connell. Michael O'Connell. No, Michael O'Connell. Huh?
Let's get Terry up here and talk about that tax thing.
Justin Calloway, Elliot Calloway, Timothy Boyd. After that, we will have Ann Sanderson, Lynn Longfellow, and Judy Calloway.
Where do I go? I usually call you the Jude. I guess that's an improvement.
Not Judy,
Jude? Oh, okay. Jude. Okay.
All right. Let's see here. 1 second. I was just trying to. I let my neighbors start off my conversation, and it was good to see Paul Van Orden who came to my property and told me he was the most powerful man in Portland and how much I should respect the noise code. And yet I've never received a single night of sleep because of it, and he's deleted my original noise complaint. So let's just see if this works. Oh, that must be one of the 2 trucking yards next to me. Yeah, I think maybe it was an earlier comprehensive plan that maybe brought 2 trucking yards next to my residential farming property. We have almost 4 acres, and what can I say? About 60% is kind of either has an environmental or conservation overlay, or maybe a wetland delineation through the airport futures.
You're out by the slope?
So
I'm out in East Columbia. I'd like to say that your demographics say we're the most diverse neighborhood. And somehow we're kind of like Vanport, we're the other managed floodplain neighborhood of diversity that you guys like to celebrate, maybe more when it's gone, because your comprehensive plan still doesn't show any of the basic services. When I went to the first meeting, they weren't there, and it was kind of explained, oh, you don't have the population, and thing. And so, we walk, our neighbor's kid walks 1.5 miles to the city bus. And it was Barry Manning who was actually supporting our president and land use chair, who pretty much divided the whole neighborhood and did everything you wanted for airport futures, which resulted in wetland delineations on all those residential farming properties that you called industrial sanctuary in the last round. But I appreciate that you took that off, because that's kind of like you trash the equity and then you come and pretend that we're now going to be industrial even though nobody developed it. That was cute, but that's done, and I appreciate that. So, but what I don't appreciate is that I can't sleep through the night, that there's, when those trucking yards were put in, they're not going to have a negative impact on the neighborhood. That's not true. It's family won't even sleep with my neighbor at my neighbor's house. They were there before the trucking yards. And when do you go back and reassess when bad planning things happen? I asked Commissioner Fritz to please help out with the airport futures, which ripped our neighborhood apart. And it's very convenient that everything stopped at 13th, which we asked them not to do, because that's where you're getting all your industrial inventory this time. But when you did all those games to us, and the trucking yards, don't get the wetland delineations, yet drainage district staff says they're the ones flooding my wetland. I don't know. I think we brought that up, but you told us we needed to have an environmental lawyer for that. So what I want to know, though, is, when Barry Manning's working with Mary Helen Kincaid on giving a group plug to Walmart when Portland divests, and all of a sudden Walmart's good enough for your East Columbia, but not Portland. And she's trying to give us our bus 2 miles away. She wants our neighborhood kids to walk 2 miles, and Barry Manning is.
So can you just before you get up, can you tell us your exact address?
It's 8850.
Into the microphone.
Oh, sorry. 8850 Northeast Levy Road.
Okay.
And there's an adjacent undeveloped lot. And just the most important thing is that the noise ordinance, we live in the noise ghetto already. You did that overlay. But the noise code hasn't been enforced. And when I complained, when I didn't want to, I got a retaliatory complaint by the trucking yards. And so where am I to go? And when I go to the oversight board for the noise code review, because I asked for disability accommodation because I'm deaf in one ear and I can only hear out of one ear, and they're telling me to go localize which of the 2 trucking yards, I can't do it. I go there, and the only guy who ever told me how to do it was to hire him for $1,000 and then give a letter to a lawyer, and then he'd send it to you, and then he'd also send it to the trucking yard, and he happens to be on your noise code overview board, and Paul Van Orden says he doesn't have the equipment to enforce the noise code that I was informed of when I bought my property. And that's what your comprehensive plan shows. I mean, the guy's a joke. I can't believe this. The most powerful man in Portland somehow can't give me a night's sleep.
Thank you. And you are?
I'm his daughter. So.
Your name, though?
Oh, I'm Elliot Calloway.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm here to talk to you about part of what my dad said, but also about our neighborhood in general. So as a community, as I've lived there for the past 4 years, we have developed a couple things, and then, I'd like to talk about those. So the things that we are working on getting better as a neighborhood is more like of a community, although at the board meetings that we go to, which I am sadly dragged along to, well, when we're there, we talk about bus safety, about how the kids in our neighborhood have to walk 1.5 miles to get to TriMet bus services, where they have to wait from maybe 20 minutes to I don't know, 45 minutes when it's pouring down rain to get on a bus to drive an hour to their school in the morning at 6 a.m. At the board meetings that I have gone to, there have been some arguments about whether the buses should move another mile away or they should become a half mile closer. I mean, to be honest, like, I don't know, what do you think? Do you want our kids that are 15 years old to walk 3 miles to a bus stop in the soaking rain? No, probably not. So, my dad has also talked to me a lot about the way that our neighborhood is run. It is run through a couple people, and at the board you elect some people, which you probably know. And the people that are normally run are the people that like to be selfish and greedy. It is so stupid how our neighborhood is run. People vote on them through like the popularity, as although they're in middle school and you're trying to, I don't know, judge someone. I think it's really stupid because I just don't understand why, why our neighborhood couldn't be more like collaborated together. Like, I guess what I'm trying to say here is that I wish that the people in our neighborhood would sort of think of others more than just themselves individually, and give individuals a voice too. Instead of just always think that they're right and that we're wrong, they sort of have to just like think of the big picture. They're only thinking of maybe their section while the other parts are getting left out. I don't feel that that is fair as an individual, and also I may speak for others out here who have some of the same problems, but yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Go ahead.
All right. My name is Tim Boyd, and I'm here. PCRI told me and I should be here to and voice some issues that we have. There was a disparity study, economic disparity study done in the city of Portland, and ODOT hosted one in regards to the state, and saw that there was definitely an economic disparity between black businesses and other businesses. And then I'll speak to that and allude to it later. My family, I've lived in Portland for North and Northeast Portland area for over 15 years. I still live in the neighborhood, which I was raised in. But unfortunately, most of our family and friends have been forced through economic channels to be able to redline them to Gresham and northeast, way out in the numbers, and southeast areas. These disenfranchised people should have a remedy in place to regain entry back into neighborhoods and communities that they were raised in. A part of the process was reverse mortgages, illegal foreclosures, and which forced people to move because of their financial illiteracy. You know, they, without any type of, which victimized them without any type of affordable legal representation. Ownership brings about a higher sense of belonging and being a part of a community, city, and state, which leads to better citizens. Information and knowledge is power. And neighborhood outreaches have been negligent in getting information to people who this really affects, the so-called people of color. There must be a clear agenda for economic empowerment of people, so-called blacks, to get back into their neighborhoods. There has to be some type of remedy, a part of the $20 million over the next 5 years, for bringing these people back and getting them back into their communities, through an oversight committee, hopefully of people of color who look like and who can understand the hardships and culture that they're in. And part of this should be loan qualification and elimination of the liability of IRS and supposedly student loans. Be able to subsidize them in regards to interest rates to help lower the rate so that they will be able to, and possibly zero down should be the model for these people over the next 10 years. If they live there, it should be a no payback requirement. Class distinction should be readjusted so that every minority isn't thrown into this category and therefore losing the flavor of the people who really been affected. Normally when they group minorities all together, then the real affected minorities are again moved to the back of the bus. If you give people a fish, you feed them for a day. If you teach people to fish, they'll never be hungry again. Give them economic support and help them gain re-entry back into their communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Next three are Ann Sanderson, Lynn Longfellow, and Jude Calloway. After that, we have Merrill Reddish, Mark Bello, Chris Day. Go ahead and have a seat, Jude. Go ahead. Put the microphone down so it's closer to you. There you go.
I'm sorry you guys have to hear a lot about the levee road stuff, but to be honest, it's the one with the most problems. I mean, I've seen bad neighborhoods, and I mean, I've seen some really bad ones, but I mean, Levee Road, we barely have paved cements. Only in the richest parts of that neighborhood do we have, like, roads. I mean, sidewalks, sorry. And, I mean, I play soccer, and when I grow up, I'm not going to rely on my dad when I'm, like, 17 to drive me to Vancouver for a game. And, I mean, if I have to walk 1.5 miles or 2.5 miles to get to a bus stop and then wait another hour, then it could be the whole game and I would be tired before I even got there. I mean, what's the point in playing? Just being truthful. And, I mean, the trucking yards, they make it hard to concentrate when we're trying to be a family, when we're trying to have fun, when we're trying to do homework. Anything. It's just, and most of the time when, I mean, what my sister said, when she gets dragged along, I'm the one that gets dragged along, not her.
Oh, now it comes out.
And then when I come, all I hear is Mary Helen and my dad arguing. Mary Helen, she only wants to move it farther. I mean, what's up with that? My dad wants to move it closer and get sidewalks, even in the more poor parts of the thing. The neighborhood, sorry. I'm really bad at this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Apologize for that. My name is Lynn Fujigami Longfellow. My name is Lynn Fujigami Longfellow. I'm the Executive Director of Oregon Nikkei Endowment. I also represent the Japanese Ancestral Society of Portland and the Portland Japanese American Citizens League. Last time I was here speaking more to what we felt were equity issues with regards to the new Chinatown, Japantown recommendations in this plan. But I'm here tonight to speak more in terms of addressing concerns in general for historic preservation, but also, more importantly, to make some specific suggestions, which I think you are more interested in hearing. We are really worried and feel that the 2035 comprehensive plan is weak on historic preservation and does not protect Portland's most treasured buildings and districts. And I do just want to say that we support the recommendations that are you'll receive in Terry Chung's written
testimony with regards to policy 4.36 through 4.38. We also want to applaud policy 4.39 and 4.45. These we feel are good additions, and we hope that that is kept in the plan. With regards to heights, which was really the controversy, and the study of additional height up to 175 feet in this district, we are against, of course, we spoke out against looking at the height as a development tool, and even the board and the Land Use and Design Review Committee of the Old Town Chinatown Association agree that this is too much height and covers too many blocks. If this discussion is to take place, we hope that it will be concentrated on the single block, and that's block 33. The Land Use Committee had suggested that the height be looked at 150. We still feel that is too high. But the more important piece of this is that if this discussion takes place, that guidelines are written at the same time that the design guidelines for Skidmore are passed. So that's UD3. We would hope that this would be moved into 2015 versus the timeline 2 to 5 years. So in the big picture, we just again want to advocate for the protection and preservation of this particular part of the city. It is not a large area, but it is so important and unique to the history of Portland. It's a story. It's a part of the.
Thank you.
Okay.
Ann Sanderson. Ann Sanderson. Nope. All right. Merrill Reddish. Mark Bello. Chris Day. The next three after that will be Joseph Van Loom, Lyndon Sanchez, John Keylor. Merrill, you want to get started? Actually, I'm going to have Chris. Okay, Chris.
Good evening. Thank you all for sticking around so late to hear all of us tonight. My name is Chris Day, and I'm the policy chair with the Urban Forestry Commission. I'm joined here with Merrill Reddish, chair of the commission, as well as Mark Bello, policy committee member. I'll begin by saying that the Forestry Commission is still reviewing the finer details in the documents drafted currently. However, we would like to present some high-level, overarching comments this evening. I'll first share that overall, the Commission has been so far pleased with the inclusion of green infrastructure throughout the document in many chapters, and really is pushing forward a big and progressive idea that Portland certainly has helped champion. That said, we do feel that there could be many more connections made with between chapters in this regard, as well as with some of the guiding documents like the Urban Forestry Management Plan, also the recently passed climate change preparation strategy, and the stormwater management plan, et cetera. So please do make some stronger connections there to help really uphold and maintain the importance of what a functioning green infrastructure system must be to operate. Further, regarding green infrastructure, we'd like to see language strengthen in various places, green infrastructure, nature, natural resources. These terms or phrases are used, but often very vaguely, without really describing, do we mean the urban forest? Do we mean trees? Do we mean infiltration planters, green roofs? Do we mean the whole system? It's left just very open-ended, and I think for many folks who aren't versed in green infrastructure, they have no idea what this means. So please ramp up the language and really give form to some of these ideas in ways that common people can understand what's being put forth.
Thank you.
My name is Mark Bello. I'm a member of the Urban Forestry Commission as well. The second point is that there is a vision for the comprehensive plan. Nature is woven into the city. I think that weaving concept means that the city is woven into nature as well. There's also excellent work done in the past, the Urban Forestry Background Report, which was done by I think the city and adopted by council as part of the Portland Plan. And it has fantastic background. So looking at those documents and then looking at the policies, other than some wordsmithing we might suggest in our next letter, there was a large, from my perspective, a large gap in the thinking. And that is that trees are perceived perhaps from their environmental or ecological point of view, and not from the urban design. So while in the urban form chapters, there's a discussion about trees, particularly Doug firs being important in East Portland, or trees to be planted along corridors, there's very little about development and urban design. Trees are a form-giving element in the urban structure. Every picture that I looked at that has been part of the public outreach invariably has a tree. And invariably, actually, it's quite attractive tree in very healthful circumstances, and really adds all that we talk about at Portland being Portland, Portland's character as a green city. So I think we are interested in proposing a policy, it would be policy 4.8, that talks about trees being integral to development and redevelopment. And a quick wordsmith is to encourage development and building and site design that preserves trees as well as adequate space for new plantings, because it's extremely difficult to squeeze in trees in some of these very narrow parking strips, to have the requirements, for example, for allow very large lot coverages and very narrow setbacks, and still figure out how to put the trees in. Land division code has been a wonderful move forward. Now it may be time to revisit the comprehensive plan and write the policies that help us move forward in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I just have, thank you for staying late and for considering our comments. I just have 2 points to follow up with from Chris and Mark, and those are the following. We support policies related to downzoning in environmentally sensitive areas where tree canopy cover is essential to maintaining the integrity of these landscapes, including steep and unstable slopes, floodplains, and headwater drainage sites. Not only does limiting development at these locations reduce risk of landslides and sediment from entering the stormwater system, they also serve to safeguard human health and aid in protecting private property during natural disasters. And the final comment I'll make is our perspective about West Hayden Island. And what you haven't heard is about the tree cover that's there. The Commission requests that West Hayden Island and the development of West Hayden Island be completely removed from the comp plan. The island is unique. It's an irreplaceable asset to our region, and we are convinced that no proportionate, acceptable mitigation exists. The loss of this contiguous canopy would be counter to Portland's goals for climate change, for achieving climate change, for equity goals, and for canopy goals. And this is the wrong direction to take. And on that note, once again, thank you, and you'll be getting our detailed comments soon.
Thank you. Questions? Next, we have Joseph Van Loom, Linda Sanchez, John Keeler, and the last 3 are John Gaben, Michael Harrison, and Laura Wozniak. If anybody else wishes to testify, please give Julie a card. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is John Kohler, and I'd like to echo the comments from previous commenters. Your stamina and ability to stay this long is enviable, at least. I want to comment on properties at 1353, 1409, and 1421 on Northeast 112th Avenue. These are existing residential properties south of Northeast Halsey Street on 112th. It's in the eastern neighborhood. The proposed change is number 645 to each of the properties. I support the new designation of mixed-use neighborhood for these parcels under the proposed change 645. Of all the hardships that disabled people endure, the hardest for me and most of us is not getting to the wheelchair, but rather from the wheelchair to the rest of the world. The world doesn't really accommodate us, and it's not anybody's fault. It's just the way it's set up. It takes a lot of strength and willpower just to get from my bed to my wheelchair, but no amount of either one of those things can circumvent a curb, a set of steps, or a narrow door. Although public facilities have seen marked improvements over the last few years, wheelchair-bound people still can't enter, let alone live, probably 90% of the private housing in Portland. In 2010-11, I worked with architect Joe Van Loom to create an accessible community in the Gateway area at 111th Square and on 112th. Mr. Van Loom went above and beyond designing structures and grounds meeting and exceeding ADA guidelines. He listened to my suggestions and those of friends of mine and other disabled people to create a real community of accessible paths, gardens, homes, facilities for recreational, physical therapy, personal training, massage, acupuncture, chiropractic, and support offices for vocational therapy, counseling, and other complementary disciplines. I'd like to thank Mr. and Mrs. Sanchez and Linda also for trying to do something really meaningful for the disabled. I've known the owners of 112 properties since 1976, and I trust them to build state-of-the-art residences and fitness and therapy facilities if the zoning is changed to accommodate their dream of helping other people like me live in homes and communities that don't just meet our basic needs, but also facilitate our independence. Again, thank you very much for your listening.
Thank you. Joseph?
I'm going to leave it. My name is, don't need that, huh? My name is Joe Van Loom. I'm president of Architects Van Loom Group in Portland. Been around for quite a long time. We do mostly commercial projects such as mixed-use facilities, hotels, restaurants, that sort of thing. We, in the year 2010, the Sanchez family hired our firm to design a very unique facility, one for the disabled. It's, in most facilities, you have 5% of your unit that is set up for disabled. This facility was for 100% individuals with disabilities. And so it was a very unique kind of project for us to be involved in. That project was at 111th and Northeast Halsey. The lot numbers as were given 1353, 1409, and 1421. We developed a project that we turned in, we coordinated with an early assistance program through the city of Portland, and found that we had a lot of problems with property lines and property that was zoned residential R7. The problem with that was that along Halsey Street, all the property lines are uniformly in one line, but as you get to the back of the property lines, there was an intermix of residential properties and so forth. It made for a very inefficient development project. So because of that, the project was did not go ahead. Now with this new development for multifamily and for mixed-use type projects, with this one in particular at this area of 112th Street, this is going to straighten out the property lines so that the back property line is uniformly one type or another. And that gives, that allows for a much more efficient building profile. So I'm very happy to see that happen. So I lend my support to the mixed-use proposal of changing the
to us, to number 645, because I think that's a huge help in developing properties in this particular area.
Thank you.
Planning Commission members and staff, I'm Linda Sanchez, owner of 111 Square Fitness and Therapy. I agree with the city's proposed mixed-use neighborhood designation for the properties on Northeast 112th, south of Halsey Street. I'm an Oregon State graduate and live on 140th and Russell in Northeast Portland. My specialty as a personal trainer is working with disabled individuals, and our staff includes an expert physical therapist, chiropractor, counselor, naturopath, acupuncturist, and masseuse. If we're able to build a facility with an accessible pool for the disabled, hot tubs, exercise equipment, and examination and therapy rooms, I could hire additional qualified personnel and help to fulfill the comp plan's second goal to encourage job growth. Thank you for your time and allowing us to speak in favor of Portland's comp plan designation of mixed-use neighborhood for the currently residentially zoned properties on Northeast 112th. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
You knew it.
Is that a map that you have there?
Yes, I think you should.
Map that shows where this is?
We have
We
it.
do.
Okay,
We have it.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. The last three, John Gibbon, Michael Harrison, Laura Wozniak. Again, is there anybody else in the audience that wishes to testify tonight?
My name is John Gibbon. I'm a member of the Public Utility Review Board, or perhaps best described as the Rump Public Utility Review Board right now. And the reason that I'm here tonight is to, one, tell you that I'm so glad that the Blue Ribbon Commission is proposing that the underworked Planning Commission also take on the duty of setting garbage rates in the future. Take it from...
What?
And take it off the overworked PERB's table. But, yeah, I knew. Anyway, PERB had a very short meeting last month because Eric Engstrom was tied up in other meetings talking about the multi-use zone, which I totally understand is really important, but that means we have not officially taken a position on anything in the list of significant projects, and therefore leaving the record open for a significant time so that we can do that is vitally important. My own perception of what's in the plan right now is that there is, as the people from the Urban Forestry Council said, some real disconnects between the green infrastructure issues here. I know from a BES point of view, we need to tighten this up so that it is very much mandatory that the Bureau of Transportation and BES work together in especially the greenways, where stormwater is a vital component of the greenways and really has to be built in because it's vital. We have no capacity in the CSO for additional growth if we don't do it with green infrastructure. It's that marginal. In the CSO areas where we've just spent $1.4 billion, we have started out with $4 billion of infrastructure from water and sewer. We're down to $3.6 billion of infrastructure over the next 20 years from water and sewer. We've got to refine this plan and tighten it up to deal with as much stormwater as we possibly can through green infrastructure. The other major issue that I see in this, I still have not gotten a good answer from BES about how the centers are going to work in terms of sewer capacity. That $2 billion project, those projects that they're laying out support the neighborhoods, not the centers.
Thank you. Michael?
Good evening. I'm Michael Harrison, representing Oregon Health and Science University. Thanks for the opportunity to testify. OHSU shares the Homestead neighborhood's opposition to applying the mixed-use designation on OHSU's Markham Hill campus. OHSU is a unique use in a unique setting. We're a level 1 trauma center, a center for tertiary and quaternary care, the city's largest employer with very high employment densities, and we're the city's only major research university. We're also located in a more bucolic, wooded, and hilly environment that really doesn't exactly feel urban or lend itself to a more sort of mixed-use urban environment. Because we're unique, so much time was spent by the neighborhood and by OHSU and by the city and by your predecessors helping to craft the Markham Hill Plan, which guides development on our main campus. Although they aren't well defined at this point, we're concerned that neither the mixed use nor the institutional designations would be appropriate for Markham Hill. We are further concerned that any efforts to ensure mixed use or institutional designations would fit OHSU's context. They likely then wouldn't be good designations to fit much of the rest of the city. And as such, we ask to retain our current designation of central employment. At OHSU, we recently completed our 20-year facility master plan that was shaped in large part by the Markham Hill Plan and by our current designation. We're now focused on implementing that plan and would lose time and momentum if we had to revise our plans with changes to our regulatory context. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions?
Michael?
Go ahead.
I know that OHSU also has a development agreement with the city of Portland. Is that just for the hill or the land down below on the river? Do you recall?
Well, there was a development agreement for, and this predates me coming to OHSU because I've been there for a little under 2 years, but I know there was a development agreement used for sort of the central portion of our campus down at the base of our tram. We don't have a development agreement for our Schnitzer campus. And to be honest, no one's ever posed the question, and I've never considered whether we have a development agreement on the hill.
Okay.
If we do, it's not something that we're currently implementing.
Okay. All right. All right. Thank you.
Great. Laura?
Yes, hi, Laura Wozniak. I'm a resident of Multnomah Village, and I also have a small business there. I feel kind of like that last little kid at the piano concert that.
You get all of our attention.
You're the last one.
So I'm like some other people, I want to speak a little bit for the urban forest and the value of that urban forest, and I'd like to enter that discussion by specifically asking that you remove the second sentence in the second bullet on 10.8, which allows alternative development. And so it allows them to put essentially duplexes on corner lots in single family residential neighborhoods. When I bought into this neighborhood 6 years ago, I asked the realtor specifically, is there any way that there could be more density or duplexes? And I was assured that no, there could not be. And we bought into that neighborhood because of the character of the little houses on the lots, which allows us to have a large tree canopy. And even some old growth trees and second growth Doug firs really tower over that neighborhood and are part of the wildlife corridor. Or I think you call it some other kind of corridor, a habitat corridor. They support the habitat corridors that are around them within 2 blocks of Stevens Creek Crossing. And like Lisa, we've been plagued by dream builders coming in and buying up larger lots and putting very huge houses that leave no, it's all impermeable surface that's being placed there, and they're cutting down those trees. So this is just happening on the corner of Southwest 28th and Miles. There was a historic, if somewhat ramshackle house there that had one giant fir in the middle that was about 4.5 feet across, which was cut down for one house, and now the developer wants to take down the other Doug firs to put a duplex there. So I would kind of like to defend those trees. It's within 2 blocks of Stevens Creek watershed, and there are pygmy owls in those trees. And I realize that no one's going to save these trees on my say-so, but it's part of the development that I think is really deleterious to the character of neighborhoods. And I don't want to talk against density, but really how many, we have 6 grocery stores with huge parking lots on Beaverton Hillsdale Highway right near us. I do not understand why there's always room for another mattress store, another huge grocery store, another 7-Eleven, another kind of moribund sort of strip mall, and we can't find places to put housing for people without destroying old neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we are concluded for tonight. The hearing will be continued here at this location on February 24th, 2015. And that hearing specifically is targeting the Transportation Systems Plan project list. And the written record will continue to be open through March 13th, 2015. With that, do commissioners want to take 1 minute so we can get out of here before 9:30 and say a couple of words?
I'll do 1 minute, less than 1 minute.
Okay.
I'm concerned about transit in the Columbia corridor. Do family wage jobs have adequate employment density to validate extending meaningful service to that district? That's a concern I have.
Okay. Mike?
Well, I actually agree with Mr. Salinger's observation that West Hayden Island, as important as it is the tip of the iceberg. And I think we heard a lot of testimony. I was really pleased that we got a lot of very specific recommendations tonight regarding some of the environmental issues. And I think that I personally wasn't able to compare one draft to another, and I'm really interested to see specifically what the language changes were. I'm sure some of them are referred to in some of the testimony, but I'd like to track those changes and understand what the rationale was for those changes. I heard a lot, which I agree with, regarding encourage versus actually demanding something happen. You know, going from aspirational language, encourage. In the past, I've run into those situations where, well, that's just aspirational. We're not going to actually implement it on the ground. I'm concerned about that language. Michelle and I had some exchanges about language, like when we say protect, do we really mean protect? And as far as I'm concerned, we do. You know, protect, restore, and manage is kind of the philosophical basis. So I thought we had great testimony tonight, frankly. People really hung in there, and it was very high quality testimony. We got a lot of good specifics that I'm looking forward to digging into.
Thank you. Gary?
Concerned about the transportation, the TSP, and really aligning the approach of that with what the needs are, and particularly supporting employment and the development pattern. Share Mike's thoughts regarding the environment. I think we've got a lot more work to do in that area to really see what's going on. And then also been, I think last week I said I was still processing after the hearing, and really have given a lot of thought to the issues around aging and specific approaches for people with disabilities. And I think we have more work to do in that area. And I think the testimony last week or last session really suggested that we've fallen short of the mark in those areas.
Thank you. Michelle?
So I come to this in part from someone whose childhood was financed by the aerospace industry, and there was always food in the fridge, there was always a roof over my head. I had a very secure childhood. And so I look at the discussion about the industrial lands from that perspective. I just want to make sure that we are in fact balancing, and I would appreciate whatever we can get from the city's attorney's office looking at the policies and telling us, using the language that we have in the draft so far, are we at a balance point, or are we at a point where we're saying, okay, this is what's going to be the ultimate consideration? And that's where I see the protect. I don't have specific policies I look at right now and say, oh, we have too many of these, or we don't have enough of those. I'm at sort of a philosophical level of, are we actually balancing here? And if we're not, if we're making a decision at this point that this is above all, this is what our ultimate goal is, then I want it to be very clear that that's where we're going.
Can I ask a question about that? Just
Yeah, go ahead.
So are you
predominantly looking at when we were, because one of the things we did when we went from the last version to this version was some of that balancing. And that's why I think why some of the words, the verbs changed, was to be more in balance with the economics and the industrial and the job section and some of the social sections that did not have as many regulate and protect words and had a lot more encourage and provide incentives. And we were feeling that it was leaning too far one way. And so I'd really encourage you all to look through that. And we've been talking a lot to the city attorney's office about, you know, what do these words really mean? And when you get into a balancing, how do they affect each other? So we can go more into that when we're in one of the work sessions.
Chris?
Well, I have about a dozen points, so I'll just write them down and pass them around. I guess I feel kind of the same way. Let's not have wishy-washy verbs because they'll just leave us in a muddle later on. Let's figure out what we want to do and have strong verbs. I've really appreciated the testimony that we've had here, and especially those out in the neighborhoods where we've heard about a lot of local issues. And I think we should think seriously about additional hearings in North and Southwest Portland, because I think there are probably folks who have important things to tell us. So it's a lot of effort, but I think it'll probably pay off.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Just a couple of additional points. One, performance measures and some sort of consolidation for those in the plan. We might want to think about putting that together so that people can find it easily. And then I like the river transportation idea, and you guys have probably already addressed that in some form in the past, so I'll catch up with you and see. Lastly, including trees in the urban form. I think that was a good idea.
Howard?
Let's see, I support what Gary said about looking into specific demographic and ethnic and other considerations. I do support Chris's concern that we give enough time to this in terms of public testimony. We can discuss that as to how we want to handle that. To me, Hayden Island becomes a distinct and unique discussion issue we need to talk about. The neighborhoods have expressed themselves really well, and I think they've expressed concern about, do they have enough time? And I'm a little concerned about calendar versus fair expression, and whether that equity is really where it comes down to in giving people a chance to be heard, but not go to a place where it just endlessly drags on. So with that in mind, the little zoning issues, all of which to me have merit as they're presented one at a time, not the young people notwithstanding. God, that was a killer. That's the way you end a great act, right? Bring in the children. God. All have merit, and I assume will be addressed by you one by one to see yes or why or no. The Clinton Street idea is a great one. I know that community, and I know how it could be a little jewel. Multnomah Village, to go on and on. So basically, I think we heard a lot of good stuff tonight. I hope most of it can be synthesized into some very discrete and rather, more comprehensive pieces.
Yes. I would say first, the testimony tonight was, again, compelling, very rich and very specific about things that we ought to do and take a look at. And I think challenge us to take another critical look at the plan, but also to look at many areas that I think we hadn't really looked at as critical before. And I just would say the Callaways, the two children there, I'm encouraged that if those two children get active and stay active, we have future commissioners and
don't let me diminish. I thought that was why it brought tears to my eyes. Honest truth, you guys.
I think they were great.
I thought, that's good government.
It is good government. I would say also that one thing that is looming on our horizon is the economic opportunity analysis. The EOA is coming. And we have all, from Michelle to Michael to Gary, we've all kind of been touching on that issue of how does the industrial lands and where are those jobs? I mean, downtown or East County? And that analysis needs to be pretty robust, and our discussion up to that point needs to be tied to how that's going to come together, because I think a lot of discussion and decisions, even that relate to West Hayden Island, golf courses and some people's land that we heard, are about economics and how many jobs do we have and what type of jobs and who's going to get those jobs and the transportation to those jobs. And we need to connect all those dots, and the economic analysis seems to be that ball in the middle that's going to give us hopefully some guidance. I would say Woodstock was one of the things that we probably ought to take a look at. And the issue of TriMet, I just didn't understand. So I missed their point of the station, yeah, the industrial land versus, I guess, I think they
don't think that'll work unless there's a mixture of housing on those sites. That's what I heard.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. So
we've got it. We've been talking with them.
Okay. 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 Mike, just
Yeah, question for Chris. You know, there were comments tonight about Goal 9, and that is the issue we're going to have to face up to. And Chris, I believe you asked staff to come back to us with information regarding some of the legal and political / ramifications of saying we're out of land. We're not going to go there on the golf courses or West Hayden or whatever, or what. And I think that's pardon? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, and that's going to be a really critical question we have to wrestle with, and that is not, in my opinion, does not come down to jobs or no jobs. Remember, when we met with PDC on the inner east side, we talked about, you know, thinking differently about, well, what kind of jobs are we talking about? I know traded sector jobs are important, you know, but we also talked about inner east being actually an opportunity to educate folks who can then go into those other jobs that we may be creating if we're a little more creative. So that both of those conversations have to happen. It's not about jobs or no jobs. It's what kind of jobs, and are we out of land?
Land is the issue.
I think the question, though, we need to understand, though, in that jobs category is it is exactly that, the type of jobs. And when we look at the 25-year horizon, it's about prosperity. And so is that the type of jobs, and when you start mixing the jobs, you're talking about wages. And if you look out long-term, what is the prosperity, you know, the projection with all the economic assumptions, look for Portland. And that's critical to us. And then we start kind of going down the decision
That's
tree.
what we're going to bring to you.
Okay.
Is, well, at this moment, my plan is to bring you two proposals, one that includes West Hayden Island and one that doesn't. And it's not about an exemption. I think that's like a word we're throwing around. It's about deciding what kind of jobs we're going to have, and then what kind of land do we need to support those jobs. How many jobs are switching from, you know, a traditional industrial job to a light industrial or a commercial or a retail job? What does that do to wages? What kind of education do you need to get those jobs? Who, you know, from an equity lens, who is that affecting? And so we'll try to lay out, you know, basically those two pathways and let you be able to look at those more clearly. So at the next meeting, my understanding, or the next time we meet on
November 18th.
Right, is when we're lining out how we're going to go through all the issues.
Okay.
And I apologize, I won't be here, but Joe and Eric will be here.
Okay.
And they'll be walking through this.
Okay.
And I really look forward to the economic. I think once we kind of get through that, it'll help you to be able to make that decision a lot more clearly and kind of get away from some of the rhetoric, because you know, everybody here wants to do it all, is my impression. We want to protect these environmental issues, and that's how we got to the mitigation package that we got to. But we're also, I've heard all of you say at different times, you want to protect these kinds of jobs too. And so
Right, so
laying
to
it
that
out
end,
should help.
Susan, I hope that we can also look at what are the strategies to intensify the use of the industrial land we
Right.
have and to maximize what we can get out of the brownfields.
Yeah. So,
Including funding.
part of that is demographics about
Including funding.
demographics of the jobs. So demographics of the people. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
A lot of this also, I think, may need some one-on-one conversations to get to understand all the questions you have, because you're not going to have time in your
Yeah.
hearings to answer each of your questions individually. I don't think it. I think we'll have a lot of time. A lot of that, then you can come back and have the discussion there.
Okay.
We definitely will be there to do those kind of one-on-ones.
Perfect.
So I'm trying to figure out how, on the 18th, are we, presumably before the 18th, we are sending our, as we have in the past, sending our concerns, questions, or whatever to staff, so that those are articulated before the 18th, and then the function of the 18th is to go through those and see how we're going to deal with them?
Actually, the function, as I understand the 18th, is Eric and Joe are going to outline, here's all the issues. I mean,
Okay, so
yeah.
we need to get our input to them.
Well,
ASAP.
they're going to take, you have time, but help me, Eric, here if I'm wrong. You're going to compile all the issues and put them in boxes, essentially,
In big boxes.
that are common themes that we then can look at and kind of prioritize to how we want to take on those issues in terms of our deliberations.
We're going to essentially bring you a draft work session schedule, which essentially is identifying those boxes for you and identifying the topics within the boxes that we think we've heard. We've been taking notes as you've been doing these round the table sessions after each meeting. And of course, we've been taking notes and looking at all the other testimony too. So we have a sense of what we think you want to talk about from all that. And we're going to send that back to you in the form of a proposed schedule. And we'll be doing that sometime next week so that you have a little bit of time to look at it before the 18th. And then the 18th is about discussing that. And the action on the 18th we're hoping to have is a coming out of the 18th with a clear schedule that you've agreed to.
Okay. A clear schedule of the topics and how we take them in order.
Yeah, so of course, if you want to send us comments about what you think is important, that's helpful to help shape and confirm whether we've taken the right notes.
Great. Thank you. With that, I think we're adjourned.
Good job, Andrea.
Thanks for keeping it at 3 minutes.
Thank you for everybody staying. I really appreciate it.